Today we are going to see. What if I became Goku or did Goku become me? So let's get started. Waking up to an old man who I don't recognize sitting beside me in a room that looks kind of old. Then suddenly he woke and said, "Goku, are you alright?" and I just nodded. Then some time passes, I am being fed and put back to rest, in which I notice I have a tail. I try to control it and my other limbs so I can gain better control of them, and after doing so I started freaking out as to why I'm here in freaking anime world. Then I stayed road thinking up random theories on why I am here and how. But before that I should try and check if this is real. Ouch. I pinched myself to make sure that this was real and safe. Then I felt depressed that I won't be able to read and watch the new materials of Dragon Ball and other literature from my old world. But there is an upside: I get to live in the Dragon Ball world. The downside: I get live in the freaking Dragon Ball world, where people can casually blow planets and galaxies with ease. Now I need to start training properly or else I'll be dead. I'll start training tomorrow as I need to rest for today and regain my strength. The next day I began practicing crawling and other basic movements in my weird baby Saiyan body, and by using the toys that Grandpa Gohan gave as weird tools to train with, I continued my routine till I yelled for breakfast. Then after eating I resume my training, which looks like a baby playing or practicing to stand and crawl, till I was hungry for lunch. After lunch I notice I'm getting used to my new body. So after taking a needed nap I suddenly woke up hungry for dinner. After dinner was done, Grandpa Gohan tucked me into bed, in which I tried to begin meditating to try and discover and control my ki, which I failed as I fell asleep. The next morning I repeated what I did yesterday, with the exception of me getting closer to discovering my ki. I still haven't gotten it yet, which I was a bit frustrated. But I push on and repeated the training. Then suddenly, before I knew it, a week has passed by me just doing this routine for a week. Then before the week was over I finally got control of my ki. Thankfully Grandpa Gohan was sleeping when I did. The next day I began adding ki control base exercises, but only doing them when Grandpa Gohan was away doing errands like getting food and baby clothes or materials to make clothes, which he does a lot of. The week came and went and I finally cracked the secret of flight, and I was also able to crack the muscle movements so I can begin crawling to try and start the art of walking. Then I remembered that as a Saiyan I can transform into a giant great ape when I see the moon, so I began my mental training of gaining control by lucid dreaming, as I believe that the state of the great ape transformation puts the mind into a state similar to sleeping, so if I can master that, then I can master the great ape transformation. The weeks of me training when I sleep has begun. In those weeks I was only able to gain control of my dreams only about 10% of the time, but I was not just focusing on training my mind. I also gain ability to run like a toddler. The tail really helps keep one's balance. Then it suddenly hit me that the tail of a Saiyan was also a weak point that people can use against me, so I needed to begin that training as well by playing with my tail as often as I could so I can make it less sensitive as soon as possible. A month has passed and luckily I haven't looked at the moon to cause me to transform yet, but my success to getting control of my dreams is only about 25% successful, so I guess based on this rate I'll get the hang of lucid dreaming by a month or so. My level of ki control has been getting better and better, in that the control of my tail and body has gotten better too. Now I can run around and climb trees like a monkey, which gave Grandpa Gohan a huge headache looking out for me, but seeing me doing that he felt happy to the point he plays tag with me. I have gotten stronger, but not strong enough to tag along with him to get food, so I began my training to get stronger and to start focusing on getting rid of my weakness, which was when a person grabs my tail I become super weak. The months pass and I have gotten strong enough that Grandpa Gohan has saw it fit for me to tag along with him to get some training in. And as for my tail training, it is almost complete and my control of lucid dreaming has a 50% chance of getting control. The next following months I began joining Grandpa Gohan at catching food, to which it was fun, but gross, mostly cause I needed to know how to clean and prepare what we caught, which were medium to large sizes of fish and mammals that look like weird animals from the Ice Age and Earth's thing that look so weird that I can't even describe them. Thankfully when it's time to cook it tasted good, with that added to my routine, which caused me to become stronger. I am now strong enough that Grandpa Gohan has decided to train me in martial arts by sparring with me. 4 months of hellish training in my baby body later, I have finally mastered lucid dreaming. Now I can finally risk transforming. Now cause of training with Grandpa Gohan my power has grown a lot, but I'm still nowhere close to Grandpa Gohan's power. Later that day the full moon was available. The full moon was out, so I was sneaking out when Gohan is asleep. Then I got naked and fly as far and as fast as I can without causing Grandpa Gohan to wake up. I found a spot that was far enough. I looked up, then I transformed the Fae. Feelings and sensations were extremely painful and exciting as my size and power grow and grow till my form exceeds the size that of a mountain. The great ape began trashing and firing beams of energy all around non-stop. Then suddenly the ape looked in its hands and began calming down, then suddenly it roared. Yes, I achieved what I desired, which was gaining the ability to control my transformed state as a great ape. But sadly it took me too long as the mountains and trees were scared with my transformation's rampage, so now I need to start meditating in this form till the sun comes up or when the moon no longer shows itself. The moon finally is no longer in view. The transformation back to my base form is the same as to when I transform is a great painful, but instead of excitement I felt a calming sensation as the beast no longer controls me. I immediately flew back to where I placed my clothes and hit the bed so I can get some amount of sleep. The activity of sneaking out every full moon is now added to my routine to help me gain better control of the transformation. Thankfully Grandpa Gohan is a heavy sleeper, if not I would have been found out by him. The first year after getting the new routine has shown me great power and control of my ki, since the constant monthly gaining and losing my power as great ape helps my body began adapting to the power. Now cause of that my spars with Grandpa Gohan began slowly shifting to my favor, but his experience and knowledge of different techniques keeps me from beating him. The weeks and months followed with me and Grandpa Gohan sparring resting. Fights between us are getting closer and closer to my favor, but still my lack truly understanding ki still keeps me from beating Grandpa Gohan. The years followed with me and Grandpa Gohan fighting again and again non-stop. Till one fight, Grandpa Gohan ready to be taken down. Goku. Is that a way to talk to your grandpa, Goku, Grandpa Gohan? No, sorry Grandpa, but either way I am going to show you I have improved compared to before, Goku. Really now, so come at me boy, Grandpa Gohan. Gladly Grandpa, Goku. Goku launch a punch at Grandpa Gohan, with Gohan diverting the punch with his palm. Now with his attack being diverted Goku launch a nay kick to Grandpa Gohan, but Grandpa Gohan jumped back before it connected. Grandpa Gohan then stood still and shouted, Goku, I think it's finally me for me T9 show you my master's most powerful technique, the Kamehameha wave, so better watch closely, Grandpa Gohan. Okay, but I'll show you I can take, Goku. Grandpa Gohan began charging his attack. Kamehameha. Grandpa Gohan shouted. Grandpa Gohan launched his attack, but Goku instead of dodging like a normal person he chose to block the attack with his hands. Ouch, I didn't think that would hurt that much, Goku. My boy, amazing you blocked the attack, but it does not mean I'm done here, so better get ready for round 2 inches Grandpa Gohan. Grandpa Gohan launched another Kamehameha wave, this time he chose not to charge as long as his previous one, so its power was weaker, but its speed and frequency of the attack increase. Goku began blocking and finally dodging the waves and blasts. Goku decided it's time to finish the fight by running as fast as he can to get an upper hand in this fight. Goku ran around, while Grandpa Gohan keeps firing wave after wave of Kamehamehas till he felt a little bit tired. But sadly for him Goku noticed it and attacked with flying kick, hitting Grandpa Gohan off the makeshift ring. I finally won against you Grandpa, Goku said tiredly. Yes, my boy yes. It's time for me to pass down this technique to you, Grandpa Gohan. Thank you Grandpa, Goku. Grandpa Gohan began teaching Goku how to charge and properly find his ki and charge to perform the attack. Now, knowing the proper methods of using my ki, I began adding them with what I do as form of added training. The months pass and my control of the Kamehameha has even surpassed that of Grandpa Gohan, which shish. Him on how much I have grown in power in such a small amount of time. The sparring matches continued and I have been winning them most of them now, but Grandpa Gohan still wins with his greater fighting instinct and experience. But my Saiyan blood wouldn't allow me to lose to the old man. The next year passed and my power began to surpass Grandpa Gohan's, causing him to start training more furiously. Me causing my own training to become even harsher compared to before. The training mostly contains me sparring with Grandpa Gohan before breakfasts or lunch to show how far I can push my body on an empty stomach, causing me to be a bit reckless, giving Grandpa Gohan plenty of opportunities to grab my tail, causing me to stop mid-spar by shocking me that my training of my tail is still not done. Following years my power and control over my body increased drastically to the point I've been beating Grandpa Gohan in all of our training matches. My weakness can no longer be exploited by Grandpa Gohan, as those were one of the reasons as to why he kept beating me before. The day that Grandpa Gohan died. The full moon was out, so I did what I normally do and transform and launch ki blast again. And again from my mouth and hands to show my control for the form, but sadly before I could notice Grandpa Gohan was hit by my attack, but I didn't notice till the sun rose and the moon set, but when I did cried. I saw the burned body of Grandpa Gohan looking distressed as if he was looking for something, even I can see it beyond his burned face. I then realized he was looking for me. Maybe I should have told him what I can do and what I can become, then maybe this would not have happened. The months pass and I returned back to my normal self again. Maybe it's the Saiyan blood that keeps me from feeling sad for long or something that knew all along I didn't really care for Grandpa Gohan as I should, but either way I need to go back to training to gain more strength. The next day while I was training I heard a car coming closer. The day Bulma came to my house was the day that my simple life was thrown out of this dimension. She began asking for the ball and I told her no. She began using her body and I still said no. But I said yes to going with her as she needed protection after I told her what's out there and if she can handle the dangers by herself. After telling her that, she agreed to my idea of going with her to protect her. After a few minutes worth of bickering later, she hooped back to her car, while I flew beside her, which caused her to freak and ask how I was able to fly in. I replied by training, to which she did not believe, so I just let it go as there was no point bickering. Then while we traveling she needed a potty break like in canon, so I asked if she needed someone to watch her just in case a wild animal tries to eat her. She said no angrily, to which I said okay, but I did warn you, I replied. Then not even 10 seconds passed, she screamed on the top of her lungs for help and it was the weird dino bird. I came and attacked it, then brought her and the carcass back down. Since she almost got her life taken away, she decided we needed to rest and she chose to rest here for tonight like in canon. While she pampered herself in her capsule house, I began hunting for more wild game and brought it back to camp, which took about 10 minutes, then I prepared and cooked the meat, which took 5 minutes, then I ate it. The time she finished her show she went out to ask if I wanted to eat, then she screamed at the top of her lungs, cause she saw what I was eating, which was like scary to her, but was met to me. The time passed and she came back to her senses. I was done eating. She smelled me and demanded I took a bath, in which I agreed, which took really 5 minutes, then I was done. We slept and she was on the bed and I on the couch. Cause she fears that I might molest her or something. Next day, I woke up, grab a glass of water, then I left to prepare to hunt for food, then I saw the same turtle. In canon it said, will you help me go to the ocean? I said okay. But after my friend wakes up so I can ask her if she is okay with it, and after I have eaten and the turtle said okay, so I went found the tiger. Bandit creature, killed it and stripped it of its equipment and prepared it and ate it there, since I better eat now. Then Bulma seeing me eat and hearing her scream again. Shuddering while remembering the memory. I ate and preparing took 5 minutes since ki really makes cooking in the wild easy. After I was done came to wake Bulma up and ask if we can go help the turtle, then she said no, but then I asked if the next ball is near the ocean. She checked the radar and saw it was near the ocean and said might as well bring the turtle there, but you'll have to carry, she said. 1 hour later. Women take too long to get ready, must be thing universal in universes or something, I thought. While I complained, she was finally prepared to go and leave for the next ball. It took roughly 30 minutes for us to get Air and Turtle kept saying thank you and said PLS wait here for all shall bring gifts, so we waited for 20 minutes, then Master Roshi came, in which he said thanks for bringing Turtle back, so what can I give you? I said your necklace, in which he agreed, but Bulma felt sad about not getting anything. Then Master Roshi thought trying to get his way with Bulma, but I said to Bulma we got the ball and we should go. But before we left I told Master Roshi about being related Grandpa Gohan and that he died, in which Master Roshi felt sad for the lost, but he said you know you can train with me, in which I replied after I'm done helping her, pointing at Bulma getting the balls, in which he said okay, grinning pervertedly. Then me and Bulma left, now looking for the next ball, which was roughly 30 minutes to an hour away. But when we got there it looked like a ghost town, so we went to the first house and the same thing with Cannon happened and I got hit on the head by a protective dad wielding an axe. Ouch. Felt sad on why I couldn't dodge it with my training. While feeling sad, Bulma asked what was going on and same thing with Cannon happened. I dress as a girl to get Oolong, but unlike in Cannon I was able to knock him out when he tried to woo me. So we waited for an hour so he could wake up and told him to bring us where the girls were, in which he did, and finally we got the ball from the old lady, and before we left I asked Bulma to make sure she has her capsules, in which she said yes. Then we left, but surprisingly Oolong came along, but mostly cause he wanted to run away from the angry villagers and to perv on Bulma. But Bulma did her thing with the instant poop pill when we're on the boat, so he didn't run away when we came to desert where Yamcha was living in. We use the car Bulma has, cause she did. NT lose it compared to Canon, so we had a nice trip till Yamcha came and attack, but too bad for him I was able to knock him out within 4 hits. We brought him and Puar along, cause maybe he has a bounty and cause Bulma insist on bringing him. Cause he was cute, she said. He finally woke up, but he fainted again cause of his phobia of women. While that happened I notice a girl ahead. I flew to check why she is there all alone. I arrive in front of the girl who turns out to be Chi-Chi, and then I asked why are you alone, then she replied by saying I'm looking for Master Roshi so he can give me the Bansho fan to take out the fire of Fire Mountain where I live. I ask if I can help by bringing her to Master Roshi, but before she could reply, I told her to wait cause I have to tell my companions about this conversation. I flew back with Chi-Chi on my back and told them about what the Chi-Chi needed. They first, or more specifically Bulma, started teasing me, after which they said okay and be safe in that tea. Hey, I'll wait here for me and CHCHI to return. Me and Chi-Chi flew to find Master Roshi, but it took longer than I thought as we kept asking random animals that can talk where he lives. After wandering, for who knows how long, we found Master Roshi's island. I first checked if he was there and saw him watch on a yoga channel. I began knocking his door to get his attention. After doing so for 50 seconds he finally came to answer the door. We came and explained why we were here. He began talking about where he thought the fan was till he remembered that he thrown it away, causing Chi-Chi to start crying abo. Oot not living in her family's castle anymore. After seeing that, Master Roshi said he'll bring the fire down himself. We all left to go to Fire Mountain. We arrive and told everyone to go to Fire Mountain. We arrive at Fire Mountain and saw the Ox King guarding his castle. I was about to say my greetings, but he tackled me to hug his daughter Chi-Chi. The Ox King apologized for what he did and we beg. And talking to each other avoid Master Roshi and I began explaining on how I was related to Grandpa Gohan and how he died a few months ago. Master Roshi finally arrived at Fire Mountain and began lecturing the Ox King about what did to cause the rumors like in canon. Then Master Roshi charged and bulk up to put out the flames, but sadly like in canon he accidentally destroyed the castle in the process. I went through the rubble to get the ball. I showed it to everyone who was awake. We were about leave, then like in canon Chi-Chi asked if I wanted to marry her. I said when you're older. We said our Oot buys and left to get the last Dragon Ball. We left for the last Dragon Ball, but sadly it was getting dark. Bulma, it's getting dark, we need to either set up camp or find a nearby Toa in our village and rest there. I said, that's a good idea Goku, let's find a town or a village as I can't trust this pig, pointing at Oolong, to not try to do anything. Bulma replied. We began moving to find nearby town. Then suddenly our young bandit woke up. But sadly as fast as he woke he faded once more the moment he saw Bulma. I began trying wake him, but sadly every attempt failed as the moment he see Bulma he immediately faints. But thankfully after so many tries that I lost count he finally woke up and stayed awake even after seeing Bulma, but sadly his speech pattern was like Hinata from Naruto. My name is Goku and these guys are Oolong. Bulma, I introduce myself and everyone else. He, HHHOOWCC come yo-yo are so strong, he said jittery. I train a lot, I replied. We began talking long enough that we saw a town. The time it took to arrive at the town was longer than we thought as dinner was approaching soon. Bulma began asking for 2 rooms for us, one for her and the other for us. We arrived at our rooms and we began talking to each other. Yamcha, now with a normal speech pattern, began to ask properly and more thoroughly ask how I was stronger than him. I showed him a key ball and he freaked out. We saw that. He began ask 8 nanograms questions on HIW. I was able to do this, began explaining my life with one of the pupils of Master Roshi and that pupil was Grandpa Gohan. He then begged him to train high. And I simply said try doing some basic exercises here in this room and after doing that try meditating. I told them I'll go and explore the town. I began exploring the town and I noticed that it was filled with 2 types of people, those who wear rabbit ear cosplay and those who don't and fear the ones who do. I began having a gut feeling that I need to figure out why the people fear them. I began snooping around and there I saw the guy who looks like a rabbit. I began to remember that he was the guy that can turn people into carrots, so I began my plan to remove Aints. It was getting dark. I attack him and his goons so fast that they themselves didn't notice that they were beat up with broken bones. I brought them on top of a mountain in the desert where Yamcha came from and I made sure the tallest and hardest to climb down mountain there is there. I left and went back after hunting and eating local game on the way. I arrived just in time for them to go get dinner. We went and ate dinner, then we went back to the hotel to sleep. In a faraway castle sits Emperor Pilaf looking and marveling at his ball and talking to his subordinates on how to get balls. Since the balls are moving, might as well just set traps here for those who will come here to get mine, so you two can simple get their balls after they have fallen to our traps, isn't that right, Mayan Shu? Sir, yes, Emperor Pilaf, sir. The next day has arrived and we got off and went to the location of the next ball. While doing so we heard people gossiping about some gang leader disappearing and the townspeople being happy about it. We just went on our merry way out and arrived at the castle, then I simple flew up scared Emperor Pilaf and his minions for the ball. I got the ball, then I gave it to Bulma. Now since we Avenue all 7 balls we need to decide now on who get to wish. I want get rid of my fear of women, Yamcha said without noticing Bulma was there. I want a lifetime supply of strawberries or a perfect boyfriend, said Bulma. Oolong simply wanted women and Puar just wanted support, Yamcha. I began telling them what I wanted to wish for. I want something I know for sure that the dragon can only grant as. All of your wishes guys can be granted with your own power or skills. For example, Oolong, if you wanted women you can simply go back to the village you terrorize and beg one of TGE girls you kidnapped take you back, and for you Yamcha I believe you have gotten over your fear as you're able to talk while Bulma is there right besides you. Bulma, your wish for a lifetime of strawberries and a perfect boyfriend is so vague that I believe that maybe the dragon can't grant it. Bulma got really mad at me cause if that we began arguing about between us on who can use the balls as everyone else just I didn't have the determination fight me to get it nor the bravery to get it from Bulma. I began telling my points, which were 1, if I wasn't here for you, you would be Dino bird food 2 or 3 days ago, then. I also did most of the work getting the balls, but I do know you made the radar and without it I would just be there at Mount Patsu doing my own thing, not minding the world. And lastly, the perfect boyfriend is not even possible. Cause perfection is something subjective and your idea of perfection might change, so if you do get this so-called perfect boyfriend you might dump him for another guy and there is your strawberries wish. You do know you can just buy them or grow your own, right? The ball Master Roshi gave is technically mine as he gave it to me, and also the one from the Ox King and one I just got from the dude from the castle, and lastly the one I already have, and like I said before my wish can only be granted by the dragon. Yours and everyone else's can be granted by your own or money, and plus if you really wanted a boyfriend you can just date Yamcha and see for yourself if he is perfect for you. After who knows how long I was able to convince Bulma to let me use the balls. I began asking them what would happen after the balls summon the dragon, then Bulma told me they scatter across the world. I asked if I can also have the radar so I can search for the balls after they've scattered. Bulma agreed to give me the radar as now she is semi-couple mode with Yamcha, but she asked for us 5 go to West City first. We left to go to West City cause Bulma wanted to make sure she can create another dragon radar from scratch. We arrived shortly to West City. We said our hi and hellos to Mr. and Mrs. Brief. I went to Mr. Brief and asked if I can get some capsules and told him what happened to his daughter while she was on her adventure. I was able to get a lot of capsules as I had to save his daughter from danger numerous times. While that was Bulma gave me the Rada and said my good be. Yes, and left with the balls and the stuff I got from Dr. Brief and Bulma. I arrived shortly at the desert where Emperor Pilaf lives. I began thinking on what to wish for, then it hit me. I shoked just wish to be teleported to Namek near Guru's house so I can get 2 wishes instead of 1 wish. So I prepared the balls, summoned the dragon and stated my wish, and poof, I was on Namek. I am now on planet Namek. I flew up and scout around for any signs of Guru's house, found it. I went inside since Guru wasn't going to die anytime soon. I meet Grand Elder Guru AMD, began begging him for 2 things, one to unlock my potential and the other to let me use the dragon balls. He began reading my mind and saw what I was and I wanted. He said I'll grant them in exchange you will try and prevent my people from suffering from Frieza. I said and may upgrade the balls after I get my wishes. Guru thought and said yes I shall, just in case you couldn't be strong enough to stop Frieza. He unlocked my potential. I began sensing my power skyrocketed from 100 plus to 500 plus or maybe even 1000 plus. After feeling and testing my powers I began looking for YHE balls and beg each elder to hand them over to me and one person to carry them for cause they were huge balls. After doing so I was able to get them all and summon the dragon. I began telling them what I wanted. First was a book containing numerous fighting techniques ND transformations that I can learn from with ease, and for my second wish I wanted 999,999,999,999,999 senzu beans in containers, then I use one of the capsules to store them, and for my last wish was Are them to send me with thing I have now with me and myself to MT. Patsu. I said my goodbyes and my thanks to the Namekians and then I was near my home and at Son Gohan's grave I said sorry for not wishing you back kawaii my selfishness. Then I sleep cause there was so many things that happened today. The next day I first check on the book to learn the Kaioken which was pretty hard so I can begin the steps to do so and I felt HUNRGY to which I stopped and started hunting for food and prepared it to be eaten after which I began packing my things so I can go to Master Roshi to learn some techniques head on. I began flying to Master Roshi's place, but I began contemplating if I should get Chi-Chi or Yamcha or both to go with me to train with Master Roshi. I decided to go to West City first to ask Bull Ma if she would allow Yamcha to train with me at Master Roshi's place to train. I went and found Capsule Corp which easier than I thought. I knocked on the door and was greeted by Mrs. Brief. Hi are Bulma and Yamcha here? I asked. Yes dear they're being lovey-dovey over there, said Mrs. Brief. I went and asked Yamcha if he wanted to train with me at Master Roshi's place when he was about to answer Bull Ma looked at him with a glare so strong I felt it. Yamcha then said no with a fearful tone and stated the reason was he just started dating Bulma but thanks for the offer. I said okay and good luck. I be gone looking for Dr. Brief and found at his lab. I began asking him if he can create a gravity chamber that can increase the gravity inside to 100 times Earth's gravity. He said he can do it, but I'll have to make a prototype which can be finished within the month, but boy why do you want it? I simply said I wanted to get stronger. I told everyone that I wish for a book that contains every form of martial arts techniques and said my goodbyes before Bulma can start yelling at me and left. I arrive at the Ox Kingdom at Fire Mountain to go to the Ox King to ask about Chi-Chi. I found him rebuilding his castle. Then suddenly Chi-Chi saw me then she tackled me and said hi Goku and I said hi and asked where is your dad after talking to her if she wanted to train with me at Master Roshi's place. Me and Chi-Chi went to her father and asked permission if she can go with me to train with Master Roshi. He said yes since his reasoning was by the time you would be done training we'll have our mighty castle rebuilt better than before. Chi-Chi got her things and hop on my back so we can go to Master Roshi's island to start training. We went and arrive at the island and a bald kid is now trying to bribe Husway into being taught by Master Roshi. I made our presence known. I began asking me and Chi-Chi can train here. He said only if you bring me a pretty girl, then I pointed at Chi-Chi. He started to correct himself by saying woman. I said I won't kidnap a woman but if I can find one who would be willing to stay you would train us he said yes. I left to go find that woman. I began flying and looking. Around then there I saw at the chase scene in that episode launch was supposed to be in. I started creating a dust storm for two reasons, one to cover my tracks, two to cause her blonde form to sneeze. Blue Launch was more than happy to fly with to Master Roshi's house to stay with us. WR arrived at Master Roshi's house and he was happy and said we need to move to a different island start our training. We left to go to the next island. We arrive at the island and we began setting up and after 30 minutes Master Roshi began to try trick launch and failed after which Master Roshi gave us directions to test our limit. I first check if my shoes were broken after which I changed them since I was going first, so I ran from the tree and back to rock where everyone ELSR was within 8 seconds give or take 1 second then Krillin did his. Then Chi-Chi which were 11 and 13 respectively, then Master Roshi did it, which took 5.6 seconds which was like shocking to the others, but to me it was okay, but I did reacted cause he was fast for his age. Then after that we rested for a while then I ask if I can go shop with Launch for dinner with Chi-Chi Taggy MG along after making sure she doesn't buy pooper fish we left a lot of groceries then went back to find Master Roshi watching. Then he started giving us the finding the stone task after 30 minutes found the stone, but I dragged both Krillin and Chi-Chi with me so we see. Old go back to Master Roshi then after giving back the stone and asking him if Chi-Chi and Krillin can also eat after contemplating for 10 seconds he said yes cause of him being too happy about Launch. We ate then clean and after discussing sleeping arrangements, then sleep. The next day we began our turtle hermit training after the basic routine of delivering milk and learning about the tournament. We began tilling the land for the farmers after 5 hours of doing so we finally get to eat breakfast, then we began basic education, then after which the shark swimming and bee dodging which took 2 hours to do. So now we can get lunch after which both Krillin and Chi-Chi were both beat up and tired, so taking the afternoon nap was worth it for them while I also nap, but I began my basic key training while doing so till I also fell asleep. When we woke up 3 hours have passed and Master Roshi began giving us construction work, like in the show which took us to a construction site, after 3 to 4 hours we were done. We went back to the house for dinner and all of us ate like Saiyans, then we slept. The next day passed and we did the same thing, but with heavy turtle shells after doing the drawing sessio. I try to spare some time for me to read my book which I got from the dragon and started practicing some of the easier to learn techniques, while I did that Chi-Chi tried to learn more about cooking. From lunch and Krillin tried to get used to the heavy turtle shell. After a week of doing this I snuck away during our schedule naps to go and check if Dr. Brief completed ITHE gravity chamber at Caps. Yule Corp and I found he did make a prototype which can go 2 grams and I asked if he can bring it up to 100 grams. He said possible but not recommended. He said he can have it ready by the end of the year, which was the same day as the World Martial Arts Tournament, and I asked if he could make it in a capsule. After saying my hellos and my goodbyes to everyone I left quickly to make sure I make it back in time to NK fully. My ordeal just took an hour from the 3-hour nap. 2 hours later we did the same thing as we did yesterday, after which we asked Master Roshi as his students if we as his students can join the World Martial Arts Tournament. He said only after pushing that very big rock. Okay, we replied asking if anyone won between Krillin and Chi-Chi can push. They both said no, so we'll train to do it, to prove ourselves, they said. We went back to the house and eat. After everyone else slept I began practicing Ki Blast type attack near the ocean, and after that I tried to meditate and do some Ki control type exercises before going to bed myself. Today is a new day, or so some people say. I woke up an hour early. I began reading that book for more techniques I could learn easily, but to no avail cause most of the advanced techniques require more stamina, Ki control and power than I currently have. I better go do more hardcore training after Master Roshi regiment. The month has passed and I felt that I'm over this level of weighted shells, so I began to ask Master Roshi if I could wear a heavier turkey shell. He said why, but I said I just wanted to train harder. After a bit of discussing I finally got the weighted shell I wanted, which was twice the weight, but the same size as the previous one. Now the training I will be under will be better for me, but still not enough if I want to become stronger faster. 4 months pass now, everyone else is using the same turtle shell as I am now. While that I was able to finally control and sense Ki to the point of locating where a person whose signature I remembered. I also began to learn to increase or decrease my power level. I think I can increase or decrease, but since I have no one else here to test me with this, I'll just have to wait when the others figure out how to do it. The others' power level has grown quite a bit since the new training with heavier shells started. The tournament is only a few months away. We needed to speed up my training so I could win the prize money. The daily life of our group besides training includes talking about why we're here. Me cause training, Chi-Chi cause I drag her here and she agreed to go, but for Krillin, he said to show certain people he was strong not weak. Launch was happy cooking for us day in and day out, but sadly like in canon Master Roshi would be always trying to find a way to trick Launch to ring very skimpy outfits, in which in the end it backfires cause of her sneezing thing. Thankfully when that happens I always fly away immediately and watch what happens, but when blonde Launch doesn't change back I ask if she can shoot me so I can practice bullet catching and dodging, which was a great form of training, and it also helps me help her run out of bullets, and that is what normally happy NS besides training, at least for what I know. The day of the tournament has finally arrived. Unlike in canon I was able to convince Launch to come with us to the venue of the tournament. There we met BU, LMA and everyone else and began introducing everyone to each other, and Bulma gave me the thing I asked her dad to make for me, which was great. All of us who were fighters signed up, even Master Roshi as Jackie Chun, which was okay. Anyways, the preliminary matches will begin shortly, so all fighters please report to the tournament hall to begin the preliminary round. The preliminary matches of our group mostly ended with a single punch or a single tap. The say ended with us getting into the top 8. The fighters for the top 8 are Dinoman Guy, Chi-Chi, Krillin, Jackie Chun, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Nam, the stripper girl, and finally me. A few hours ago during the preliminary matches, number 21 Son Goku versus number 89 Bacterium will now begin. The fight was a pain cause he smelled so badly I shudder while remembering that. The quarter-final rounds will begin Tom at 8 a.m. We went to our hotel rooms to rest up and prepare for tomorrow's matches. The day of real matches or challenges will begin, and the pairings have begun: Jackie versus Stripper. Then Nam versus Yamcha, then Dinoman vs Chi-Chi, and lastly me versus Krillin. The first match happened like it was a strip club till Jackie had his fill, which almost lasted the entire hour, but like in canon he'll go to the semi-finals. The Nam vs Yamcha fight was pretty close, with Nam doing a direct assault on Yamcha, but Yamcha was able to block most of those hits with no problem. Till Nam did his diving attack which kinda shocked Yamcha, but thankfully cause of Bulma's yelling he was able to knock himself out before he was hit by that attack, but sadly Nam anticipated it and was able to move in split second to turn and change his chopping moving to a spin kick, but Yamcha was able to dodge it and now Yamcha has now begun to shift to a more offensive stance and began his signature wolf fang fist technique which almost pushed Nam back, but sadly for Yamcha his will to win was not stronger than Nam's as Nam was able to grab Yamcha and throw him of the stage causing Yamcha to lose via ring out. The match between Chi-Chi and the Dinoman was almost identical to what happened in canon except Chi-Chi couldn't fly back to the stage so sadly she lost, but at least she was able to see the bubble gum-like thing the Dinoman spit out, but she couldn't break out which became one of the many factors why she lost and the fact she was like super shy during the match which caused her to make mistakes like becoming stuck in the gum thing in the first place. After the match I told Chi-Chi where she could have changed to improve her chances to win and like a child listening to a mascot see her actor she began asking questions to which I answered by saying she could have trained with me a little bit more instead of learning how to cook from launch, but I still said good job cause she was less than 15 years old and went on to be in the top 8 which still says something. The time for me to fight Krillin has arrived. I immediately after the match began I did the after image technique to Krillin and when he was about to close in I hit him at back of his neck to knock him out, which was the fastest match in the tournament's top 8 and when he came I said I was getting hungry for Loon CH and that's the reason why I did it quickly. Lunch began with people being shocked on the amount of food I was eating which piled up to around 40 servings of rice with chicken and veggies. The first semi-final match between Nam and Jackie ended quite predictably with Nam losing after 40 minutes of the fight, but Jackie was able to give Nam the capsule for the water thing for his village so it wasn't an entire loss for Nam. The second semi-final match began the announcer announced. The Dinoman was all brawn no speed I was able to end it within 1 minute of me punching his gut non-stop till he got knocked out. Now the moment we are waiting for the match between Goku and Jackie Chun said the announcer. Begin. I was now trying to find an opening within his stance, but sadly I couldn't find one so I ended up trying to lure him into a fake one I made purposely, but he saw through it. The match went on between me and Jackie for good 10 minutes on me trying to win without being too overwhelming with my K. So in the end we decided to end it with a Kamehameha blast collision which I made mine slightly weaker so I can move fast enough to hit him behind his neck to knock him out but he anticipated that and dodge it. So match became a back and forth between me and him in attacking and dodging till I became a little bit more serious which ended giving me enough room to give him an uppercut that almost push him out of the ring but he saved himself by placing his foot in the side of the ring but by that point I launch a Kamehameha blast right in front of his face winning the match just in time before he full moon came out which was quite lucky in my part. After the formalities I got the cash and began celebrating with everyone by eating in the same restaurant which Master Roshi treated in canon. Tear paying for the meal we left on our own with me bringing Chichu back to her dad and Yamcha joining Master Roshi and Krillin to train with Bulma visiting. The Ox King was proud on how Chi-Chi got top 8 in the tournament and how I won. After talking about it, I told them I'll go and leave cause I need to gather the balls, but Chi-Chi wanted to come but the Ox King said no cause she needed to catch up in her Ox Kingdom education and stuff so after eating and sleeping there for about 2 days I left to go out and gather the balls again. I just left the Ox Kingdom to get the Dragon Balls then I checked he radar and it showed the closest ball was at or near the Ox Kingdom. After seeing that I began looking around then I found Pilaf and his goons about to get it, but sorry for them I was faster and snagged the ball. They started mumbling in fear of me but I just told to go home, then suddenly a huge amount of ki the size of an Amri must be the red bandana or red ribbon gang or something. I went an EU up high to get a better vantage point and begin sending ki blats to kill them off and also destroy their weapons. This lasted about 30 minutes then I begin heading north cause the radar said so which became colder and colder so I needed to look for a house to keep warm or start training to help protect me from this temperature, but then I got hungry better find a house fast. After looking around found a girl wandering around the frosted woods, then I appeared near her to introduce myself asking for some shelter and food for the night. She agreed after I agreed to help her get some firewood. After 30 minutes of gathering wood and some animals she began telling me what happened to her village while we're going back to her house. The story was more or less the same with canon Red Ribbon Army attacks. Looking for the ball and people die and people are held against their will. After arriving at the girl's house I began introducing myself and explaining why I was here then added I could help them in his situation cause Suno offered to let me stay for the night. We began eating the meal and began talking about my adventure and previous running with them, then after cleaning we all went to bed. I woke up close to around 3 a.m. then prepared myself to get food. After I ate my meal then I began heading to the tower to help get their village chief. The tower was pretty well guarded so I couldn't just blast the place, so I used my super speed and began killing or incapacitating the guards. Then I entered the tower, which was pretty barren except for one big guy just standing there, so I began attacking the guy. Defeated him very quickly, was quite a downer, then began advancing, which guy being introduced dying by hands or caused by their own stupidity, till I found myself in front of a guy called Aiden some other guy who I assume is leading this place. The fight between me and the leader ended very quickly and anticlimactic. I began searching for the chief, found him alive and well, began explaining what just happened. After bringing the body of THR leader with me, most of the guys in the army just ran and left, after which I asked the very damaged but still functioning 8 if he knows where I can find the ball. 8 gave the ball to me and I left after saying some goodbyes. Now 2 down, 5 more to go. I began checking the radar and I found the next ball was pretty close to where I was, and it wasn't just one, but it was 2 quite close to each other. Then I went and found one, but the other one was quite far, pretty, but close to the ocean by the looks of it. While flying I found a red ribbon base and began trashing it as there were no civilians, so after which I began looking over the wreckages, to which I found a duo leading to a lower area. I went down, then heard people coming this way, then I just blasted them. So I can get a sub if it was not damage. I began clearing around the personnel in this base, after which a robot appeared, took it down and began hunting for a sub, found it after 30 minutes, begin checking if it works. I used the working sub to help find me the ball, took a good 40 minutes but found it and in some treasure, began putting all the things I found in a capsule and I left for the surface with the sub. Somewhere in a tiny red-headed man is being furious at his men for not stopping the person who was getting the dragon balls from him and began punishing his men irrationally till one of his men suggested sending mercenary Dao Pai Pai, which the tiny red-headed man was pleased with and began sending the orders to do so. Now I got 4 balls, now I need to check where the rest were. One was at or near the desert, the others were farther ahead, so I choose going to the desert. I been flying around for about give or take 30 minutes till I found the same old castle of Pilaf, began blasting it till he begged me to stop. I flew down to him and asked where is the ball. After a few moments of scaring him, I got the ball. After firing a few more blasts to scare them, I left to go get the last 2 balls. Dao was flying. Via his technique of throwing stuff and landing on it thing, he was thinking of this person who has been interfering with Red Ribbon Army. Then he landed on the outskirts that was close to the ball, so he began looking for people to question. His search lasted him close to an hour till he was able to find people. Upa and his father were doing their routine for the day till a stranger came demanding the Dragon Ball, whatever that was, but he said his name was Dao Pai Pai. He began attacking us for the thing called the Dragon Ball, then bam, something hit him. I was flying, then suddenly I felt a power gray 8 than average compared to a human and found Dao attacking a group of people. I blasted him with blast strong enough to incapacitate him. Hi, my name is Goku and I took care of this guy, and who are you? Name is Upa and thank you for saving us. No problem, but by any chance do you have a ball that looks like this, revealing a Dragon Ball as an example? I think we do. They began looking around the IR stuff and found it within 5 minutes. Here is the ball and as thanks for helping us you can have it. Thanks. I grabbed the unconscious body of Dao, then received the ball from Upa and his father and left to get the last ball. I flew to area of the last ball and began attacking the base for it. After destroying most of the base I found the ball. Now what do I do with Dao? Kill him or cripple him? All Zhu. Leave him here and just completely destroy this base if possible. Drop town on began flying up and charging my attack and ha. The base has now been completely obliterated I think, and there are no signs of life that I can see. Then I should leave and begin my training with the book, but where do I go? I have all the Dragon Balls here with me and I have everything I need to become stronger. Maybe I'll Saint go back to Chi-Chi's house so I can get free food. Somewhere in the rubbles of the base of Red Ribbon Army lies a man barely alive hoping for revenge, but his wounds were too great and he died saying, Dr. Jero will end Uhuhu the monkey boy's life. Then the light of his eyes just went away like Sue, he died. I should check if there is any valuable items in the rubble before I leave for Chi-Chi's house. I began looking around, mostly found dead bodies, nothing much here. Then I saw Dr. Jero's body. Wow, he's dead. Wow, now what will be the arc after Frieza be? I better poke him to be sure he is dead. Poke, nothing, blast. Poof. Now no more Dr. Jero for sure, but now what will happen to Krillin's love life? Cause no more 18. Never mind, now better make sure nothing is left to mock. Sure it is completely destroyed before leaving. I flew up and began firing down on the rubble till the only things left of it were craters. I began flying back to the Ox Kingdom and then there I saw Korean's tower, but I'll just ignore cause I have enough senzu beans. The problem now is what do I wish for? I kept flying while I thought what I should wish for, then before I knew it I arrive at the Ox Kingdom. I greeted everyone and began explaining what happened and told them if I could stay here for a while to train for the next tournament, and the Ox King told me it was 2 years away. I was dead until I remember that's how it was in the show. Since the tournament is 2 years away, can I stay here with you guys, I said. The Ox King replied, if you will marry Chi-Chi, causing Chi-Chi to blush uncontrollably. Okay, I replied nervously. So a banquet of our engagement happened and I was still out of it till Chi-Chi poked me back to my senses. She began asking me if I didn't like her, cause I wasn't as happy as her at the banquet, and I said no, I was just thinking about training for the next tournament. I began explaining my training plans and what I'll do till then to her while we ate the food. I beg, and my training using the gravity chamber provided by Dr. Brief. I got the senzu beans out and began my journey from 1 gram to 100 grams via using zenkais. This lasted for a week before the Ox King asked if I wanted to help him with some problems like saving a princess of a neighboring kingdom to handling a duo of trouble ravaging a village, and weird boar-like beast attacking. I said yes, then I left to go solve these problems. The princess and the duo thing was solved within the day, and I was able to get minor compensation, and I was able to get this cool gourd as a weapon since the village was more than happy to give me the gourd. While I was looking for the boar-like creature I heard a scream and found it scaring a girl, beat it and brought her and the carcass to the village for a feast. Then suddenly the Crane duo came to offer their services to the village about the boar, but were shocked to see it dead and being cooked to feed the village and me. They left with a hint of sadness, at least for the white-face one. I ate and said my dues to the village and left to go back to the Ox King and report what happened. I was about to restart my training when Chi-Chi barged in to talk to me. I began explaining what PPEN and I asked if she wants to join the next tournament. She said yes, but she said she'll start training next year as she needs to catch up in her studies. I began settings the chamber up to 2 GSN. Began firing Kamehamehas at me till I either got too tired dodging then or getting hit by them, or I needed a senzu bean. Then after doing that began learning more techniques from my book like the multi-F Orn to help hasten my power. Then it struck me I could wish for all blueprints of Frieza's army ranging from the scooter to his ships and armor. I began getting the balls ready for my wish. Sharon, come forth. What do you wish for? I wish to have a book containing the knowledge to build the tech and materials used for the tech in the PTO. Wish granted, farewell. Poof, a book came out. I began getting the book and flying to Capsule Corp to ask if Dr. Brief wants this or to form a contract so I can get money. I arrive at Capsule Corp and said my hellos to Mrs. Brief and ask if Dr. Brief is around. Began discussing the book and my plans with it. After 30 minutes of discussing how great their next 4 hours were busy with contracts discussion and ownership. The gist of the contract is I get paid by Capsule Corp huge amount of money per year. In exchange they can use the book. Bulma came and said hello and asked did I get the balls, and I said yes and told her what I wish for, and she began a bit of complaining with Yamcha focusing too much on his training, then not focusing on her and other love dramas she has with him. 4 hours of nagging, complaining later. I was paled cause of the nagging, but I finally got out. After saying my goodbyes I left and arrived just in time for dinner. We began talking on what happened during the day and so on till dinner ended with me sleeping in my own room. The next day training, eating, maintaining, improving my skills and learning new techniques has become my routine. Where I train is in the gravity chamber till one of two things happen: I either to need to rest ND recharge via eating or sleeping, or a person needs me for something. The months of training has been fruitful as I have now learned to do the multi-form technique, and now cause of it my training has become even more efficient. My control if the Kaioken is still not enough to use it, but I have improved during my attempts and I'm now able to handle 30 GS with relative ease for my small frame. More THS pass, and other than the fact I feel my power increasing to that of Nappa, but I'll surely surpass him soon, and I'm still getting closer to mastery of the Kaioken, but still I have not been able to use it, but my ability to control ki has been getting to the point that I have now learned to a variant of the Spirit Ball. I'm still at 30 GS, but the reason as to why I'm doing that is so that my body can become accustomed to it. The day has arrived, the day in which I get a pupil to teach or train, which was the day Chi-Chi finally caught up to her studies and we began our training. I mostly start her OFF with basic physical exercises, but with 3 GS. Thankfully she was not hurt too badly. The next step was for her to start learning ki, which began after lunch and other exercises to hone her skills at fighting. The routine of me training Chi-Chi in the gravity chamber continued for months, after which she finally learned how to access ki, in which I began focusing her training on more ki control base exercises to the point in which she finally learned how to control and bend a ki wave after weeks of attempting to do so. Months came by and she finally was up to par to Dao's level of power, but not on technique, which I corrected by teaching her more precise ki base attacks like the dot and ray, which was a finger beam. Chi-Chi's stamina on doing ki base attacks were okay but not great, but it seems it's time to teach her how to fly so she can increase her stamina in using ki. More months pass and we're already past halfway point for this year, and Chi-Chi has made great improvements on her ki control and stamina when using ki. My training of course has also been giving fruit, as I have now been able to unlock the basic version of the Kaioken. My level of gravity is set to 50 GS while Chi-Chi's at around 10 GS, which was great for a human right now as she is still growing. I'll believe by the time she stops growing and she reaches her prime she can freely train at any gravity level like me, but of course to a lesser capacity or rate of improvement as she is human. But I did not tell her that, instead kept giving words of improvement to help keep her motivated. The next year has arrived and the tournament will start later this year. My training has greatly improved Pova to the point where I believe I can give Saiyan Saga Vegeta a run for his money. Chi-Chi is able to at least beat Tien or maybe King Piccolo in his old state. I took a break from training to get the Dragon Balls, which I was able to do within a day, after which I just simply collected the balls and placed them in a capsule to be used later if I needed to do a mass bring people back to life thing. The training for me became more and more intense as Chi-Chi needed to go back and study so she could attend the tournament. The intensity became 70 GS. Every day coming close to death till I was able to push Kaioken to 5 without feeling the pain as compared to before. When my control of the Kaioken reached 5 times base, I was able to push my training to 90 GS, which helped me greatly, and by the week the tournament will start. I was able to withstand 100 GS, but my Kaioken control was still at 5, must be my body is still too underdeveloped to handle the power. The day of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament has now arrived. Papaya Island was bustling with business since more and more contenders are here spouting that they will win the tournament. We register ourselves in the tournament, then Krillin and Yamcha came as well to register. We began talking about how we train and stuff. Master Roshi choose not register in this tournament, unlike in canon it seems. The preliminary matches will begin tomorrow at 10 AM sharp, the announcer announced. Let's go get something to eat while we look for a place to stay, I said. Yes, everyone else replied. We use a restaurant that had an all-you-can-eat buffet since 1 I need to fuel up and 2 worth it. 150 bowls, plates of food later, everyone was shocked as this is the first time they saw me eat like tea. Beside the time we eat at the last tourney, but we're still shocked on how much I ate. Thankfully as last year's champ I wasn't kicked out of the restaurant. Me and everyone began talking in more detail of what happened to them during the past 3 years. Krillin mostly training, he said he thinks he can beat me, this in which I replied you're on. Yamcha and Bulma kept getting into lovers' quarrels cause Bulma is getting jealous of Yamcha getting the attention of other girls when they go on dates when he is free from training, and that they broke up and made up over 5 times during last 3 years, Krillin whispered to me. Yamcha said training and not much else, as he and Bulma broke up cause of issues he doesn't want to talk about while moving away from Bulma's glare. Bulma on the other hand said she as working on projects with her dad based on the book I gave him, and she began asking where I got the book, and I said I wished for it, and reasoning was I needed money just in case the tournament suddenly stopped coming every 3 years. Then she said she now wants to wish for the perfect boyfriend cause she feels like she won't find one here, and I said last time that there is no such thing as a perfect boyfriend, as perfection is something that no human can comprehend, and if you did wish for one, how sure are you the dragon can even grant it, as creating a being that is perfect might be out of the dragon's power. Then she said how sure are you? I replied by saying I did wish 2 things from the dragon, remember. I will still try, she retorted. Launch just said cooking and helping people rest after they train. Master Roshi just got a bit redder in the face while saying enjoying the view of nature. Oolong and Puar finally got over their past band, finally became good friends, but not good enough the point where she would teach Oolong how to maintain the transformation for longer than 5 minutes. We said our goodbyes as we went to different places to spend the night. Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha choose to stay in an inn while Bulma and Launch went to fancy hotel. Me and Chi-Chi choose to go to another hotel that was closer to the arena. The next morning I woke up, stretch and do my morning try. Ning by using the Kaioken while controlling a spirit ball. After doing that I went back to the room to get Chi-Chi to get ready for breakfast at the hotel's breakfast buffet. We ate and left to go the arena. We bump into everyone. We said our greetings and a few words of encouragement, then the preliminaries began. Majority of the new contenders were very weak, but I was able to see some of the previous contenders improve from last time. Most of us ended up in different blocks. For me in A, Chi-Chi in C, Krillin in B, Tien and Yamcha G and D respectively, and Chatsu was in E. The people in F and H were filled with mostly wannabe champs and celebrities, but I think I saw Nam and Guy called King Chappa among them. The first round in the preliminary matches shall begin. 2 hours later, majority of the fights me and everyone who I knew were strong ended as quickly as it started. The people representing each block was me, Chi-Chi, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Chatsu, Nam, King Chappa. The quarter-finals will be Jin at 2:30 p.m. so finalists rest up and recharge for 5 upcoming bout. We all went to the provided canteen and began eating. Majority of contenders ate light except for me, but when people saw how much I ate they all were shocked to the point close to vomiting their lunch. After that we all began talking to pass the time. Contenders, please go to the assembly hall so we can begin arranging the matches. We went and got our numbers. I was 8 and Chi-Chi got 3, Krillin got 5 and Yamcha got 1, Nam got 2, King Chappa got 4, Shows 2 got 6 and lastly Tien got 7. The match between Nam and Yamcha went like so. Nam prepared to do a frontal attack, but Yamcha countered with low spinning kick at Nam's legs which caused Nam to lose his balance, in which Yamcha capitalized on this by pushing Nam off the arena. Yamcha was announced to be the winner, but both Nam and Yamcha gave each other compliments on how each of them has improved. King Chappa's fight against Chi-Chi ended even quicker than Yamcha's, as Chi-Chi was able to do Kaya attack to push Chappa off the stage. Krillin vs Chatsu match began like so. Both of them begin readying their moves, but Chatsu used his weird technique to paralyze Krillin in mid-air, but Krillin countered with a math problem, causing Chatsu to be confused long enough for Krillin to start pummeling him, but before RHE last blow was struck, Shows to use the last bit of his stamina to paralyze Krillin again and use the Dodon Ray multiple times to damage him enough to cause a knockout. Finally my match with Tien started. We began doing our turtle and crane stances respectively. I launch an attack by using the afterimage technique to confuse, then fired multiple ki blast at him, but he blocked and deflected some to destroy my afterimages. With that out of my way I began using a little bit of my true power to end the fight now with a quick punch at his midsection, so quick and strong that it seems he just got knocked out without even showing off his moves. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a short break for our semi-finalists to rest and recharge for the semi-finals, which will begin at 4 p.m. sharp. Hope for you to enjoy the sights and food while you wait. The break began and me and Chi-Chi began talking on what technique should she use to fight against Yamcha, in which I replied, I think you're good enough to decide when the match begins. We went back to the kitchen to ask for our snacks. For me and Chi-Chi we ate and talk about stuff for the future, like how are we going to run the Ox Kingdom and stuff, and like when the wedding will be. Then suddenly Yamcha shouted wedding in S hawk tone, in which everyone who was at the waiting area gayard him say, and then Krillin came and both him and Yamcha began asking on how I got Chi-Chi, and I began explaining what happened to me beside W. Had I said of just training, as I didn't want the hassle of Bulma talking to Nai and Chi-Chi about wedding plans, and that was the reason as to why I didn't say I was engaged to Chi-Chi yesterday. The semi-finals match between Yamcha versus Chi-Chi shall begin. Will the contenders please approach the arena for the match? Chi-Chi versus Yamcha. The match between would be interesting. Both Chi-Chi and Yamcha began using the turtle-style stances and started thinking on what they should do. Yaksha tried using his wolf fang fist at Chi-Chi, but she dodged all the blows and countered with mid-kick at his sides, causing Yamsi to wheeze in pain. With that opening, Chi-Chi fired Kaya to push Yamcha off the stage, but he was able to hold on. Then he tried to use the Kamehameha but was attacked with Chi-Chi's own Kamehameha attack, which he couldn't block, but was able to dodge it, but was grazed in his shoulder, causing him to lose use of it as it was dislocated by the force of the attack, but still he didn't give and tried to do a one-handed Kamehameha attack and succeeded doing so, but before the beam even reached Chi-Chi he calloused from overexertion from that technique and the bruises he withstood from the attack from his midsec Tion, which was more damage than he expected. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, suddenly Bulma screamed, "Get up you idiot," causing Yamcha to stand before the announcer said 1. The match shall continue. Yamcha was Emily exhausted, knowing his only way to win was ring out. He tried taunting Chi-Chi, but it didn't work, as when he was about to start taunting he was pushed back by a Kaya attack from Chi-Chi, causing him to be one to ring out. The winner is 1 megasecond. Chi-Chi. The announcer began asking on how she won and what MWTHOD of training she used. She replied by telling everyone that I was the one that helped trained her. The match between Chatsu and Goku shall begin. Me and Chatsu began doing our stances, and when the match began I used my superior speed to hit him so fast that it caused the audience to complain on why it ended so quickly, and began explaining in what I did. The winner is none other than our last year champ young son Goku. We will have short break so that finalist can rest and recuperate, and the finals will begin at 5 p.m. shortly. During the break I began using my ki sense to start sensing a power greater than Tien coming closer to us. It must be King Piccolo's spawn trying to get the Dragon Balls from me. I asked the event organizers if I can grab my stuff from the hotel, and they said yes if one of them went with me. We were able to grab my capsules that contain the balls and extra pair of clothes and go back at the arena 5 minutes before 5 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to announce that final round match between Chi-Chi and Goku will begin shortly. Me and Chi-Chi began our stances and fought so quickly that we began creating mini sonic booms around the arena. This lasted as I began testing Chi-Chi on how much she learned both Master Roshi and Shen, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien and everyone who participated in TGE tournament that they didn't have a chance at winning the tournament the moment they saw how strong and fast we move. Chi-Chi's attack were good but not good enough as she lacks power and battle experience, so after a good 5 minutes I ended it by knocking her back at the arena, then force her out of the ring as she was resisting, but sadly like all before during this tournament I won. Ladies and gentlemen, our returning champ Son Goku has won the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. After the boring ceremony I left with everyone to check out of the hotel, and I planned to go back home with Chi-Chi. But then we ran into everyone as we began saying our goodbyes and received congratulations from everyone. Sadly Bulma heard from Yamcha about me and Chi-Chi, and she began talking about wedding plans non-stop till Master Roshi came and asked about a bachelor's party in which he get hit by Bulma and Chi-Chi, who was taller than me, as my Saiyan heritage only lets me grow in height via short intense burst. The girls are now busy talking about what to do about the wedding that I have to go AMD cross the most dangerous thing in my current life, which was to interrupt a girl's talk so that I could go home. But sadly I couldn't even seem close as TGE intensity of the talk kept growing to the point we had to book another hotel so that they could continue talking. So began exploring and found a green monster and killed it. Then I saw Master Shen punishing the crane duo. I steo forward to confront them, and they vowed to get revenge at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Somewhere AC. Ross, a floating fortress, a being who old and green, began plotting his plans to rule the world with a tiny man at his funding his cause for a promise he will not keep. The next day we finally were able to leave and go home. But sadly now I have to have a big wedding cause of Bulma's interference. The spawn of Demon King Piccolo, or at least I think was the spawn of Demon King Piccolo, is now dead, but now what do I do? I'll just drop Chi-Chi and our things at home and tell her I'll go and look for things to do, as Chi-Chi needs to resume her studies. I flew and began sensing where Piccolo is and ND his signature and began flying at max speed. I found in a flying fortress which was bigger and better equipped compared to Canon. I killed his weird dinosaur-like spawn and challenged him, in which he agreed. The fight between me and Demon King Piccolo ended as quickly as it began, but before the final blow was struck he said if I was younger he would have beaten me. I said really, then I should him the balls and said I'll let you become young again, but don't kill the dragon cause I need it, I warned him. Sharon, come forth. The balls explode in a bright light summoning Shenron. State your wish so that I may grant it. I wish for all the people who are the same race as him, pointing at Demon King Piccolo, who are here on this planet to have eternal youth. Your wish has been granted, farewell. The balls began to scatter, but before they could, I used my speed to gather all of them, shocking Emperor Pilaf and his gang. Even Demon King Piccolo was also shocked. So you're young now, so let's go at it, I said, cracking my knucks. Grr, I'll show you the power of the Demon Haa. Demon King Piccolo sent a powerful blast at me. Poof, there was smoke. Demon King Piccolo was smiling till the smoke cleared up to reveal his opponent unscathed, his smile now changing to show fear if not irritation at his opponent. Is this the best you got? I'll show you a real attack here. Sending a powerful ki blast at Demon King Piccolo, wounding him to the point of exhaustion. Why is he so strong? Piccolo thought. Then suddenly a powerful pain hit him right around his stomach, causing him to wheeze, but when saw the boy he hasn't moved from his spot. Blee. Demon King Piccolo kept receiving hits again and again non-stop, yet his opponent, a monkey boy, has not even moved. How is he able to move so fast that even I can't see him? Piccolo thought. Have enough yet, Demon? No, you monster, how could you have so much strength? Piccolo replied with fear with a hint of anger. This will be it. I launch a power attack. His stomach killing Demon King Piccolo, but thankfully before he died he spat something out. My son, take everything I have so you can give for vengeance against that monkey boy. Somewhere up in the lookout one revitalized Kami almost died. But thankfully he did not, since his other half was able to birth one last child, but this is to be one who inherited all of his predecessor's power and essence. I look around and told Pilaf that Piccolo would just throw him away and told him to just give up at world domination as you lack power to do it yourself, so why don't you just be businessman, after doing that I went back to the Ox Kingdom and resumed my training to become stronger, or at least stronger than Majin Buu. I turn on the machine and begin my training on 100 GS. 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. I began doing squats and other things under 100 GS, then after a certain amount of sets I changed and began doing ki-based training, most using the spirit ball technique to help maintain my control over ki-base attacks. Up down left right, up down left right. 30 minutes later I began using the multi-form technique to practice my physical technique. We both ready our stances and attack. Right punch was then blocked by the left hand, the countered with a right kick at my left thigh, then blocked it with my left hand, then suddenly he prepared a ki blast at point blank range, readied myself by forming a ki bar. Rear around myself. Thankfully the barrier took the front of the attack with smoke cleared. My clone prepared to fire a Kamehameha, but by using my speed I use a rapid fire assault to disturb his concentration. Then fired back an explosive ki wave to disrupt my assault. Then I began focusing my ki to increase the potency of my attacks, but my clone easily countered by using the hit and run method to keep disrupting me and keep me from activating it. Then there I saw it what I need to improve on, how to activate my Kaioken instantly. The next couple of weeks I began training the Kaioken by turn-in. It on and off non-stop. It was a pain for my buddy, but I was able to at least get a level of control of the Kaioken to increase by 8 nanograms the turn on and off. It kept straining my body to the point it had to adapt. Now when I concentrate I can push far beyond 5. I'm reaching 8 times now. A few more months maybe I'll even reach 10 with my underdeveloped body. The start of the next week came, then Ichi barged in my training room to ask for a date. I was dumbstruck as I thought the only reason Chi-Chi became a nag was cause of Goku's lack social cues and other normal people things. I said okay, but when are you free as you're still studying last time I checked? She replied tomorrow afternoon and make it special. A sweat drop on the back of my head appeared as I have like no idea of a good dating spot since I've been training non-stop for my entire existence here. First things first, I need money. Thankfully Dr. Brief gave me a bank account I can withdraw funds from, and I began getting tools to use for research purposes like a computer and portable internet provider. I began flying around buying things ranging from fishing rods to air cars and other miscellaneous things and made sure they all came in capsule form. I began scouting a good fishing spot, then I checked to see if there are any movies appropriate for our age group. After doing that I began writing down what things we could do and what I should wear, other things. The next day has arrived, the day that will most likely be the day that will determine if this Chi-Chi will be like canon Chi-Chi post Z or be the a normal girl personality-wise. I began eating breakfast and do my morning training till 1 hour before the designated time and freshen up and prepare for the tour 2 that will come to me later. 1 hour pass and I came to get Chi-Chi and ask if she would want to go to the city to eat some snacks and watch a movie, or simply go wander around the outskirts of the kingdom and do some relaxing fishing near a beautiful lake. She choose snacks and movie, so we used the jet I bought and flew to the city with a good snacks and movie theater. We first went to the cinemas first to check the movies after deciding on the basic rom-com movie girls tend to like. We went to a nice cafe to eat some snacks and pass the time with some chit-chat. I learned that she learning on how to cook and teaches. She is aiming to be a perfect wife, but she is also doing some maintenance training to at least keep in shape. I told her on how NY training went and asked when she would be free for some hardcore training. She said the year after next year, which was the year of the next tournament. Time passed and we went to see the movie and was surprised to see Yamcha of all people here. He said he was waiting for his date, and after saying our goodbyes we went on with our day. We went and continue the date test to see if there is more to do, and we saw an arcade, played some games, and I somehow won the claw game and got her a cute monkey stuffed toy and a stuffed peapod pillow thing. The date even continued to the night and we have to get some dinner, so we went on to some place casual and ate food with the staff, wondering if we had a party base on the amount of food we ordered. We ate the food and paid the bill and flew back home. Thankfully she didn't nag me on anything, meaning it was most likely her time of the month. The day turned out okay, but I did lose a lot of training time. But it's just a day, I'll catch up. The next day nothing much happened as I began doing more control-based training on my Kaioken and checking how well I can switch from base control to my current max level, which was 8. This continued for a month and I finally achieved 10 times. Now I don't need to go ape to get this level of power. I still need to push my Kaioken to at least Saiyan 20 before trying to achieve Super Saiyan and beyond. The months pass without anything happening beside a few dates in between cause Chi-Chi kept asking, which was okay since it lets me go out and practice. I've my control so I won't accidentally break things. My level of power is growing but not as fast as I would like since my body is still developing. I started going lax on my training and began just using on my control since no one here on this planet was even at the level of Raditz or even Demon King Piccolo except for me, Chi-Chi, Kami, and Piccolo Jr. Cause of that I began relaxing more and just do maintenance level training since my level of power can easily beat a Ginyu Force member. Now I'll pick up the pace next year. Somewhere in the wilderness the spawn of Piccolo was busy training to surpass his father and his father's killer. Elsewhere a duo of Crane students began training with their fellow student and master to try and surpass our hero by doing more control and strength base training methods as they saw that they lack both power and speed to beat him. Elsewhere a certain turtle hermit was busy curving around while he instructed his student Krillin to try and train harder while his other student try and flirt with the one who was feeding them, but was cut short when she sneezed and began firing bullets at them. While in West City a father and daughter pair of scientists gone solving the problem of WIV was the book that our hero gave them, which helped revolutionize medicine as the prototype of the rejuvenation chamber became successful. While in the field of transport Hay began to get ahead in the dead race, which was the space race, as the designs of the engine were a bit too complex right now, but they were still able to crack, but only at the level of delivering odds worldwide. Cause of that the amount of money they made has even made them even richer beyond compared to before. Pilaf and his gang began regrouping and began doing side jobs to regain their lost Oons from trying use Piccolo to do their deed. The next year has come and it's time to restart my hardcore training as doing nothing, but doing dates with Chi-Chi and help test the tech Dr. Brief and Bull Ma-Maid were getting repetitive for me, and my Saiyan blood is asking me to train. The training schedule shall focus on Coney rolling my ki till I'm able to discover that weird back spot that was shown and the show, which is getting harder to remember as my brain is getting filled up with fighting techniques and other things in this world. It took me less than an hour to find TGE the spot, but it was a pain to even begin the transformation to Super Saiyan, so my plan was to now focus more on trying to achieve it. Air, glowing, dimming, glowing, dimming. Aririr ha-ha, glowing, glowing, then burst to show a now transformed Saiyan. Finally, I have now achieved it, and I think I know now what to wish from the dragon, a way to gauge how strong I am. Should I go with Scouter power level or go with Killy level? But damn, it took me a whole week of training. Must be my maintenance training and helping around must have helped become stronger, and that my body has ground closer to what Goku looked like in Z. I should first try to master the art of turning on and off in this form, then try to go full powered. But how? Maybe it's time I should go to the lookout so I can use the hyperbolic time chamber, but I'm not in a hurry to do that right now since no androids and the only threats now are just Frieza and Boo is like how many years away. I got time, but I shish. Old, at least show this to Chi-Chi and check if she is okay with this look for now. I went and showed her this and she was more accepting than in canon and should how I can go back to base if she wanted. And we finally pick a date for the wedding. It'll be a week after the tournament, so we'll have enough time to prepare since it's like more than a year away, so we got time. So I went and summoned the dragon, made a wish. Then used my speed to collect the balls before they scattered, and now I got a device that can measure power levels up to the level of Majin Buu, so I know when to upgrade, and it's very durable so it won't break easily by me powering up, so I'll begin the test. I set up and begin checking it. Say I am currently around 10, which was good as I was trying to lower my power level so I wouldn't break anything. Now it's time to check if I go at full power at base. Ah ha ha. Beep, 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 ping. 987,567. Close to 1 mil, pretty good, but still not good enough to beat Frieza at his full power, but good enough to beat everyone else before him. Somewhere in the world those who can sense power felt immense fear that they began intensifying their training to begin to surpass that power. Even the being known as Kami began training after sensing that power. I resume my training with great vigor as now I can actually know when I'll get STR. Unger, and thankfully the device was designed to look like a scouter, only sad thing it can't be used like one, so I couldn't use it to call people and stuff, but it can scan power levels and detect them like one. The training was simply a Super Saiyan version of my Kaioken training, which took about a week to master, turning it on and off. After that I'll begin my training for full-powered SSG by remaining at SSJ till the end of the day by tomorrow, since I'm beat. The next day I started trying to control my output and power in SSJ so I won't break anything. I was only able to bring it down to 10,000 and I kept trying to bring it down. Then breakfast was ready, I ate, then left to redo my training. This lasted for about an hour, then finally brought it down to 8k, then I kept going at the angle of control for my training in this state. The amount of time passed for me very quickly as a month passed and my control in this state allowed me to bring it down to a couple thousands now, but when I go full power my strength skyrocketed to 99 million plus. I made sure to do it in a split second, only long enough for my device to read it at least. The days where I trained non-stop came into a halt today as Chi-Chi demanded I brought her for a date. The date was a very classic bring your lover, spouse, girlfriend to an amusement park. We went on rides, ate the junk food, then suddenly I saw Bulma with Launch and Master Roshi talking. But no Krillin and Yamcha in sight. So we came and graded them, but were shocked to see my new look, since I was now looking like a proper adult, not like a weird monkey child since my growth spurt hit 4 of 6 months ago. Me and Chi-Chi said our gradings and asked why they're here, but mostly why Master Roshi was here. Bulma explained that she got some tickets for the amusement park from the owner and asked if she and one her friends would want to go to test and check some the rides, and since most of her friends were with Master Roshi that's why he is here, but the reason as to why MCHA and Krillin weren't here was cause of training to catch to me. The girls dragged Chi-Chi for some girl talk, while that me and Master Roshi began talking about training methods and him talking about how Chi-Chi improve and grow pervertedly. The time passed and we all choose to hang out together, cause Bulma and Launch wanted talk more with Chi-Chi and Master Roshi wanted to perv around them, and me I was just stuck acting as a bodyguard for the girls. The time passed, we all went our separate ways as they needed to go back home and me and Chi-Chi needed to continue what's left of the day. We found a place to eat and began talking about the future, like where should we live and like how many kids those she want. I wanted at least 2 kids, a boy and a girl, but Chi-Chi on the other hand wants to have a basketball team worth of kids, so I have to talk to her about the birds and the bees. After that her answer to the amount of kids became more reasonable. We left and paid the bill and flew back home. Me and we slept cause of how hectic it was for me and her, me cause I have to actually go and try to act like a regular person, her cause of the girl talk she had. The next day my training was not interrupted, but I got to go and check if my old house was still there. I went and saw it was there, but it was too small if a family choose to stay here, so I went and did some DIY on the house using the local trees and wildlife, and it became comfy old-fashioned cabin, but I made sure I got some electricity, so I went to the city to get some solar panels and some hydro-powered generators and set it up. Thankfully my level of control has improved, if not I wouldn't be able to do this. After finishing and buying furniture for the house I went back and resumed my training. The months passed, then suddenly a year has passed without much happening. During that time I showed Chi-Chi 5e house and she said she loved it, but NIW she is conflicting between staying here or at the Ox Kingdom, and I said any would work for me, and even you choose to stay we can just make this our small little getaway place. We move here the very next day so we can actually practice being a couple. Chi-Chi has resumed her training to become stronger, and I think she was ready now to try and learn the Kimyokum, but only after she has mastered 20 times gravity. So the months pass like so. After the halfway point her power has increased to T hat of Raditz at least, but still not strong enough to handle Kaioken, but she is getting there. The more time passed the more I see that Chi-Chi had the potential to be one of the strongest people on Earth. But cause Goku wasn't focused on her, that was the reason as to why she was so against fighting. I thought the day I finally was able to fully master the Super Saiyan state was the day Chi-Chi finally was able to unlock the Kaioken, so we began focusing on her to become stronger as her body wasn't able to completely sync up with the Kaioken as the strain was a bit too much for her right now, but she was getting there. The training focus on more ki control and body conditioning as we use the gravity chamber to the fullest, and by the week when the tournament would start she would already have a new GH control on her body that she could use similar to how use it. The training was intense cause of that our power level was 2 mil for me at base and Chi-Chi was close to 9,000 at base. During that time, somewhere in the world the students if the crane began rising in power that could rival that of Kemen King Piccolo at his prime. Then a group gangsters saw the flyers for the upcoming tournament, so a pair of them, a boy and girl, choose to join as they felt this was the key for them to getting the good life. Meanwhile out on an island a group of turtle students began training in the second gravity sea. Hamber provided by heiress of the one who invented it, cause of that their power skyrocketed to closing the gap between them and one of their friends, but sadly for them that gap was bigger than they actually knew. Out in the wasteland, the spawn known as Piccolo Jr. began his intense training regimen that made his power far greater than that of his father, so great he thought that he now thinks that he could beat the one who killed his father, but sadly for him he had gravely overestimated his own level of growth and power. The one who was up on the lookout has greatly increased his strength as he had access to the room, which increased his power to far greater extent compared to his counterpart's power. Out in the desert, Pilaf and his gang has now restarted trying gather the balls, but unknown to them that all of the Dragon Balls were all with their greatest adversary. Capsule Corp has now begun trying to market the gravity chamber for the space program as an anti-gravity chamber which works, as they have sent the second prototype to be tested by warriors whose powers were great. Somewhere in the city a young man began his courtship of lady named Michael, and their plan to join the World Martial Arts Tournament and win it. The tournament site was bustling with sights and sounds, so much so that no one able to find a place that was not affected by the noise and light pollution. Me and C. Hitchy began going to a hotel to check in for the duration of the tournament. After checking in the hotel we went on to register for the tournament, and there we spotted everyone. We saw them and felt the they gotten stronger, so we began talking and they said that they got a gravity chamber from Bulma, as that's the reason why they gotten a lot stronger so quickly. The preliminary matches will begin shortly, so contestants please go to the tournament hall shortly. The announcer announced the go signal, so now all the fighters began lining up and getting their numbers for the preliminaries. The only people who may even pose even slightest threat would be Yamcha and Krillin, as they've trained in a gravity chamber. Everyone else are mere small frays compared to us, even the Crane duo. Wait, there's 3 PO. PLE instead of 2, so now I should say Crane trio. The spawn is here as well. I began scanning the area. Wait, is that Android 17 and 18 and Mr. Satan over there? The preliminary matches began and somehow everyone got into different blocks. Must be the work of the Cranes trio Chatsu. The blocks where A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H and the top 2 fighters of each block will be going on to the first round of the main tournament. I went and got a first half. The spawn got A as well. Chi-Chi got B and Yamcha got E, Krillin got F, and the person who looks like 18 got F as well. D contains the guy that looks like 17 and Mr. Satan. C has the only female Crane student and H has Tien. Chatsu was in G. The match began. Since there's so many contestants, this round A, B, C, D will be today, the rest will be for tomorrow, cause the UGE amount of participants which were over 8,000 or maybe over 9,000, but surprisingly not 10,000. 5 hours of boring one-hit knockouts later. Chi-Chi, the Crane girl whose name was Urine, the guy who looks like 17 whose name was Lapis, Mr. Satan. The spawn who was going as Junior, and some guys who were some kind of athletes or something, and lastly me. Me and Chi-Chi left to go to our hotel to rest and recharge for the next round of the tournament. The others began meditating for rest of the time to prepare. At the hotel room of our hero and Chi-Chi. I think they made a mix-up on the room Chi-Chi, since there is only one bed. I said, but before I could call to correct it I was attacked by Chi-Chi no less, but this attack was not fueled by malice or hate. This attack was fueled by frustration, not just regular frustration, but sexual frustration, and the way she attacked me was not to kill or hurt, but to subdue in a submissive position so that she could have her way with me. She began stripping off mine and her clothes while I was still in shock by what just happened to me. She began doing the adult tango at me that lasted the entire night, costing us to miss the scheduled dinner I prepared beforehand. No, the dinner. The amount of things I felt and experienced were things that I thought my new Saiyan body wouldn't feel as much, but I thought wrong, as my sense of smell heightened compared to before, so did NY sensitivity. But luckily my stamina prevented me from losing this dance with Chi-Chi. The amount of rounds we did together caused us both to pass out, and I must be prepared to pay the fines for breaking some of the furnitures. After that night has passed, our young hero became man. The next day I woke up and I was still shocked on just what happened last night. I checked if was a dream, but not a sigh. Chi-Chi was besides me proves otherwise. Chi-Chi woke up and began cuddling me, but I was still at the state of shock, but after she mentions breakfast I got over it. We ate at the hotel breakfast buffet. After eating we left and paid for the bike and furniture. We left to see who won at the second half of the preliminaries. There was no surprises here, as everyone I knew or recognized won a spot in the second half. Ladies and gentlemen, we love to tell you the first round of the 23rd World MSRTIAL Arts Tournament will be held later today after lunch, and the 16 participants are the following: King Chappa, Yamcha, Junior, Tien, Chatsu, Chi-Chi. Lazuli, Krillin, Yajirobe, Urine, Lapis, Mr. Satan, Goku, Nam, Sky Dragon, Mr. Lau, please report to the arena at 2 p.m. Thank you, have a nice day. We went to the arena to eat the lunch provided for fighters. We began talking about training methods and who would most likely win the whole thing. On the other tables, Lapis and Lazuli began talking on how they'll win when majority of the fighters seems to be on their league. The table containing the Crane trio were busy talking about how strong our young hero was. They began thinking of various ways to beat him while they ate. The table containing the most regular contestants were busy talking about the current champ while Mr. Satan was cowering in fear cause of his mental scar with the Crane school. The demon's pick, Colo Jr., who using the alias of Junior, was busy trying to gauge his target's power level. Please contestants, please step forward as we begin arranging the matches for the first round. Please line up and get a paper that will determine when you will fight. I went first as the current champ and I got 1, then the others started getting numbers. My opponent was some guy calling himself Sky Dragon. The match B, Edwin newcomer Sky Dragon versus our reigning CHSM0 for 2 consecutive years Son Goku. Fighters, are you ready? We began preparing our battle stances. Let the match begin. Sky Dragon launched a frontal attack at me. I reacted by simply dodging it, then simply countering by pushing him off the stage in one fell swoop. Sky Dragon is out of bounds and our winner is our defending champ Son Goku. I left and went back to the waiting area. The next round would be between one of our returning fighters Krillin versus the newcomer Lazuli. While the arena, both of our fighters are having thoughts about their respective opponent. Krillin was a bit nervous as this would be the first time he would be fighting a grown woman, but he knows that if he doesn't treat her like any feuder he'll be disrespecting her. Lazuli was wondering on how will she beat her opponent as he has once showed at all of his opponents during the preliminaries, but she knows he is bewildered by the fact she was a woman, so Lazuli thought she can use that to her advantage. She began thinking up strategies that might utilize more grabbing techniques so that she can use her opponent's bewildered state to her advantage. Fighters, are you ready? Ilan and Lazuli began doing their respective battle stances. Let the match between Krillin and Miss Lazuli begin. Krillin wanted to end this fast, so he chose to try and push her of the ring. Lin began dashing at Lazuli at speeds the crowds can see as he was afraid that he might kill her, cause of that it might cause him the win, I thought. Lazuli saw that and began to prepare an erotic street. YLE counter to increase her chances of confusing and nervousness of her opponent as she believes her opponent has not been with a woman before, she thought. Krillin's ounce landed at Lazuli's CHRSTWH. The women used to her full advantage, catching the blushing Krillin off guard. She utilized this to throw Krillin off the stage. Krillin was still at daze on what just happened till he felt he was about to fall. He utilized a small Kamehameha blast to bringing himself back at the shocking his opponent Lazuli and the crowd. Lazuli knew that attack was her only chance at beating him. I almost lost, Krillin thought. I need to get my mind focus on the match at him no matter how beautiful my opponent is right now. Krillin this time without hesitation used Kaya attack to push Lazuli. What is this force of wind? Is he doing this at me? I can't handle this much force anymore. With that, folks, we have a winner. The winner of this match is Mr. Krillin. Krillin began going to Lazuli. If you don't mind, can you go on a date with me? After the tournament, Krillin asked the bewildered and now flustered Lazuli. Lazuli immediately said I'll think about and ran, causing Krillin to feel dejected, but I told him she's just shy. Most likely she was just playing cool a while ago in your match. Guys, can you get off PLS? We need to continue for the next match, guys, said the announcer. We left and I began comforting him. The next match will be between newcomer Urine vs one of our returning fighters, Ms. Chi-Chi. Fighters, are you ready? Both Chi-Chi and Urine are preparing their respective stances. Let the match begin. Urine and Chi-Chi began attaching each other with kicks, punches and chops, but the only one getting any hits in was Chi-Chi. After few seconds of that bout, Urine was knocked out and out of the ring. The winner, Ms. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi went and hugged me after winning her match. Urine returned to be scolded by both her seniors for losing at the first round. The next match is between newcomer Mr. Satan and returning fighter Yamcha. Fighters, are you ready? Both Mr. Satan and Yamcha are preparing their respective stances. Let the match begin. Mr. Satan tried to land blows on Yamcha, but sadly for him Yamcha just flicked him off the stage. Winner contestant Yamcha. Yamcha went and talked to Krillin to try and give him some advice. The next match will be newcomer Mr. Lau versus last year's runner Chatsu. Fighters, are you ready? Both Mr. Lau and Chatsu are preparing their respective stances. Let the match begin. Mr. Lau did a frontal assault at Chatsu, but sadly for him he was facing a strong Gadapan. And he lost after being one-shotted by Chatsu. Winner Chatsu. Chatsu left and returned to the waiting area to begin meditation so he can pass the time. The next match is between newcomer Lapis and returning fighter Nam. Fighters, are you ready? Both Lapis and Nam are preparing their respective stances. Let the match begin. Nam was getting old, cause of that he needed to finish this fight quickly, he thought. Lapis on the other hand knew his opponent was old, but he knew Nam was a returning fighter as well as old. Nam must be strong, so he needed to be careful if he wanted to win this match. Lapis thought. Lapis began moving closer to Nam, but Nam just stood there waiting for Lapis to come in close so he can strike when an opening presents itself. Lapis began engaging Nam in close combat while Nam trying to block Lapis's attacks on him, then there he saw it. Nam was able to find the opening between the sequences of the attacks of Lapis to see that Lapis preferred to relay on his right side for most the attacks. Nam attack right at the left side of Lapis's stomach, causing Lapis to flinch in that moment, but moment is all you need to the battle in your favor. Now Nam is busy with the attacks and now Lapis is on the defensive. Lapis was able to start dodging after a few hits wherein as his experience in street brawls has given him something of a sixth sense when it comes to receiving attacks. Nam was now tiring out from his assault as he wasn't able to stick with it, causing him the match when Lapis attacked him with a headbutt right at his face, causing him to be dazed from the attack. Enough time for Lapis to throw him off the ring. The winner is the newcomer Lapis. Lapis went to Nam to say his thanks and greetings. The next match is between newcomer Yajirobe and returning fighter King Chappa. Yajirobe versus King Chappa might be entertaining as both are close to each other in terms of strength, I thought. Fighters, are you ready? Both Yajirobe and King Chappa are preparing their respective stances. Let the match begin. Yajirobe and King Chappa went up close to each at the same time. Their attacks kept blocking each other's attacks, causing both of them to be filled up with bruises. Both fighters seems to be tired. Know who would be the one to push on AMD win this match. King Chappa did his 3-arm onslaught on Yajirobe. Yajirobe was tired and his will to win was not as great as King Chappa, costing him the match. Winner by knockout is King Chappa. King Chappa returned to the waiting area to rest up. The last match for the first round is between returning fighter Tien versus newcomer Junior. Fighters, are you ready? Both Tien and Piccolo Jr. are preparing their respective stances. Let the match begin. Tien began assessing his opponent by coming in close proximity and landing a punch right at Junior's midsection. Sadly for Tien, the attack did nothing but give Junior an advantage. Junior began grabbing Tien's arm and began throwing him off the ring, but sadly for Junior, Tien knows the sky dancing technique, preventing him from getting ringed out. Junior saw this as a test and began showing his powers at Tien. Tien realized he might be over his head as that grip he received from Junior was too strong. Tien thought. Junior began powering up a ki blast at Tien. It fired after a few seconds of charge time, but those seconds were more than enough for Tien to prepare a counter blast against Junior's blast. The collision made an explosion, scaring some of the audience away, but not enough to scare them off from watching the match. The match went on with Tien and Junior firing each other with ki blasts left and right non-stop. The resulting explosions were damaging the ring and causing minor earthquake MS to occur. The audience didn't care as this was the most exciting match for them in years. The match between Tien and Junior went on a standstill as both are exhausted from their attacks, but none of them are giving up as Ray want revenge at me. They began foregoing key base attacks and began oing close quarter combat, landing and blocking hit from each other non-stop, causing both of them to have damage barely covering the groin area as everything else was either torn or had holes left and right in them. The fight ranges on as both Tien and Junior prepared a final attack to finish the other off. Tien fired out his perfected Super Dot and Ray, which looks like a basic powered-up ki beams. Junior countered with a Masenko. The ki beams collide and both V sides seem to be evenly matched, but Junior has a slight advantage when it comes body condition, as his boy looks like it's less damage, must be the Namekian healing factor working its magic. The beam struggle keeps going from Junior's advantage to Tien's non-stop, causing both of them to be heavily exhausted. The beam on Tien's side suddenly went out, actuality he stopped midway to conserve his stamina. Tien used that sudden stop to his advantage as Junior overcompensated on the beam struggle, consuming more of his stamina. Tien moved during the moment's Junior's overcompensating act to go behind to launch a barrage of attacks with his remaining energy. Junior wheezed in pain as he was being attacked. The smoke cleared, showing a very damaged Junior on his knees in shock. Junior began standing up. When Junior stood up he began tossing his hat and cape off the ring as it was weighing him down, giving him a slight boost in stamina gain, shocking both Tian and the audience watching the match. Junior, with his weighted clothing off, began using his unrestricted speed to pummel the now tired, wasted and shocked Tian out of the ring. The winner by a close margin is our newcomer Junior. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to apologize as the final match of the first round destroyed most of the ring. Cause of that the remaining rounds will be postponed to be held tomorrow at 10 a.m. The ring will be repaired by that designated time, so please enjoy your stay at Papaya Island and sorry for the inconveniences. We all went back to our hotels or inns to rest up. Me and Chi-Chi left together. Yamcha and Krillin went on chasing girls, Krillin trying to find Lazuli, but with Yamcha trying to find Urine. I think if he and Bulma are still broken up. While going back to the hotel we meet Bulma and Launch Blue Form talking with Puar one table in a cafe while Nan the other, Master Roshi and Oolong on the other. We said our hi and hellos and told them where Krillin and Yamcha went. Th Bulma only showing slight annoyance with the mentioning of Yamcha. The girls began talking to each other after they took Chi-Chi, causing Chi-Chi to blush the color of vermilion as they were asking about what happened last night. Me on the other hand started talk to Master Roshi about if he wanted to go to the wedding which will be held at Fire Mountain next week. With no surprise he said yes. The girls kept talking non-stop to the point Yamcha and Krillin came back. Krillin had a massive grin on his face while Yamcha was slouching with disappointment. Yamcha AMD Krillin began talking to me to what happened to them. Krillin was able to get Lazuli's number and were able to schedule a date, but Yamcha on the other hand failed as Urine was way too focused on training to try and beat Chi-Chi. We all went to eat at the same buffet as last, but this time it was bigger than I last saw. Then I saw the reason it was the picture of us eating her last time before the 22nd tournament started hanging on the wall. We ate the same food as last, except for some reason Chi-Chi was eating a lot more than she usually does. We began talking about the tournament AMD, how strong some of her next opponents are. The dinner was filled with people teasing me, Chi-Chi and Somehyu Krillin, as well as a nervous aura that Launch Blue Form was emitting that I felt. I went to talk to her about why she was nervous, and she said that she wanted to leave Kame house but doesn't know where to go from there. I just told her you can live with us if you want, and plus Chi-Chi needs the company when I go do my training journeys. She said she'll think about it. I went to Chi-Chi about what afford to launch and she was okay with it. Must be their friendship has grown. The dinner ended after a while. After that Bulma, Yamcha, Krillin, Puar, Oolong, Launch and Master Roshi stayed at the same hotel as us. So we said our goodbyes and went to our rooms to sleep, but my case prayed that I will be given sleep as Chi-Chi's eyes said otherwise. Later our young hero and Chi-Chi went back to their room to continue what happened that night. We had another rematch at our room, but this time I was leading as this no longer a surprise attack but an anticipated one. I began using my hands to try and subdue her, but to no avail. She was not backing down, so then I began using my tails to cause her to give in. The round of the dance was lasting longer than last time, causing me to put more effort into this, but thankfully we both yield at the same time to cause no one to lose in shame, after which we went to bed. The next day we washed up and then ate breakfast with everyone, then we all left to go to the errands for the quarterfinals. The first match of the second round would be between our reigning champ Son Goku versus one of our veteran fighters Krillin. Fighters, are you ready? Both me and Krillin are preparing our respective stances. Let the match begin. Krillin knew he was weaker than me, but that didn't stop him giving his all. Krillin started with Ki Blast Barrage at me to try and confuse me, but sadly for me I sent my own to cause a smoke screen to blind him, as he hasn't discovered the ability to sense Ki yet. The smoke screen provided me with enough moments to move in and knocked Krillin out of the ring. The winner is our reigning champ Son Goku. When Krillin worked up I told him he doesn't have Ki sense yet, so if he wanted I could train him like I did with Chi-Chi. His reply was maybe after your honeymoon. Oh, speaking of honeymoon, who will you bring to my wedding next week? Maybe Lazuli, if she says yes to it. After that we left to go back to our waiting area. The next match is between both returning fighters and veterans of the sport who are Ms. Chi-Chi and Mr. Yamcha. Fighters, are you ready? Both Kai and Yamcha are preparing their respective stances. Let the match begin. They both did a frontal assault, but by the looks of it Yamcha has a similar strength level compared to Chi-Chi, but lacks the technique. Chi-Chi, utilizing her better understanding of fighting techniques, assaults Yamcha with a fury of kicks and punches at his torso, causing him to wheeze in pain. Yamcha was about to prepare a counter-assault, but sadly for him Chi-Chi used the Kaioken to temporarily break her limits to beat Yamcha out of the ring. The winner of this match is Miss Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi came to Yamcha in epilogue. Eyes as she was being too harsh on him during the fight, but Yamcha forgave her as it's a tournament, only the better fighter can go TP the next round, he said. They both went back to the waiting area with Chi-Chi running to me for an embrace, causing Yamcha and Krillin to cry in jealousy. The match between newcomer Lapis and last year's runner Chiaotzu will begin. Fighters, are you ready? Both Lapis and Chiaotzu are preparing their respective stances. Let the match begin. Chiaotzu didn't waste any time as he wanted to get over quickly. He began using his telekinesis to just throw Lapis off the ring in mere seconds after the match began, shocking the crowd with that. The winner of this match is last year's runner-up Chiaotzu. Lapis felt sad for losing his only chance for him and his sister getting a better life. Sensing this sadness, I immediately told Krillin that you can try to get Lazuli by using her brother as a connection between you and her, so talk to him, I said to Krillin. Krillin began offering Lapis that he and his sister Cam stay with him at Kame House if they got nowhere to go after the tournament. Lapis was flowing with joy and admiration for what Krillin did, but only if he knew why Krillin was doing this. He would punch Krillin at the groin. The last match for this round would be between King Chappa and Junior. Fighters, are you ready? Both Junior and King Chappa are preparing their respective stances. Let the match begin. Junior wasted no time on this match as GE simply throw King Chappa of the ring, landing him on one RHE chairs for the audience. The winner of this match is Junior. Junior returned to the waiting area. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a short lunch break for the fighter for the semi-final round, so please enjoy RHE scenery on Papaya Island. Thank you for coming. The semi-finals will be held at 2 p.m. so fighters please be there at that time. We all went to lunch with Lapis calling his sister to join us, so now those three, Krillin, Lapis, Lazuli and Master Roshi, began talking about living arrangements. Bulma also offered Launch Blue form her place if she wants to leave Kame House. We all mostly kept talking about living arrangements, but by the end of it Launch agreed to stay with me and Chi-Chi, while in the other part of the table Lapis and Lazuli agreed to stay with Krillin at Kame House, and Yamcha finally got kicked out of Bulma's house, so now he needs to find a job after this tournament. Somewhere else on Papaya Island, one student of the Crane began contemplating her reason for joining this tournament, while her two seniors began thinking of ways to try and surpass Goku in the break between the second round to the third round. Junior began meditating as he knows he might not stand a chance against his target. Elsewhere on the planet, Pilaf and his gang were looking for the Dragon Box with no success. The lunch with everyone went well, with me and Chi-Chi asking if everyone wanted to go to our wedding. With no surprise, everyone there said yes. Fighters, for semi-final round please report to the tournament arena. We all went back to the tournament hall to begin our match. The first match in the semi-final round is between our reigning champ Son Goku versus one of our veteran fighters, Miss Chi-Chi. Fighters, are you ready? Both Chi-Chi and me are preparing our respective stances. Let the match begin. I immediately went on the offensive and attacked Chi-Chi to knock her out before she even had the chance to begin attack, shocking everyone watching the match. Winner Son Goku. I brought Chi-Chi to the waiting area for her to rest up. The next match is between last year's runner-up Chiaotzu and newcomer Junior. Fighters, are you ready? Both Chiaotzu and Junior are preparing their respective stances. Let the match begin. Chiaotzu began using his telekinesis on Junior, but to no avail. As Junior was way stronger than him that he easily blasted Chiaotzu, causing Chiaotzu to wheeze in pain as this would be his toughest opponent yet. Junior knows he needs to preserve enough stamina so he can beat his target in YHR next round. But he knew that he needs to finish this as quick as possible. Chiaotzu, fearing he might lose his chance at victory, he began using the tri-beam that he and Tien developed to try and defeat Goku. He fired the beam, but sadly for him his beam was countered by another beam attack fired by Junior. Our fired a beam attack only strong enough to cancel the blast, so he could use the upcoming explosion as a smokescreen to do a very quick hit at Chiaotzu. Chiaotzu felt a slight tap on the nape of his neck before everything to him went blank. Junior, using the smokescreen, used his speed and power to knock Chiaotzu down with one hit. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and there we have S winner. The winner for this match was upcoming newcomer Junior. Chiaotzu was brought to the waiting area by the staff. Junior went to the waiting area by himself to wait for the announcement for the final match. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have been waiting, the final match and round for the 23rd World Mart Ale Arts tournament between reigning champ Son Goku versus upcoming star and newcomer Junior. The audience, do you think our champ has it in him to win another championship belt, or do you think Junior will be the one to throw him off his winning streak? Both of me and Junior went up on the ring give ceremonial greetings to each other before the match. Hello Junior, do you want to wager something? I said. What is the wager, he replied. Oh simple, the loser of this match becomes the subordinate of the winner. Do you agree to this wager? Are you scared? You know you can't beat me. I saying 8T at such taunting manner. I agree, but don't forget I'll end you, he said angrily. Okay good, I happily replied. Fighters, are you ready? Both Junior and me are preparing our respective stances. Let the final match of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament begin. I immediately powered up to my max base power to scare Piccolo Jr. and it worked, causing to stand still for a few seconds, but those seconds are all what I needed to win this match without destroying the ring, as today has the full moon and it was going rise soon, so needed to finish it quickly. My powering up caused ripples in the air to cause huge winds blowing away dust and dirt from the ring. Piccolo Jr. was stunned beyond compared, as now he was thinking how idiotic he was thinking he could compete with a monster like that. I quickly moved into Piccolo Jr.'s behind to knock him out with a neck chop, causing him to become unconscious, winning me the match. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for 3 consecutive years in a row, your still reigning champ Son Goku. He winner of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament is Son Goku. The ceremony of me receiving my prize money and other things like marketing deals and advertisement deals were all thrown at me and my new subordinate. I began checking most of the contracts to see which one seems the most legitimate and easiest to maintain. I gave some of them to Chi-Chi, as she has the brains between the two of us. So after everyone began their negotiation with Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi called me to sign the contracts after she explained to me what the contracts are about. We gathered everyone on Papaya Island to go and RTY as I won the 23rd tournament and cause I was going get married within the next week. The week after the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, we got everyone to come and celebrate at Fire Mountain for wedding. The ox shed tears while Bulma was happy as she was the maid of honor for Chi-Chi, while I was able to somehow convince Krillin to be my best man at such short notice. The celebration contained song and dance and huge amount of food. Lazuli and Krillin got into some dancing. Bulma looked a bit down, so I came to ask why. Bulma said that she broke up with Yamcha and has no one right now. I simply told her just focus you. Then after focusing on yourself, then try find someone else to love. Outside the venue, Piccolo Jr. was acting as a bodyguard for the event for his new boss's wedding. Last week at the tournament grounds. Don't forget I'm your boss now, Goku said. Yes I know, Piccolo Jr. said angrily. Oh, Goku clapped. I should train you to be stronger. Do you want that, Junior? Goku asked. Jr. was pondering on what he should do. Should he forego his pride as a demon to become stronger, or should he protect his pride and find his own way to become stronger? But if he does choose to forego his pride, he will forever be that man's subordinate, but if he chooses to keep his pride, there is small sliver of hope he can renew his independence from that man, but by sacrificing his chance to become stronger faster if he does so. Bah! Goku clapped right in front of Junior's face to bring him from the world of his thoughts. So what did you decide on, become stronger with me or be training by yourself with little to no gain? Goku said calmly. I'm your subordinate, do I even have a choice? Junior asked. Actually yeah, cause I don't want to train a person who will just spit or bite the hand that fed after that person got what he or she wants, said Goku confidently. Junior began thinking that this man is not as bad as he thought, as that man wants loyalty first, so maybe it will not be to serve him and wait and see how will things go from there. I'll train with you, said Junior. Their training was postponed as his master or boss has to help prepare for the weddings, like food, drinks, entertainment and other things needed for a wedding, and plus his boss's honeymoon, whatever that might be. The day of the wedding. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to show that our current 3-time champion Son Goku is current LY tying the knot with semi-finalist Ms. Chi-Chi from the Ox Kingdom, which located at Fire Mountain. The amount of wedding guests were bigger than I thought, since I made Chi-Chi handled everything about the wedding. It used about 5% of my prize money from the tournament. Chi-Chi was very much a blushing bride, with everyone complimenting her on her dress and everything else she made possible here. Bulma and launch and some of the female guests were all talking with some of the male guests here. Yamcha was drinking out of his mind in the open bar, must be getting kicked out was harsh for him. Krillin was busy trying Wo Lazuli. Lapis on the other hand was happy that people who were part of the top 8 got some prize money, unlike in the previous tournaments where only the champ got any. I began thinking on what I should wish for as the balls can be used again. Dr. Brief came and said thank you for inviting us to wedding and for that book you let us study. We began depositing your share of the profits to your bank account. The technology there was amazing, by the way. I just kept nodding back at him as I was now getting hungry, as we are mostly me hasn't eaten any of the food yet cause of the non-stop picture taking and receiving of gifts and congratulatory greetings given to us. We finally gotten back to our table and I began asking YHE staff angrily for the food which they are already used to NY anger when I'm hungry I remembered. But why are they still shaking? Then I noticed Chi Chi said the same thing, but with greater killing intent, even shocking me. So both me and the staff got a huge pile of food to serve me and Chi Chi. Chi Chi ate like Saiyan who hasn't eaten her breakfast, yet even I was shocked on the amount she was eating. The reception ended with everyone saying good things to us. We were the last ones left, so we choose to go to the cabin I built to stay for our honeymoon, just the two of us there and no else. Day 1 of our honeymoon was just setting up our things. Chi Chi rested on the bed while I went out to stock up on the wild game in the forest and herbs on Mount Patsu. Later that day, since Chi Chi doesn't know how to cook wild game, I prepared the meal. We ate and began talking abo. Oot kids like how we should raise them, or should we send them to school so they could make friends their own age. After dinner I washed the dishes and cleaned the table while Chi Chi rested as she seems tired. But who really knows, maybe she's just tired from the wedding and catch up on rest she lost during the week of getting everything ready. Later I came and give comfort to make sure she know I am there for her as I heard a small cry. Then it turns out to be her being hungry again. I went out to procure more food to feed Chi Chi. After I fed Chi Chi we went and do what normal newlyweds do and we broke the bed frame from continuous movements while we were on it, but we only noticed it the next day. The next day I went out to get us a new bed frame made from more durable materials, and after which I began getting us more food from the mountain, but I went to the closest supermarket to get everything else we might need as Chi Chi's appetite was bigger than usual lately. The went on like what you would expect to happen. We ate, made love, but sadly we had to use a futon as we didn't have the custom-made bed frame yet. The days pass on like that with little to no events. We finally got the new bed frame for the bed. We tested out, but sadly it broke as well, but at least it lasted for 2 days. This time I went called Dr. Brief so he can make us a stronger bed frame. He said yes, since surprisingly their designs on an almost indestructible bed in the book. It must be for Frieza, I thought. He said he can get it ready by the end of the month. We began resuming our time with laughter and joy to hell. P.S. cope with the loss of the bed frame as the futon wasn't as comfy as a bed. The weeks pass and we began doing light sparing as Chi Chi began having vomiting spells during her waking hours randomly. We went to the doctor after her vomiting spells didn't stop for 3 days straight. We arrive at the hospital and Dr. Gregory told us that Chi Chi might be pregnant, give or take 3 weeks, shocking me and Chi Chi and causing me to faint. When I woke up, the Dr. Greg, as he wanted to be called to be while I was out, he did test to confirm that Chi Chi is pregnant. Chi Chi began buying baby things like lots and books on taking care of babies. We decided to tell everyone when she passed the first trimester. The month passed and so did our honeymoon. We began resuming our regular lives. I began training Junior and check how well he could handle 10 times gravity at the gravity chamber. I told him our should try and train up all the way to 100 times gravity of you can fo that I'll start training you for while that I began doing my part of the contracts I signed. I began doing shoots, commercials, and other things. The days went on like that, me jumping around completing my end of deals in the contracts. They finally ended when it was announced that the next World Martial Arts Tournament will be held 5 years from now, as the tournament organizers needed time to reorganize the tournament and the structures as to make sure no damage as what happened on the 23rd will happen again, as the tournament organizers partnered with Capsules Corp for the upgrades. The days pass and Krillin finally came to M.E. for some training and he brought Lapis and Lazuli. The regiment for Krillin is more on honing his ki control and him achieving ki sense, but for the twins it will be more of a pain. I first gave them basic strength training to help them achieve enough power to awaken ki. This method hopefully will give me results before the baby will come. Junior was having a hard time training to get used to 10 GS, so he began meditating while in 10 GS. Somewhere across the planet at the Crane School of Martial Arts, one of the students is preparing to pack their things to leave to find a new and kinder master to learn from. While that was going on, Tien and Chatsu were both thinking on why they lost so badly at the tournament, but they were lucky for Chatsu appearing at the semi-finals, as now they have Noi funds to begin their training with the new commercially available gravity chamber made by Capsule Corp that can go up to 4 GS, use by the military to train for withstanding the GS of flying a jet or riding a rocket into space. Somewhere on the desert, 2 tiny men, both being weirdly colored, began their plans to get the Dragon Balls for their own evil purposes. A few months pass and Junior has caught up to Krillin in terms of handling gravity, shocking Krillin. Since now both of them are now more or less the same level, one began showing them the spirit ball technique for them to practice ki control and other ki base exercises. The twins' training is going smoothly that I now can give them weight or clothing, since in my spare time I have now learned how to do the clothes beam technique. Ichi told Launch that she was expecting when Goku started training Krillin and the others. Launch, trying to pull her weight, began being Chi-Chi's assistant through her pregnancy by giving food perfect for pregnant women. Chi-Chi was happy that she now has friend to help her while her husband was away training, since Bulma was busy with her job trying to decode the blueprints AMD ideas, the book her US band gave to her company to give her family a form of steady income. Chi-Chi's job as the princess of the Ox Kingdom was to help her father manage the kingdom's expenses, and her first thing she did as to move all the important jewels away from being destroyed in Fire Mountain to a safe house located in under the cabin her husband has built. Yurin was now able to finally leave her former master's dojo as he was a terrible person. She began looking for a new master. She tried finding Master Roshi as he was the master of both her opponent during the first round of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, and the champion Son Goku, who stated in an interview that he first learned from his late grandfather Son Gohan, who learned from Master Roshi, who was the current champ's last teacher, but to no avenue. She couldn't find Master Roshi's whereabouts. She began thinking, and she remembered that the current champ married the Ox King's daughter, who was also a semi-finalist at the tournament, so now she began finding a route to go to Fire Mountain, as that is where THT holds 2 lives. Yamcha began trying to find a job to earn some money, as he knows the prize money he got won't last for long. He began applying for jobs and got lucky that one of the managers of a baseball team, Mr. Randy Johnson, saw him as a potential asset for his team, the Wild Bandits. Master Roshi and Oolong were busy drinking their loneliness away as Launch and Lazuli left to live at Fire Mountain. Bulma and her father began having breakthroughs at space travel technology. Dr. Brief has now been working hard on the custom-made bed frame Goku ordered from him. Bulma was busy chatting on the phone with some guys she met at the wedding, but sadly the moment he knew who she was, he no longer saw her, Bulma the genius, but Bulma, the heiress of Capsule Corp, causing Bulma to dump him the next day they met. The year has now reached autumn, and Chi-Chi and Goku began telling everyone that they are pregnant. I began scheduling doctor appointments, studying on how to raise and take care of babies, causing me time off from training for myself, but not enough from training others. The training of both Junior and Krillin has now reached a point where I believe that they can learn the Kaioken, shocking both Krillin and Junior. The twins have now gotten stronger, at least the level of Krillin during the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Egan giving them heavier weighted clothings. Me and Chi-Chi went to go to the doctor to get an ultrasound. The results were shocking, as the doctor told us they have what it looks like tails and that we are going to have twins, causing me to faint from shock and joy. We shared the news with everyone, causing them to ask about the sex of the babies, but we couldn't give them as the ultrasound couldn't show the sex, as their tails were blocking the view. I began teaching the twins Lapis and Lazuli Ki, as their level of power was strong enough to awaken theirs, which was a pain for me. They began practicing the Kamehameha stances. Then after getting used to that, I began telling them to actually put some ki in, and they both fired properly. The weeks pass and they have now gotten used to their ki, and I began teaching them how to fly the same way I thought Chi-Chi. The training of both Krillin and Junior has been going as scheduled, with Junior learning on how to do the Kaioken, but Krillin really needed to see a THC 6 up to Junior's Tech 6, as he just learned how to sense ki and using it to fly. The day was going nicely, then suddenly one of the Crane students came to beg me to teach her, so I said yes, but you need to be useful here, like help with the chores and stuff. She agreed, but I still need to test her. The test was how well she can spar against the twins on a 2-on-1 battle. I asked Krillin and Junior to act as Reese, as I needed to tend to other matters. I went with Chi-Chi buying more baby clothes, then help her adjust some of the clothes to make room for the tail. We began talking about names, and I offered naming one of them Gohan after my late grandfather if one of them was a boy. Chi-Chi agreed. The match between the twins and Yurin went as so. Yurin tried to use a multi-arm technique she learned from Tien to help compensate for the lack of a partner, but sadly it only caused her to slow down. All the extra weight and shift of her center of gravity caused her to not fight at the optimum levels. She lost after 30 minutes of punching, kicking and sending out ki blast, but lost because of lack of proper diet. The months pass and we now know the sex of the babies. One was going to be a girl and the other a boy. We got our due date somewhere around June. The Ox King was screaming with joy by learning that he was going to be a grandfather very soon. The training regiment of Junior and Krillin has gotten to the point where I ordered a new gravity chamber that can go as high as 500 gs when Dr. Brief came to deliver the bed frame personally, as he was late at sending it to me by months. He said it was going to be due by the end of next year, as he was packed with projects. The twins has now catch up to Urine individually in terms of both power and technique. Urine was now eating a proper diet, cause of that her power level was now stronger. Then she came, which was not much compared to me. The twins and Urine has now gotten strong enough that they can now start training at 10 gs. My training has not been going as planned, as I haven't been able to get any form of training done, but I'm going to be dad, so I need to be ready for sleepless nights. The day of Chi-Chi going to labor is getting closer, causing me to slowly start stressing out. Cause of that I made Junior and Krillin start training Urine and the twins. The days became in 2 weeks till the faithful day came where we are rushing Chi-Chi to the hospital to deliver our children. Chi-Chi was screaming. Thankfully she wasn't well trained enough to use key-base powered strength subconsciously, so there was no need to pay for fines. After a grueling of 10 hours of labor, that I felt that I needed to use a senzu beans I have brought just in case something bad happens to Chi-Chi or the babies. She delivered them healthy and strong, even surprising the doctors cause of how much hair they have on them. We named the boy Gohan and the girl Jine, as Chi-Chi couldn't remember her mother's name, so I offered a name that started with same letter as Gohan. We brought babies home, after numerous questions about their tails, which was 2 days SFTER since they had to be monitored and Thry had passed some tests to make sure they are ready to home. The days of my normal life ended on days when both Gohan and Jine kept crying for food non-stop. Launch was able to help, as both babies surprisingly can also eat baby food and milk provided by Chi-Chi or formula. Bulma came to say hello to the babies and to give me reports on how well the projects were doing. The training of both Junior AMD Krillin started to stagnate, as I wasn't able to give them more techniques, but they are great Tiak. Hers, as both them taught the twins Lapis and Lazuli and newcomer Urine properly, as all them were able to push to 20 times gravity after the week the babies came home. The weeks pass and suddenly I can seem to remember when was the last time I slept properly. Having kids is hard work, but seeing their cute sleeping faces makes it all worth it. Chi-Chi was now sleeping on the floor near the crad. Less of the kids, so now I have a third baby to bring to bed. I brought her to bed and asked Launch if she can watch the babies for us while we catch up on some sleep. The year passed right before my eyes. Gohan and Jine has now been using their tails to help them walk around cutely. Both me and Chi-Chi began documenting them non-stop, to the point where we place cameras everywhere we can place them. I also got used to taking care of them. Now must be my Saiyan body adapting to the stress of parenthood or something. Now I'm able to find time training my students and myself, but sadly Chi-Chi was now obsessed with our children that she doesn't want to train anymore to become stronger, which was sad, but understandable. If only I didn't know Majin Buu or Frieza existed, I would also just played with our kids non-stop. But I do, so I need to become strong enough to protect them from harm. The training regiment for me was to use the newly developed gravity chamber and begin my very masochistic way of training, abusing my Saiyan body's trait of Zenkai's to push me up into at least 3 million. I began putting my power level scanner and began scanning levels of my students. Junior was the strongest, as he was at the power level of 13,000. Krillin came a close second at 10,000. Urine came at third at Weebly 8,000. Lapis and Lazuli were about 6,000, give or take 500. I was around 1.5 million as my power drop, as I was getting the dad bod from being a proper dad. The days of the return of my hellish training began scaring everyone who saw it. Even Junior was scared on how I train. I kept it for months till it was close to my kid's birthday, where I stopped, with me gaining back my 2 million. I began commissioning clothes for them by Capsule Corp, as Capsule Corp has finally cracked the armor and fabric of the PTO uniforms. The day came with everyone being there. Bulma bought them toys. Father-in-law bought them hats resembling his helmet back in the day. Master Roshi offered his Nimbus Cloud. Oolong, Yamcha and Deepuar was able to give them baseballs and baseball gloves. Krillin, since he was here with us, offered to babysit them when me and Chi-Chi wants to go on dates. The twins bought them matching pendants. Urine made them giant stuffed angry monkey toys. Launch bought them children's books. Chi-Chi was somehow able to find where I hid the Dragon Balls and them both hats and matching outfits using the 4 STA R and 7-star ball respectively as ornaments on their cute hats. The next month came with no incidents. The training of my students started to garner attention from the public cause of that I had to announce that I'm making a martial arts dojo called the Dragon's Fist using Shenron as my mascot. One of my first student applicants after announcing my dojo was surprisingly Mark and his wife Michael W. Ho brought their child with them, a baby girl named Vital. The reason why was Mark needed to get stronger and the school was made for people who couldn't get jobs so that they can learn martial arts too. Somehow get a job recommendation to either be a bodyguard or police officer, and since I wasn't charging anything, as in actuality I was somehow able to convince Chi-Chi to make this part of the Ox King Dom's government plan to reduce homelessness and unemployment. The number of applicants were over 10,000 and rising, since the program will give people living arrangements at the new condominium and so provide basic education to help people get started. The vetting to make sure only those who were worthy that APLIED got in was intense, but luckily at least Mark was able to get in. The Dragon's Fist Dojo opened the next month after the vetting process. I began using my previous students as teachers at my new dojo to teach the new applicants on basic martial arts, which were all Master Roshi's training method to use them as free manual labor. The farming output and contribution speed increased dramatically by 30%. The dojo was giving me more free time as there was a daycare center for the students' children, which gave Gohan and Jin the chance to make friends at their age group. The free time allotted me to train harder and to finally coming closer to fully mastering the Super Saiyan state. The year passed with a flick. Chi-Chi is now more focused on her job being the budget manager of the Ox Kingdom. Launch was a very good assistant, helping in every way she can. The twins Lapis and Lazul. I benefited greatly with the education program in the dojo, making them able to get a certificate making equal to high school graduates. Yurin as well was studying to make up for lost time just being a fighter, and she was also able to get the same certificate. Krillin did the same thing and was able to get a job offer at a police station at West City, but he declined as he was more on being a martial artist and martial arts teacher right now. Junior was also benefiting from the program. Actually, he benefited the most, shocking even me, as he was able to get a doctorate of child care with the year, shocking everyone. Junior was a teacher, caretaker, student and also my subordinate. His power has greatly increased within the time he spent with us, and also he changed a bit as well as he began taking of my kids like an uncle. Junior was at the power level of 20,000 as the reason why wasn't getting stronger faster. I kept hogging the new gravity chamber. Krillin was finally able to get Lazuli to say yes to being his girlfriend. Lapis was not sure what to do with his sister being in a relationship with his best friend. The children are now beginning to say their first words, and theirs first word was Kakarot. The why were trying to say carrot as their favorite show was starring a carrot as the main character. The months went on and we finally had time to celebrate our wedding anniversary, so went and stayed at the cabin in Mount Potsu. Thankfully Launch and Junior were able to watch the kids. We began talking about how we met and how we actually came together. Chi-Chi began blushing as she was the reason we are here together in the first place. We begged and fishing living off the land, and we did this for the week together, and thankfully the bed frame didn't break this time. We arrived back home. Launch told us on what happened while we were gone. Chi-Chi and I began doing her things, her being a manager while I'm being some sort of symbol of martial art pros. I began catching up on my contracts like movie, like being a cameo to Summit. The shooting and acting was a pain, but it was fun as I got free tickets to the showing for me and my family. I was also being used as a model for the upcoming new product of Capsule Corp, the training suit, which was based on the PTO uniforms, as they were finally able to mass produce the fabric. The new sports clothing line branch of Capsule Corp was smashing hit as martial arts was getting a resurgence with upcoming 24th World Martial Arts Tournament in the coming 2 years. The kids were now 2 years old and their birthday party was more eventful compared to the last, as now they have friends to play with. I began thinking on when I should start training them to at least master the Great Ape form. I'll start when they are able to remember their dreams. The Terrible Twos was not a name to take lightly. Jin kept running around every time Sheik, and the moment she and her twin brother Gohan started walking, I began having a harder time controlling my kids as they were more wild. At least Jin was. Gohan was more behaved, just reading his books as he took to learning as fish to swimming. It came natural for him. Jin was more into running around and playing physical games, causing Vital to keep losing her breath just to keep up. The training regiment for the students in the dojo finally went on to weighted clothing for those who didn't ran after the first week of training. The people that stayed or at least continued level 1 training were immediately hired to be part of the military or police officers or other task that requires a strong body. The education part of the Ojo majority if not all people stayed causing the rise of teachers, and other bachelor-level degrees as Chi-Chi really put a lot of courses into this part. The way people learn was via video lectures fr. Affiliated universities is our connection to one the smartest people in the world really helps with getting universities asking their teachers to send video lectures to us. The training of my stud. NTS were going smoothly after Bulma sent us more gravity chambers. Junior and everyone else were now at 10,000s to 80,000s mark with Junior being the strongest and Lapis and Lazuli being the weakest as they w. Air really focusing on their studies. Urine was around 14,000. Krillin was more on about 60,000. The days passed peacefully till Garlic Jr. came to try and kidnap my children for their balls. Thankfully I was able to learn and master instant transmission, so I was able to end this without causing a fuss or panic. Garlic Jr. died when he tried to open the portal as I blasted everyone who was my enemy. Pill, AF and his goons were arrested on charges on holding weapons without a permit, causing them to be stuck in jail for 5 years. The kids were sleeping peacefully without knowing what was about yo happen them. Chi-Chi was mad at me for the collateral damage, but was thankful after I explained what almost happened. The months pass and the kids were beginning to show signs that they can finally start basic training. After me begging Chi-Chi for her blessing, I was now able to start them on basic training exercises. The first step was basic battle stances as they're too young to begin training using weights or gravity training. Jain was easily getting it while Gohan got it after few more tries, but after learning them he began understanding the reason on what the stances are used for. The months pass on like so. Me training the kids after they have their mini study sessions, me training my students training the ones in the dojo, Chi-Chi managing the expenses and other expenditure of the Ox Kingdom. The days were filled with peace. The kids' third birthday came and went. I did my duty as a parent by playing with them and began teaching them in how to fly, causing their friends to cry in jealousy. My training became smoother with each passing day as the kids became easier to handle and my students are now focusing on making their own techniques. Chi-Chi is stick refusing to train as her job is her priority, right, only coming second to our kids. The Ox King was getting better at handling his kingdom after he was educated on political science courses. Launch was busy all RPUND helping anyways she can. The time has come to find Cammy's spaceship to bring it to Capsule Corp to get the dats inside so I can go to Planet Namek to talk to Elder Guru and see how well he is doing. I went to the Yosa something heights and found Moldy and barely working. I carried the ship all the way to Capsule Corp for Dr. Brief and Bulma to get the data from it and to reverse engineer it after they got the data. They thanked me for giving them a great thing to help them in developing in their spacefaring technology. Bulma asked me on how everyone was doing. I replied that they're doing great. I was going. Then it hit I should check how Yamcha was doing. I began sensing his ki and poof. I appeared in his apartment, him sulking on the hand life dealt him. Yamcha was shocked to see, so I said, "Hi, what is wrong?" He replied that his life was a mess. How, I said. He replied by saying he got a job for some pro league baseball team. Okay, but what's wrong with that, I said. The problem was after I signed up why did a basic background check and discovered I was the bandit from the desert, so after that I got fired and blacklisted from playing in any sports. So that's your problem, you still have your prize mo. Nay, that you get a few years back, right, I said. Yes, but I'm running out as I had to use it all for paying my lawyers to make sure I wasn't jailed for being a bandit, he said. Okay, why don't you move it ITHS and restart your life by training to be a martial artist again, I said. Okay, Yamcha said sadly. I immediately called Chi-Chi on what happened to Yamcha. She said he can stay for a while, at least until he can get a job. I brought Yamcha and PR to STSRT, getting back on track his life by training his body. Yamcha began to regret his choice of coming here as his friend Goku's training was so harsh that he began to forget his problems. The months pass, then suddenly it was the same time of the year again. Since last year we couldn't go as it was very hectic year for us, but this year we were able to squeeze some time to be together for at least a day at the cabin. The training regiment for the students in the dojo has now become apparently more popular than it was first shown, as we got more than over 9,000 new recruits who passed the vetting process. The older recruits like Mr. Mark was able to get a stable job of being a police officer at a place called Ginger Town. Vital and her moth. Our stayed here as Vital was already enrolled at the affiliated schools in the Ox Kingdom that pop up right after I became a world-renowned celebrity, causing Mr. Mark to cry as he needed to go to Ginger Town for his job. But had to leave his wife and child here. Time passed, then the new year came. Out in the stars, 3 warrior were busy discussing on the next job they needed to do. One of them said his job would be too difficult for just the three of them to do, so one of them offered to check if his brother was still alive after all these years. The leader said, go, we'll go and do another job. Why? Louis, wait to see if your brother is still actually alive. Raditz was busy going to find his brother, but the problem was he still had to check the database on what planet he sent to. While doing that, Zarbin came to check on what was Raditz up to. Raditz replied, Frieza was telling us of a job, so I'm checking if I can find my brother Kakarot on the database of infiltration babies. After searching for a while, Raditz found him on a distant mud ball of a planet called Earth. He began preparing for the journey to this Earth, which will take about 3 to 4 months, give or take 1 or 2 months to travel from this Frieza planet outpost. He began reserving 2 pods, one for him and one for his brother, just in case his brother's pod was destroyed during his stay on the planet. Then Raditz left for his journey. Master Shen was a very cruel, but he became even crueler when he discovered that his estranged brother died by the hands of his rival student, causing him to lash out to his students to become even stronger than the boy that killed his brother. Tien has gotten stronger ever since they were able to get the funds to buy the gravity chamber. Chiaotzu was disappointed with himself as he wasn't getting stronger at the same rate as Tien. Master Shen was furious when he finally learned that one of his students left to learn from the man who killed his brother. Bulma was mostly helping her father with decoding the book her friend Goku gave, as she was still a bit hung up on guys she met being gold diggers. Up in the lookout, the guardian of Earth known as Kami was impressed of the one known as So Goku, as he defeated both his other half and his other half spawn. Kami has been training, but the techniques used by the one known as Son Goku were too complex for him to know with just observation alone. If he wanted to learn them, he must ask Goku himself to teach him. Mr. Popo was feeling joyful as usual, as nothing dangerous is right now. Kami began scanning his original house and found that it's gone. Must be the wear and tear from Mother Nature has finally destroyed, Kami thought, without knowing that it was Goku who took the ship and moved it. Yamcha was happy with his current living arrangements as he is being trained by his friend Goku and Krillin. Yamcha was disappointed that Krillin has surpassed him in power, not by a little or by a lot, but by margin so huge that he can even see the end of it. His training with everyone started out as easy with just using the gravity and weighted clothes, but oh boy, he didn't know that they also got the prototype tank here, cause of that YHE rate of how much they increased the gravity and the weight of the clothes were too high that he had to make multiple stops to the rejuvenation tank. Gohan loves reading books ever since mommy or that blue-haired lady taught him how to read. Jine loves moving about non-stop, causing people to wonder if her and Gohan are actually related, as one loves staying put and be good kid, the other likes running and causing trouble wherever she goes. Jine and Gohan has friend named Vital, who is one of the children in the daycare where they go and try to play with children their age. Vital was only 3 years old, but even she knew normal people didn't have tails, but since their dad also has a tail and that their dad made this place possible, she just ignored it. Vital wanted to start training like her friends, her mommy said no as she was too young, so she asked her friend Jine if she can teach her, as Gohan is too much of a mama's boy to teach her, as he would be too afraid to teach her. Jine and Gohan's training were just them copying their dad's movements at first, then it became them chasing him and finally him teaching them on how to use ki to fly. Gohan was okay with the training since he gets to spend more time with his dad. Jine absolutely loves the training her dad gives, to the point that she keeps asking non-stop to increase the load or the pace of her training, but sadly for her, her dad chooses to go with the slow steady approach. Jine began teaching Vital after her training sessions with her dad, mostly on stamina training like running around and chasing stuff. Gohan sometimes helps out here and there when he's not reading. Chi-Chi was working on budgets and other financial papers for the Ox Kingdom. Launch was at least able to help taking on some of the calculations needed for some of the paperwork. Krillin was happy as his relationship with Lazuli was getting stronger and deeper for each passing day. The reason must be that they both have suffered from Son Goku's harsh and humane training method since the introduction of rejuvenation tanks. The 4th birthday party of both Jine and Gohan has arrived, with more children in the party as the Dragon's Fist program is getting more and more members each passing year. The games being played around were huge, even the entertainment was excellent as well, but the food was the main attraction of all the birthday parties for Gohan and Jine, as the food was personally prepared by Chi-Chi. Even with her busy schedule, she still finds time to prepare food for children and events surrounding her children, as she believes no food anyone else would cook would be enough to her standards. The party was a success with both of her kids sleeping in their respective beds. Her husband was surprisingly not in the house, as he would normally be the one to do this. But she knows he couldn't be here for them as he was busy with upholding another contract. The number of contracts her husband has signed greatly improved her family finances, but the time it too. Okay from them was hard on some days while not even being noticeable on others, but their lives as a family was still worth it. The months pass, then her husband had an idea of holding a small reunion party at Master Roshi's island. She began scheduling the day and began calling Master Roshi and Bulma if they would approve cause Master Roshi owns the island, and as for Bulma, she was a very busy person, so she needed to ask Bulma if she can make time. The day was set. The weeks followed by people preparing for the food and drinks and others. The day finally came with everyone arriving at Kame House. New S bulletin: a meteorite has appeared near West City, but thankfully no one is there, so no lives were lost. On the area of the crater, one man with very large hair stepped forth out of his pod and began using his scouter to scan for his brother. He found a huge number of signals of power levels on this planet, cursing on why his brother didn't do his job, but no fret as his scouter pick up a power level C. No, that was huge, a bit far off from his location. Kakarot, there I found you. I arrived with my family and friends and some of my students at Kame House. I gave my greetings to Master Roshi and Oolong, who became drinking buddies since Launch left to live with us. Bulma arrived shortly. We all then began talking about how we all met and the adventure of the lifetime we had searching for the Dragon Balls for the first time. They ate the food that prepared the kids. Gohan and Jine began playing with Turtle and some of the creature nearer at the beach. Raditz finally arrive at the source of that P.O.R. level signal only to find two children playing that surprisingly look like Saiyan. I felt a power level while I was booty eating and drinking with everyone. I told them I'll check up on the kids to see how they are. Then I looked to find a man that looked familiar for some reason. Kakarot, you're alive, Raditz said. Okay, so how do you know that name? I replied while signing to the kids to go back to the house. Simple, I'm your brother and the name is Raditz, said Raditz confidently. Ah, now I remember, you're that weakling that was introduced during the first episode of the Dragon Ball Z, I said shockingly. The statement his brother said both shocked and angered Raditz. What do you mean by weakling? Kakarot, Raditz demanded. Ow, so loud man, be cool, just check my power level, one said calmly while powering up a bit. Beep, 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 poof, and his scouter was destroyed. What power? It's over 22,000, Raditz said with a hint of fear. While that was happening out in the stars. Vegeta, did you hear? Raditz's brother is still alive and has a power L level higher than 22,000, Nappa said jokingly. Really, a power that surpasses mine? Nappa, we'll leave this mission ASAP as I need to know. Why is there a Saiyan that is stronger than me? Vegeta said angrily. Back to our young hero. Actually, it's much higher than that, but by the looks of it your scouter couldn't handle it, Raditz, I said nervously and jokingly. What, it's higher than 22,000 by how much, brother? Raditz asked. About 3 million, give or take 500,000 at my base. I said, causing for Raditz to faint. Now I have to carry him and explain this all by myself. I complained. I brought Raditz to Kame House and began explaining that he was my so-called brother. The kids were excited that they now have an uncle in Bega. And playing with the Raditz's unconscious body. 10 minutes of his hair and tail being played by the kids later. Raditz finally woke up, so I dragged Raditz outside so we can talk. I asked him why he is here. Then he began explaining about our heritage and why he was here. The Witcher were both Saiyans, the strongest race in the universe, and they our home planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor, and he reason he is here was he wants me to help him with a job. I immediately said no to the job cause I don't like it. Raditz was shocked with that revelation. He began asking. I explain I have a family here and I don't want to work for someone so weak. I am not weak, Raditz shouted. Okay, prove it. There is an island nearby, let's spar there. If you could even land one blow on me I'll consider it my loss, I said confidently. Okay, he replied. We both flew to the island and began at our respective stances. Raditz did a frontal assault at me and he began sending barrages of punches and kicks at me. I simply dodged all of them till he tired out and then I punched at his gut, knocking him out. I woke Raditz up by dumping his face on the ocean to check if he'll wake. He did after coughing out water. I began asking Raditz if he is willing to quit the PTO to work for me as a training partner of sorts since none of the current guys are at my level yet. He said yes, since no one treated him with respect lately, not even the other Saiyans. I began introducing him to everyone including my kids, shocking him on 2 points. One was Saiyans can have kids with the people here, and two that I named my daughter after our mother. The reunion continued as so. Except that the girls began checking out my brother. Even poor Krillin was greatly saddened when even Lazuli began checking him out as well. Chi-Chi began asking me on how I can have a brother without knowing about it. I began explaining on why I was here. Base 1 what Raditz told me earlier, then Master Roshi jumped in to explain on how Grandpa Gohan found Goku and how Goku fell causing the accident that brought me here. I began telling Raditz that I'll train him starting tomorrow at maximum Siam efficiency, causing everyone who saw me train saying they're conned. Olenses to Raditz, even my children were saying it. After the party we left and arrived home, then Raditz began asking me why the females aside from the one you called wife has been asking me random questions are staring at me with predatory gazes that gives me the chills on my spine. Brother, Raditz asked. They were checking if you're capable of mating or available for mating, brother. I replied. What? Raditz exclaimed. You do know we're the last Saiyans left, so it's our job to guarantee the chance for there to be a next generation of Saiyans, so just pick one who you think suits you and try to check if she'll say yes or no to your advances, or would you rather focus on training first, brother? I said teasingly. I rather go do that hellish training your pupils keep warning me about, than go through the hassle of getting to know a woman, Raditz said. Okay, be prepared for tomorrow, I said. I began going to bed and began contemplating on what I should do. Should I tell her who I am or just continue not telling her? I fell asleep in my thoughts. The next day I began getting everyone ready to begin their morning workouts. I got Raditz up and brought him to the gravity chamber and began his journey of pain and rebirth. I turn on the gravity chamber up to 20 to check what his reaction will be. Kakarot, what did you do to me? Raditz shouted. I simply turn on the gravity chamber up to 20 times gravity of Earth or 2 times planet Vegeta's, I replied. What? Why did you do that? Raditz asked. To start your training, of course, I said. So now get into your stance and try and attack me the best you can. I ordered. Okay, here I go, Kakarot, Raditz said. Raditz began sending barrages of attacks. I blocked all of them, shocking Raditz. Why are my attacks not working and why am I getting tired? Raditz thought. Brother, why am I tiring out faster? Raditz asked. Oh, simple, you're under heavier gravity than your body is used to, so now your body is adjusting to it, and since we're training its cow sing greater strain to it than what you normally do, so you're not used to it, that's why. I replied. I think we should resume our spar, I said. We both re-readied our stances. Raditz began using physic Al attacks as he was getting tired from using key base attacks a while ago. Raditz used numerous array of punches, kicks and grabbing techniques to try and put me down and fails as I kept dodging them. I launch a near-fatal barrage of punches and kicks at Raditz, causing to gasp for air. Luckily I gave him a Senzu bean just so he can recover faster compared to using the rejuvenation tanks. Kakarot, what is this thing you gave me? The some restored me to full fighting shape, Raditz questioned. A Senzu bean, I said. So now let's go back to training. I said. We went back to training, this time at 30 times gravity, as the Zenkai boost gave him enough power to handle 20 times. Raditz began attack me with renewed vigor. I either kept dodging or blocking his attacks while I countered with my own, so that I could correct his stances. The training ended after I was able to push him at 40 times gravity of Earth. We were able to arrive at dinner just in time. Dinner was filled with random question from Ki DS asking about Raditz and our Saiyan heritage and culture. Chi-Chi and most of the adults were shocked to find out about that Saiyans don't marry. Raditz explains that most Saiyans most like to fight. And even the females of the race loved fighting, with extremely rare exceptions, and one of them was Jine, the mother of both Raditz and Kakarot. We all went to sleep after dinner with the exception of Launch and Lazuli talking with Raditz. The next day I began getting Raditz up for day 2 of training. I went to his room and it reeks of alcohol and other things. I went and looked and found him naked with Launch blonde form, and most surprisingly Lazuli. I thought she was dating Krillin. Must be they broke up or something, since Krillin was a bit too clingy, I think, for Lazuli's taste. I began shouting to wake them up. The groggy Lazuli saw me and blasted me out of the room. Some time later, everyone arrived at breakfast. Krillin was glaring at my brother. Lapis was trying to comfort his friend. Junior was caring about what just occurred. Urin was unaware of what Lazuli and Launch accomplish. Chi-Chi was busy feeding our kids to blind them to what occurred before breakfast. Raditz was just being a sigh. Yan and not caring on what just happened. Lazuli and Launch were both having afterglows and were both blushing in shame. Yamcha just clapped at Raditz for what he was able to do. I clapped to change the atmosphere. We all ate breakfast and I began dragging my brother to resume his training. We arrive at the gravity chamber. I talked to Raditz on what happened last night while we spared at 40 plus times gravity. So Raditz, what did you do last night? I asked. I drank some alcohol and talked with the two females last night to the point of drunkenness of both, brother. Raditz said. So why did I found all three of you naked in your room, Raditz? I asked, while landing a right hook at his face. Oh simple brother. You did tell me to help continue our line as we are the last of our kind and both agreed to the task, that's why Kakarot. Said Raditz proudly while sending me punch right at left side. So this was all my fault in a way for telling him to have kids. I face palm. We continued our SPAR till it was time to increase the gravity to 50 times Earth's. I began teaching him key control as he was catching up very quickly to everyone here. A Suda from me. The exercises consist of the following: meditation, spirit ball control, and trying to gain key sense. The training continued till lunch came. Krillin broke up with Lazuli for cheating on him a little bit before lunch came as I heard them fighting on the way. Luckily for both of them, their powers were more or less at equal footing now. Launch immediately sat beside Raditz while Lazuli did on his right. Krillin and Yamcha were both crying with tears of jealousy now. Lapis was just eating his meal trying to ignore them. Lunch ended and I began training Raditz in the afternoon training, this time with his mind as he was going to be taking a test later this month. The weeks passed as all of Raditz's body, mind and desire for women changed so drastically that I was even surprised by how much he changed. Raditz's power level when I scan him secretly became from 1200 to whopping 100. Even shocking Junior who was at that level. Raditz was able to streamline all of his course studies to the point he was able to get a basic high school certificate in passing his test. The major shock was that when it came to women he was very open to the advances of both Launch blonde form and Lazuli, always having both of them by his side every day for the last 3 weeks. Compared that to when he just arrived, it was quite a shocker. I kept continuing this pace of training with Raditz with such increasing intensity that even scaring Raditz himself to running away, tail between his legs. The training was so harsh that I had to commission Bulma and Dr. Brief to build a specifically designed training chamber for Saiyans. The chamber wouldn't be available till the end of the year, until after 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. We continued this harsh training method with just the current gravity chambers. We kept soaring day in and day out, week after week, month after month, non-stop, except we had breaks, especially for me cause I have commitments I have to fulfill. Raditz just used those breaks to sleep around his bed with his two new cuddle buddies. While that was going on, Krillin renewed his vigor to train harder after learning that bastard Raditz was able to go toe-to-toe with Junior after only 3 weeks of training. Lapis and Yamcha were an easy-going duo, as they mostly try to flirt among the new students in the dojo or the girls in the town. Launch blue form was shocked to learn what she was doing while she was her blonde form. Lazuli was a bit saddened about the breakup with Krillin, but not by much as he was the one chasing after her and that she knew she can easily get any other guy if she wanted to. Bulma really wanted to talk to her friend Kai if she can give her a way into Raditz's life until she heard what Raditz did to poor Krillin. Dr. Brief was astonished when one day Goku brought his pod and his brother's pod to Capsule Corp to be studied as well as his brother's armor. Master Roshi and Oolong kept drinking their problems away as they still were saddened about Launch not living with them, as well as Lazuli moving out to live in Fire Mountain. Junior was currently babysitting the children at the daycare by using Husk Clothes Beam to gov all the kids' martial arts GI and funny and cute customs. Junior was pretty shocked to learn that S boss's brother was able to go toe-to-toe with him with just weeks worth of training. Junior, using in of the many gravity chambers, began his new training regimen to help increase his power as he doesn't want to be surpassed by Raditz. Sir Goku began training us to try and master the Hewer Ferns of gravity faster. He even began telling us of this technique called TGE Kaioken. Urine was extremely PPY being thought this technique after Sir Goku properly explained this technique. Junior began taking over the lessons as he was like the second strongest guy here, so he was the one who explained how to use and do the Kaioken technique. The Kaioken technique was extremely harsh, so we began focusing on more key Kantial base exercises to help maintain proper control over it. The months pass and my fellow street Udent Lazuli had began having weird cravings and appetites for the past couple of weeks straight after she began seeing Sir Goku's brother Raditz. I also observe Ms. Launch as well, she is also having the same problems as Lazuli. I asked both of them if they were feeling okay. They replied that they weren't sure. Launch and Lazuli both went to the doctors to get check up. When they came back they were both shocked. Launch and Lazuli both went to Raditz and told him the news, and he was too shocked to comprehend it that he fainted on the spot. They both went to Chi-Chi asking for advice. She told them Jew, Saint wake him up and let him know properly. They went back to see Raditz waking up from the ordeal a while ago. They retold what the news was. This time he called Goku. I arrived to discover that my brother doesn't understand basic biology. I told them if they choose to keep them, I'll pay for the financials. Raditz said he'll try to be what you Earthlings call being a dad, as Kakarot can be one, so can I, giving both Launch and Lazuli hope. Raditz began helping Launch and Lazuli co-op with their new ordeal. Raditz began helping where he can, especially with Launch, as he began helping Chi-Chi as the temporary assistant. While out somewhere on planet, a duo of Crane students began trying to surpass their limits to surprise their rival in the upcoming tournament. The time passed as so. Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming 24th World Martial Arts Tournament is on the way later this year. Raditz saw that and immediately asked me, what's that? I began explaining the history of the World Martial Arts Tournament to the best of my ability. He immediately asked us to join, as he believes the amount of training with me for months has increased his power to surpass mine. Launch and Lazuli announced that they were 3 months pregnant with Raditz as kids, shocking everyone and causing some to cry. Bulma, who was there giving the reports to Chi-Chi, began talking about how was Raditz getting all the dirty details from them like she did with Chi-Chi a few years back. Raditz began asking me for questions about parenthood. I said ask Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi said just prepare for the world of lack of sleep. Ring, ring, ring. I went and picked up the phone. A few moments later. Guys, there is change in the rules. One of the changes is that the champion of the last tournament can be a seated fighter, meaning they don't need to go and fight in the preliminaries, and 2 there is now an age restriction, as parents saw the previous World Martial Arts tournaments and that they don't want their children fighting adults as. Oh, there is an age cap 18 years old for the adult division, and 3 there are divisions now, 1 for adults, 1 for children up to 12, 1 for teens ranging from 13 to 17 now. I announced. Jine was great. Lee saddened by the news that she wouldn't be able to compete against adults, while Gohan was relieved he wouldn't be fighting adults. Lazuli checked the date online and she concluded she couldn't compete, as she would be heavily pregnant, so she is forcing Raditz to try and win the prize money for her and their kid. Raditz then resumed his extremely harsh training with me. Krillin, Lapis and Yamcha will be training together. Urin will try to train with Junior, while both of them will also be training the kids who will be joining the children division. Chi-Chi began going back to work. Bulma left to go home. We went and do our own separate things. Okay, Raditz, I'll be increasing the pace of our training to the point of near death every week till the tournament will start. I said. Okay, Raditz said. I began pushing the gravity chamber up 300 GS to check if he can handle it, since he has been to go 200 plus GS these last few weeks. We began sparing him using the Kaioken I taught him, which surprised him. As he took the Kaioken faster than I did. It took Chi-Chi almost 4 years of training to be prepared to use the Kaioken. Junior took about 5 or 6 years, since he had to catch up. Krillin and everyone else use about 5 or 6 years as well, or maybe more. Me, it took me almost my entire childhood, but to be fair, I didn't spend much time learning it, as I was more focused on increasing my base, and the others have me to teach them the proper way. Raditz began using a Kaioken powered assault at me, hoping by using it he can close the gap. Left punch, right left hook, right knee kick, left round kick, a pretty good combo, Raditz. But not good enough, I said. I began counter him by simply grabbing his leg and send a key blast at his chest at point blank range, knocking him back to the wall. Wow, Raditz, you actually didn't get knocked out like last time. I said. Kakarot, I gotten stronger since last time. Raditz said. Oh really, maybe it's I go a bit more serious now, don't you think, Raditz? I said confidently. Bring it, Kakarot, Raditz said. I began powering up to at least surpass Raditz's current max. Ah, I screamed. Wafat, power, Raditz said with hint of fear. Raditz, I believe this is about enough to beat you right now. I said, taunting him. Again with you underestimating me, Kakarot. Raditz said angrily. Okay, now let's get the show going, Raditz. I said. We beg. And resuming our soar with me leafing this, forcing Raditz to go on the defensive. I continued my assault non-stop as Raditz is beginning to tire out, and I launch one more power fist right at his torso, causing him to get knocked out finally. I brought him to the rejuvenation tank to heal up. I went back to the gravity chamber to start trying to be on Super Saiyan 1. Okay, now I'm at least able to go full mastered Since I had a lot of free time, but going to 2 would be a pain, but it will make beating Frieza easier and faster. I said to myself, I should try putting more ki to my back so maybe I'll also unlock 2 the same the Saiyan girl did in Super. I began putting more ki and I felt the change almost happening, but not enough must be my base is still not strong enough. I will just have to keep on training till I do. Raditz finally woke up from our training session a while ago and I began training even harder. The months pass with training-filled aches of everyone joining the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. I was somehow able to squeeze time to help Junior and Yurin train the kids who were joining the children's division. Majority of the kids couldn't join as they were either too small or their parents said no, as you need your guardian to sign if you want your kids to join the children's division the tournament now. The day of the tournament was now a month away. Breaking news: 2 Met. EORS just hit East City, vaporizing it off the map. On the ruins of East City, 2 lone warriors began searching for the being to want to find and question. Elsewhere across the stars, one tyrant was wondering something. Zarbin, Dodoria, why did Vegeta left target planet Gem without finishing the mission? Frieza asked. I don't know, sir, both Zarbin and Dodoria replied with a lot of fear in their tone. But I believe I know where they are heading, sir. As I recalled, one of the low-class warrior known as Raditz said he was going to look for his brother on a weird planet called Earth, sir. Zarbin replied. Earth. Men, I want you two to send yourselves, Q and couple other low-class warriors to bring Vegeta, Nappa and those other low-class monkeys back here. Frieza said. Sir, we'll do that, sir, immediately, sir. Both Zarbin and Dodoria with a hint of fear. On the Frieza planet 79, Zarbin and Dodoria are beginning to send themselves and their troop to Earth to get the Saiyan scums back here for Lord Frieza. At the ruins of East City. Vegeta, where do you think Raditz's brother Kakarot is? Nappa asked. Idiot, just use your scooter to find him. He must be the highest power on the planet, right aside from me, of course. Vegeta said. Ping, 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 pong. Vegeta, I got a couple power levels ranging from 10,000 to 21,000 around somewhere due north, and I got 2 or 3 power levels too high to read near southwest. Nappa said. Okay, Nappa leads, head to where the high power levels are. Vegeta said. Elsewhere on the planet. Guys, why do you think she cheated on me? Krillin said with the hint of anger and sadness. I don't know, Krillin, maybe you guys weren't that close in the relationship yet, so maybe that's why she cheated, but who really knows? Yamcha said with a tone of sympathy. Hey Lapis, do you have any idea? Yamcha and Krillin said. Why are you guys asking me? Lapis said. Simple, you're her brother. Both Yamcha and Krillin said. I think I have an idea. Why she left you for him? Maybe it's 'cause he is related to Goku, so maybe she is trying to chase money since Bithov wanted the easy life, but that's one of many reasons why she left. The other might be 'cause you're too clingy. Lapis said, with a hint of embarrassment and sadness. Yeah, I think I can agree on the clingy part, since you know, Krillin, you were too pushy when you guys met, remember? Yamcha said. Yes, I know, but still, why? Krillin said with so much sadness in his voice. Yes, we know, man, yes, we know, both Yamcha and Lapis said. But still, you need to get over her like I did when Bulma dumped me. Yamcha said. But didn't she dumped you 'cause you using her money to bang other girls? Both Lapis and Krillin countered. Yes, I know, but still, guys, you shouldn't rub salt on wound that didn't heal yet. Yamcha said with a hint of sadness and guilt. Guys, we need to go back and train for the tournament. Lapis announced. They went back to training, trying to master the level of Kaioken they can use. At Fire Mountain. I feel something coming closer to us, Raditz. I said. Really, Kakarot, I'll stay here to continue my training. Raditz said. Near Fire Mountain. Both Vegeta and Nappa just arrived, then they saw Saiyan standing before them. So you must be Kakarot, that weakling Raditz's brother. Vegeta said. Okay, who are you? You look familiar, by the way. I said confusingly. Vegeta, that low class seems to remember you or something. Nappa said. Bah, now I remember, you're Vegeta, pointing at Vegeta, and you're Nappa, that weird bald weak Saiyan Vegeta killed during the Saiyan saga, pointing at Nappa. I said. What did you just call me? Nappa said with a hint of anger. Weak and bald. I said. That does it, Vegeta, I want to teach that low class a lesson. Nappa said angrily. Suit yourself, but remember his power level was recorded at above 22. Before our communication was cut off with Raditz. Vegeta warned. Who cares, that must be a malfunction or something. Nappa said. Here goes something. Nappa said. Nappa launch a ki blast at me. I easily deflected it, hitting his scouter, then I sent a punch at Nappa, knocking him out. I then placed Nappa at a nearby tree. Since now the idiot is out, let's talk. I said, okay, but first let me see if you're even worth it. Vegeta said, so we're going to fight by the looks of if, huh? I said. Vegeta went for a frontal assault. I just kept dodging and blocking his attacks and just match his speed and power so he can tire out. At Ox King's castle, what is Kakarot taking so long? Raditz said, why don't you check what he is doing? Launch Blonde Form said, I'll do that after we have some fun. Raditz said, meanwhile at Chi-Chi's office, where is Launch and Raditz? They should be here right now helping fix this huge pile of paperwork. Chi-Chi screamed, Raditz is training last time I check. Launch who knows with her personality problem. Lazuli said, back at the near Fire Mountain. Why can't I seem to hit you? Vegeta screamed in frustration. Oh, simple, I am just stronger than you. You know, I said joyfully. I will finish you here. Have a Gallic gun, Vegeta screamed. Oh, we're doing beam attacks now, are we? I said. Ka, me, ha, ma, ha. I screamed. My beam missile. Why defeated his causing him to lose his scouter and him to get knocked out and at death's door. Luckily I give him a senzu bean waking him up. Now are you ready to talk? I asked. Yes, I am. Vegeta said defeated ly. We began talking and Vegeta began explaining what happened to him and the other Saiyan survivors under Frieza's rule. I can make you stronger, then Frieza, but it will cost you something. I said. What is it? Vegeta demanded. Oh, just don't complain and I'm completely in charge of the training regiment. I said. Fine, when do we begin? Vegeta said with annoyance. After I introduce the two of you guys to everyone here later. I said. We both flew back home with Vegeta carrying the unconscious Nappa. We arrive at the training area and found Raditz resting beside a sleeping Launch. I woke both of them up, shocking them as they both saw Vegeta and Nappa. Why are they doing here? Raditz demanded. WWHO are they? Launch asked. Vegeta introduced himself and Nappa to Launch. Vegeta then explained why he and Nappa are here. So my scouter was able to transmit something even after it exploded. Raditz said amused. But still, why did you bring them here, Kakarot? Raditz asked. Oh, simple, more training partners. I said. Raditz complained. I think it's time to start training again, anyways I'll be training Vegeta. You try and wake Nappa up, Raditz, and start training him up. I said. We both began our training with our Sado pupils. Raditz focused more on trying to bring Nappa up to speed when it came to key control, as Nappa was really weak. He completely depended on his higher power levee. L and mass destruction or mass damage techniques to do the job. Vegeta on the other hand wasn't a total waste. He picked up key sense and power level control quite easily. I began instructing Vegeta in using the gravity chamber on his training and left him onto his own devices after I told him where the regeneration tanks are. Okay, now what will I do since Nappa is still being trained on the finer arts of Ki and Vegeta still needs to increase his base first before I can properly train him? I thought. I suddenly felt a tug. I looked down and found Gohan and Jiren asking if I could train them. Okay, I said. Yay. Both Gohan and Jiren said. I began playing, training the kids on the art which is called martial arts, since no they can fly like birds pretty well. I think it's time for them to earn the other arts like ki sense and power control. The time passed and it was time for dinner. Everyone was surprised to find more people like me and Raditz. Everyone started asking questions, especially the kids, shocking Vegeta and Nappa. But that wasn't the thing that shocked them the most. It was when Raditz told them that he was going to be a father soon, within 3 months, give or take a month, to 2 Earthling women. Raditz, how did you get these Earthling women to bed with you? Nappa asked quietly. I don't know, ask them, signing to the girls, or you can ask Kakarot. Raditz whispered. On the other side of the table. Vegeta didn't care on what his underling were saying, as he just wanted to get stronger than Frieza. After dinner everyone left to go and rest aside from the Saiyans. Gohan and Jiren were busy trying to bother Raditz or me to get some playtime. Vegeta went back to the gravity chamber to train. Nappa went and followed Vegeta to the gravity chamber to train as well. The next day, we all began eating breakfast. Raditz, Vegeta, Nappa and I went to the gravity chambers to start training after breakfast. The kids went to the dojo to learn. At the gravity chamber, Nappa was still having a hard time grasping ki control to a degree, as his bulky muscles are in the way. Vegeta began sparring with Raditz as he felt Raditz was stronger than him, so he wanted to check by how much. The sparring continued well till lunch, with neither Vegeta or Raditz making much headway, as both of them go more or less 50-50 wins and loses each. We all ate lunch and continued our training. I bega, and doing my harsh training regimen to the 3 Saiyans, scaring 2, but getting respect from 1. Okay, I'll be beating you guys up near death, then putting you guys at the rejuvenation tanks, and after you healed up repeat the process till dinner is ready. I said. 5 hours of pain and more pain than a lot of near deaths with some tiny bits of bliss baths later. Raditz was some who can actually beat free. Iza at his first to decon form now as his base was around 1 million. Nappa is more Captain Ginyu at 100,000, but still he can do more, but his lack of control really puts a hinder to his growth. Vegeta really likes pushing himself as ever spar of that 5 hours of hell. He was always the first to go in and always the last to go out, causing him to beat 1.5 million, even shocking me on his growth as Roddy. TZ was here longer. I can understand how he got that level, but Vegeta, that is some weird plot armor thing. We went to the dining hall to eat with everyone, and surprisingly Krillin and the guys were back from training. The guys were very anxious around Nappa and Vegeta. Goku, who are these guys? Krillin, Lapis, Yamcha asked. These guys are fellow Saiyans, the big guy is Nappa and the guy with gravity-defying hair is Vegeta. I said. Yo, so you guys are the male students of Kakarot? Nappa said. They look weaklings, not student for me. Vegeta said. What did you just called us? Krillin, Lapis said angrily. Come on guys, we're all friends here. Right, Yamcha said while trying to stop his pals from starting a brawl. Okay people, settle down, it's time to eat. I said. We all ate peacefully but with a very intense atmosphere. Thankfully the children were all being too distracted to notice. Junior came to me and asked if there was a way to make him stronger, faster and more permanent than the Kaioken. I told him you wouldn't like it. But he still insisted on it. Fusing with another one of your kind can do that, but the only one here who is one of you kind is Kami. Junior just went back to meditation. Yurin came and asked the same question. I just told her to increase the rate of your training as my way of training suits my body, so you need TP, find your way. I went to tuck in the kids, then went to my room. Chi-Chi began asking why I keep bringing in people to our home. Goku, why do you keep bringing people here? First was Launch, who we agreed upon to live with us, then Junior, cause of a bet you two did, followed by Krillin. Lapis and Lazuli, who you offered to train them without asking me first. Then that girl Yurin came here. I kinda felt pity on her after she told us how she lived with the Crane Master, so I can let that one slide. Now last year or 2 ago you brought Yamcha here after he told you he couldn't get a job, but now he is just leeching of us for almost 2 years, and earlier this year you some H. I'll have a brother who knows only how to fight and kill live with us. I can get he is your brother, as I demanded the DNA test and it turned back positive that he is your brother. Now he is leeching of us. And caused a big scene a few months back with the whole threesome thing with Launch and Lazuli. And now you brought 2 strangers back here who you said are part of your so-called warrior race to just leech of us. Chi-Chi nagged with strong aura of anger and frustration. Wow, Chi-Chi, I didn't know you hated me bringing strays home. I replied. No, that is not what I mean. I love YHE fact you offered to help people. But Goku dear, you need to know when to see if they actually needed help. Chi-Chi said. Okay, but how Chi-Chi? I asked. I can tell you saying which if the people you brought, I understand why you brought them here. Chi-Chi said. Okay, who are they? I asked. Launch for example, cause we both discuss her living with us beforehand. Yurin is another example after hearing her story. Raditz. After we figured out with evidence that he was your bother, as family is important. Yamcha is also one of them, even after I sowed he was leeching of us, cause you did tell me why he will live with us. And lastly Junior, as he is a great help with the kids. Chi-Chi stated. Okay, but what about Krillin, Lapis and Lazuli? I asked. They were more of why are they still here after 5 years type of thing, but since Azuli is one the girls you brother hitch up with a baby, I can let her stay, but no way in hell am I letting those 2 strangers live here for another day. Chi-Chi said with a hint of aggression. Okay, but, can they stay till they find a place? Stay please Chi-Chi, do it for me. I begged. Okay, but if they cause trouble like your brother they're out. Chi-Chi said. Okay, I said. The next day, I woke up and get Nappa, Raditz and Vegeta to start training before breakfast even began, as I need to train them as hard as possible now. Okay, guys, I'm going to show you a techniques that can increase your power base on how high you can handle it. It's called the Kaioken. I said. Okay, Kakarot, show us. Vegeta demanded. Okay, here it is, Kaioken. I shouted. Do you feel the power? I said. What power? Nappa, Vegeta and lastly Raditz said. Okay, I'm going to train you guys on how to learn this technique, but it might be too difficult as this technique requires perfect control in ki. I said, so this the thing you said about making me stronger to beat Frieza? Vegeta said, what? Both Nappa and Raditz said with shock. Kakarot, how do you know about Frieza when I never told you about him? Raditz demanded. Ah, I said, now what? How will I get myself out of this? I thought. Think man think. I have two options. Option A, lie. Option B, tell the truth about myself. I'll go with telling the truth and check if they'll believe me or not. How I know about Frieza is simple. It was all caused by my accident decades ago, which instead of losing my memories I gained new ones that caused me to start training hard early on to make me the man I am today. I said proudly. PFT, ha ha ha, good one Kakarot, now tell us the truth. Raditz said, ah, Raditz, I think he is telling the truth as he looks a bit sad after you made fun of him. Nappa said, so if what you're saying is true Kakarot, then what does those memories say about me beating Frieza? Vegeta demanded. Ah, my memories only tell me how strong I need to be if I want to beat a guy. But based on your level you need to be at least 100 times if you want to beat Frieza at full power, but for me I just need to go up a little by 25%. I said, what? I know your Power is only about twice as stronger than mine, as Kakarot explained. Vegeta demanded. Ah, damn, I put my at this situation, I need to get myself out, I can go Super Saiyan. I said nervously. What? You can go to that legendary form Kakarot? Every said in shock. Teach me on how to obtain that form Kakarot. Everyone begged. Ah, to achieve it you need two things, one a very strong body and two, either a mental or physical catalyst to awaken it or have near perfect ki control. I achieve mine using ki control, that is why I'm trying to teach you guys the Kaioken first as the catalyst one ta. Kes too much time and very inefficient when trying to achieve that form. I stated, okay, now men we will all try to achieve this Kaioken to achieve our true goal of becoming Super Saiyans. Vegeta ordered. Oh, Kakarot, can you show us what the form looks like first before we resume our training? Raditz asked. Okay, here goes. I said. There you go. I said after transforming. Thankfully I have pret. Why good to near full mastery of transforming, if not I might have caused a shockwave. What power? They said in awe. Okay, guys, let's go back to training. I said. We resume our training session till breakfast time came. We all went to the dining area to eat breakfast. The kids were getting excited for the upcoming tournament later this month. Kakarot, what is this tournament? Vegeta asked. Ah, the tournament is called the World Martial Arts Tournament, and it's a tournament for showing who is the strongest fighter on Earth. I said, we'll be joining this tournament, isn't that right Nappa? Vegeta said, yes Vegeta. Nappa answered, okay, I said while munching on food. The weeks passed and the day the tournament had arrived. Unknown to our hero, a new threat is approaching on Earth. During Vegeta's arrival, their street, a very old and damaged temple, two beings stood their ground against each other. Tien, take this, Chatsu said. Chatsu launching an attack. I don't think so. Tien countered. Tien block and reverse the attack. The sparring match between the last remaining students of the crane style continued till the next day, as both fighters believe by pushing themselves non-stop without rest can make them stronger. Elsewhere in the universe, on Frieza Planet 79. You there, give a call to the Ginyu Force. Frieza ordered. Yes sir. Random Frieza soldier replied. Few moments later. Lord Frieza, why did you call us, O Lord? Captain Ginyu said. Oh, simple, I feel a foreboding, so I believe I should send you and your squad to this planet called Earth if Dodoria and Zarbon fails to get Vegeta and his monkeys. Frieza said. Sir, yes Lord Frieza sir. Ginyu replied. Ginyu left the room where Frieza stayed and immediately gathered his men to move out to this planet Earth. Back on Earth, on day of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. The 24th World Martial Arts Tournament is happening. I and everyone else arrived on the island to begin registration and showing the kids around the island. I spotted Tien and his friend glaring at me, so I began moving the kids out of there and away from them, and thankfully the kids and the duo didn't even notice it. Chi-Chi and majority of the women choose to stay at Fire Mountain for work or rest, but Chi-Chi will leave for Papaya Island the next day to watch her children fight and support them. Vegeta and the rest of the Saiyans are busy gauging the other fighters with their ki sense. Krillin and Yamcha has finally told me after this tournament that they will find work and leave to find their own place. Gohan, Jine, Raditz and me, who the why kept bossing around to bring them to all the weird festive stands to get food and prizes while we relaxed, as the preliminary rounds will start tomorrow after the children's division is over. Nappa W. As wondering on where he can grab a female and mate with, so he asked me. I told him to ask Yamcha about it. Yamcha was shocked and a bit revolted as Nappa was asking him where he can force himself onto a woman. But thankfully he told him the way of earthling courtship. Krillin is still mad at me for what my brother did to his relationship with Lazuli, so cause of that we had to use either Lapis or Yamcha as our go-between to talk to each other. Vegeta mostly kept to himself as he wants to become strong enough to become a Super Saiyan. He is close but still not there as his pride was only low enough to teach him to become stronger but too high for him to try and let me teach him on how to become one. Raditz was mostly busy asking me parental advice as his children will be born a couple months from now. I simply told him no one really knows, I just learned it on the go. We all went to the hotel to check in. I think I should just buy a villa here cause since we will always go here for tea. He tournament might as well, and there is a beach too. I'll talk to Chi-Chi about this when she comes here tomorrow. The next day, the kids are super excited to join the tournament and to see their mom. He preliminary rounds for the adults are earlier, so me and everyone went to go, and thankfully Chi-Chi is already here to spend with them while me and everyone else do the preliminaries. The preliminaries were such a bore cause the 16 people who will actually participate are all the people I met with some new faces. We went to watch the kids fight. After 30 minutes of very funny and cute fights later. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our finalist for our children's division who are young Son Gohan and Son Jin. You heard that right folks, our two finalists are the children of our returning champ Son Goku. Both fighters ready. Jin and Gohan both readied their stances. Begin. Jin launch a frontal attack at Gohan, but thankfully even though he was in front of a lot of people he didn't cower or felt nervous. Instead he felt a bit of excitement causing him to dodge the attack and throw his sister out of the ring. What? I got to do something, if not I'll lose to Gohan. Wait, I can fly, Jin thought. Before Jin could touch the ground she began floating back to the arena. I won't go easy this time, Gohan said. Jin. Okay, back at you, Gohan said. They began flying punches at each other causing minor shockwaves, shocking everyone else besides me. Chi-Chi, Urine and lastly Junior. Kakarot, why are you children so strong? Vegeta demanded. Junior and some of us train them, but they must be play fighting more than it. Hot as they felt a lot stronger than you, Nappa, when you arrived here at least. I said. What? Nappa and Raditz exclaimed. Back to the arena. Jin began powering up a Kamehameha while Gohan began powering up his Masenko. The beams collide, pushing both of them back, causing a double knockout. Folks, by the looks of it, since both of them are knocked out and of the ring the champion, so I believe first one to wake up and say I'm the champion will be the winner. In the crowds they began shouting for Gohan or Jin to wake up. Lunch is ready, I shouted. Lunch? Where is lunch? Jin exclaimed. While Gohan just said 5 more minutes. Now Jin say I'm the champion. I'm the champion, Jin shouted happily, waking up Gohan. Oh, I lost, Gohan said sadly. But congrats, Jin, Gohan say happily. Then pods started falling from the sky, landing on the arena. Folks, run for cover, we're having an alien invasion. 30 pods landed on the arena, thankfully no one got hurt. The pods started opening Shaoi. Ing the Frieza Force right-hand men Zarbon and Dodoria and rest of the small phrase. I went down and blasted them to oblivion after knocking out Gohan and Jin. Back on Frieza Planet 79. You there? Why I sent anyone reporting, shouldn't Zarbon or Dodoria? Frieza said. I don't know sir, but their scouters were working and their pods were active, but suddenly they went offline sir. Random Frieza soldier said. Tell the men we're going to Earth and also report to Captain Ginyu to begin attack that pitiful mudball immediately. Back on Earth. Here on ZTV News we reported of the start of an alien invasion. But thankfully our 24th World Martial Arts Champion stopped the attack before it happened, and here we are on the scene asking him right now. So Son Goku, do you think this the end of the invasion? No Hink, it's just the beginning, and I think King Fury should start putting the Earth Defense Force to good use now. I said. You hear that folks, this attack is only the beginning, cause of that the 25th LD Martial Arts Tournament will be suspended till further notice. Somewhere on Earth 5 pods landed on King Fury's palace, killing him and the entire population in the palace and the guards and the majority of the Earth Defense Force. Men, we got orders from Lord Frieza himself to catch Vegeta and his men, Ginyu said. Yes sir. On the ruins of King Fury Palace 5 beings stood there waiting for something. Birder, use your scouter to find the highest power level here. Ginyu said. Yes sir. Birder replied. Sir, it's due south and there are more than 5 power levels bigger than 10,000 sir, and there are 1 power level of 4,000 at the east sir. Birder answered. Men, Goldo, I believe you can handle that and the rest of us will go to the south to handle the rest. Ginyu declared. Sir, yes sir, everyone answered. On the grounds of the tournament. I sense 5 powers greater than the average on this planet. I said. Yes, as do I. Raditz said. Those must be the Ginyu force and they're coming here, at least most of them. But one I believe is heading to your house, Kakarot. Vegeta stated. No, I won't let my women get hurt, I'll go there to intercept that one before he arrives. Raditz exclaimed. Okay, I'll go and handle the 4 who are coming here. I said. Then both Saiyan brothers left and went to their respective targets. Okay, now what, Vegeta? Nappa asked. We'll go and see how they are going to fight. All. Go to Kakarot and you'll go to Raditz as backup if the fool makes a mistake. Vegeta answered. Then both Saiyans left. Okay mommy, where did Uncle Raditz and Daddy went? Both Gohan and Jin asked. Ah, they went to check those people who came. While they do that, let's celebrate on Jin winning. Chi-Chi said. Yay, both kids answered. The remaining fighters were busy with asking the organizers to restart the tournament. With Goku. Okay, that didn't take long, I'm almost right in front of them, I'll just blast them after asking them questions, I thought. While at the Ginyu forces. Sir, the 4 of the signal. S-Ray moving away, we 2 coming towards us and the others going to Goldo. Jeez said. Okay, men, we'll wait right here for our target to come to us, so better be prepared for anything. Ginyu said. Yes sir. Everyone said. With Goldo. Why are 2 power levels coming to meet? Goldo thought. Raditz was racing towards his place of residency when he felt that power was suddenly somewhere else, so he immediately started going at max speed, ignoring his brother's warning. With that, he was face to face with the one called Goldo. Without wasting any time, he began his attack, killing Goldo with bothering, asking why he was here or what were the other beings were, but he didn't care as he immediately killed him and raced towards where Lazuli and Launch are. Nappa felt what happened and immediately changed course to go towards where Kakarot is. Back at the tournament grounds, the organizers were busy assessing the damage to check if they are able to restart the tournament even after the attack at the tournament grounds. Yamcha, Krillin, Lapis, Urien and even Junior are all busy helping out with the damages to the arena. Back with our hero. Okay, we meet at last. My name is Ginyu of the Ginyu Force. These are my men, pointing at the rest. Jeez, Rikum, Birder. Ginyu declared. Okay, my name is Son Goku and why are you here? I said. Simple, we're here to find then capture or kill one Vegeta and any of his monkey pals. Jeez said. Okay, thank you. I said. With that, our hero began killing at such speed that by the time Ginyu could think, he was already dead. Vegeta and Nappa barely made it to see Kakarot killing the entire Ginyu force minus Goldo. Back on planet Freeze's 79. So the entire Ginyu force went dark. Random Frieza soldier said. Okay, interesting men, we'll go towards this Earth to check what happened right now. Frieza said. Frieza began gathering his men to begin the journey to Earth. Back on Earth, people of Earth with great sorrow that this reporter must report the death of the entire Fury line and the destruction of the capital palace of our great planet and the loss of majority of the Earth Defense Force. The news of the death and loss of the Fury line and most of the Earth Defense Force has caused mass panic on the Earth's populace. But thankfully, with the Ox King and the heads of Capsule Corp were both able to curb down the panic as quickly as it came. With that out of the way, the new Earth G Overment was formed with the Ox Kingdom on the helm on the political aspects while Capsule Corp handles the scientific aspects. The tournament was cancelled till further notice by the new administration, as they currently need to readjust to the new scene as most of the political power was in. Cause of that, a vacuum was in. The new leader Ox was currently busy with filling that void by looking for able personnel. But thankfully the law enforcement side was not as damaged as the Dragon Fist Dojo was able to use this as an opportunity to take over. The meeting for the new regime was extremely hectic, but informing. Now the tournament is currently cancelled for this year for now, but I believe it will resume after 2 or 3 months. The amount of applicants for the Dragon Fist Dojo skyrocket by over 90% overnight with a majority number of female applicants. Urien is in charge for most of the basic as currently Junior is too busy with his own training to assist and she feels she is at a comfortable level now, so she is now focusing on being a teacher now. Yamcha, Lapis and Krillin are all using this chance to get some girls, but only Krillin is actually trying to teach the students properly, causing him to be the most popular teacher. My problem is that as the strongest guy here, if not one of the strongest guys on the planet, I was made to do a speech about the 2 incidents. Luckily nobody but my small group of friends/companions know about the Dragon Balls. I mostly began talking about on how I came to the planet and what I was originally planned to do here and how it changed when I got my accident years ago. The reactions of my story were greatly divided between two reasons. One on why was a baby sent here and the other is xenophobia as I'm an alien. The majority of the popula Tion at least were sane and not overreacting when it was broadcasted. We were able to change the capital of the planet from Central City to the Ox Kingdom. Capsule Corp was able to increase the level of efficiency of building and studying the book. I lent them that they were able to produce an Earth battle pod prototype and a larger vessel which was similar to the one Goku used in the show except that it has better training equipment. The pods that were left in the invasion attempt were quickly gathered and placed in the labs of Capsule Corp. Raditz is busy talking to the women bearing his children. Nappa is busy trying to catch up to Raditz and Vegeta. Vegeta was busy trying to surpass me. I'm busy training my children and Junior as most of the Saiyans prefer self-training than being mentored. ND the humans kinda gave up trying to surpass or at least go toe-to-toe with me or the other Saiyans. Only ones left that are trying are the Crane duo and Junior. All that happened in a week. Out in space. Why can't this ship go any faster? Frieza complained. Sir, we're going as fast as it can, sir. Apple said. Okay, then how long till we arrive on that mudball? Frieza asked. 3 weeks, sir. Apple said. On King Kai's planet. Oh my gosh, is Frieza going to the planet to where that Saiyan who learned my techniques from that stupid book is? I might be lucky and both of can off each other, but by how it looks like he is actually stronger than Frieza. King Kai said out loud. I have been putting my attention to that planet ever since I learned that a being was able to learn my Kaioken techniques a few Earth years ago. King Kai said out loud again. I must be going senile if I'm having to talk to you, Bubbles. King Kai said. Ho ho. Bubbles said awkwardly. On Earth, on the mountains, two individuals are training to try and surpass their rival Son Goku. Tien and Chatsu were both too tired and underfed as the funds for the dojo are getting lower. Now they need to discuss a way to gain money, but sadly cause of new regime their old plan to scam people will no longer work as majority of the small villages began uniting under the new regime with the help of Capsule Corp. Capsule Corp helps the new regime in connecting far-off villages with the capital using more of their leftover technologies. The general well-being of most citizens have greatly improved for the past couple of weeks as Capsule Corp has begun sharing some of the medical wonders they have gained from researching the book one of their benefactors lent. The military and law enforcement side of the regime was greatly enhanced when more and more citizens began joining the Dragon Fist Dojo, which is now slowly becoming the leading place to learn martial arts if it hasn't already. At the new capital, Chi-Chi is busy with a whole new budget place. Anne's causing her to be too busy to be with the kids and even me, but thankfully I'm also too busy training. Vegeta and the other Saiyans are using the new gravity chamber to train and using the new regeneration chambers to heal afterwards to maximize the Zenkai power boost and training efficiency. Junior is busy training by himself as the Saiyans are too proud to train with him and everyone else is either busy or too lazy to train with him. Yamcha is now finally far enough removed from his bandit days that people are finally noticing him as a strong fighter and a nice person if not slightly perverted. Lapis is the second most wanted male teacher or third most wanted teacher as his looks and his not give a care aura gives him cool-like persona and his teachings tend to focus on his roots as a gangster, so it helps with those who just quit. Krillin is now a little bit over his breakup with Lazuli that he is now testing the waters with a person named Marin. He is also the most approachable male teacher caused by his looks and aura and his teaching style, which is the standard turtle hermit style with added normalcy for the average person. Yurin is the most favored teacher at the dojo of all my students as her looks, gender and lastly her teaching methods, which combines the crane style and turtle style with a little bit of my own style to cause her class to be the most educational of them. Her history as one of the few female fighters to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament has caused her to gain many fans from both male and female students. Launch, Lazuli are 1 to 2 months away from giving birth. Bulma visits a lot more now cause of being the representative of Capsule Corp and that she wants to be there for her friends when they're about to give birth. Ox King is having a huge problem with ruling that he is asking Chi-Chi to take up the crown, but she said no him as ETH consumed too much of her time and cause of that he is now asking me to take it up, to which I said OKW. Without paying attention to when he asked me as I was busy training at the time. Now here I am at the office with a huge number of papers to look over as father-in-law thrown this load at me while I was training. But then again I didn't stop to clarify what he was asking. Out in space Frieza has been gathering his forces to invade or attack the planet Earth, causing his father King Cold to assist him by temporarily controlling Hus part of the universe while he does his escapade. On another part of the universe far from both Frieza and King Cold's control, two groups of outcasts are plotting their vengeance. Back on Earth on the lookout. Mr. Popo, I believe I should contact the one called Son Goku. Cammy said. But Cammy, he feels like a being who can harm you. Popo exclaimed. But what, my old friend? Based on what he has done while he stayed here, there hasn't been doing anything harmful to the people of Earth. True, he has killed people, but he does so cause of them being a threat, but I agree with what you said about harming me. But I still need to get stronger, old friend. Cammy answered. Okay, Cammy, if you feel so strong for your need to become stronger, I'll accept it, but I would like to be the one to ask him to come to the lookout. Popo said. Will do, old friend. Cammy replied. In the office. How can there be this much paperwork? I complained. Cause there are so many humans here, boss. Junior replied. Junior is acting as my assistant as Chi-Chi is too busy with the number crunching to help me with thus and too much of the jealous type to let me get an assistant, but strangely Junior asked himself to be the assistant. Must be he wants me to train as much as possible when I'm done, as he only meditates most of the time since we have so many droids to do the grunt work. While our hero is contemplating high thoughts, Mr. Popo arrived knocking at his window. What is that thing? I said, pointing at Mr. Popo. I do not know, boss. Junior replied. I'm Mr. Popo and I hope to talk to you about tutoring my master one named Cammy. Popo said. Okay, but why? I said with a bored tone. Your power is great and my master believes that you can make him stronger. Popo replied. Okay, but that still doesn't explain why I should even do it. I said. We can provide you a room for you to train my master in and to allow access to it. Popo said. Okay, what is this room you say can provide that all the resources I have right now can't? I said, knowing he will say the room of spirit and time. Oh, the room has a time dilation system to where one day here is a year inside and the temperature swings are intense. Popo answered. Okay, I'll train him. But we'll use that room and I can bring this guy with me to train, pointing at Piccolo Jr. I said. Oh, the room can only fit 2 people at a time currently, but we'll make adjustments later this week. Popo said, and then he left. At the lookout, Popo arrived to tell Cammy the news. Cammy began studying his books on being the guardian of Earth so he can help improve the room so that the one known as Goku can come train him. Out in space. Sir, we have 2 weeks left till we reach Earth, sir. Apple said with fear. I'll go to my quarters and tell when we'll be there. Frieza said. 1 week later. At the training halls, Vegeta was busy fighting Nappa and Raditz at the same time. Both Nappa and Raditz are launching numerous amounts of punches and kicks and grabbing tactics and holds to try and push Vegeta to the next level. Vegeta is still not being pushed to his limit even though he is fighting 2 Saiyans at 300 times gravity of Earth's. Vegeta began using the Kaioken as he felt that he wasn't pushing his body to the limits, causing Raditz to the same, while Nappa was simply blown away by those whose powers surpass his own. The battle between Raditz and Vegeta ranges on for few minutes, but to them it felt like hours as the speed that both of them were going at caused time to distort Abbott. Then finally the battle finished when Lazuli and Launch both demanded that Raditz stop training and to start paying attention to them, which Raditz did. Vegeta was greatly annoyed with the Earthling females as they disrupt his training when he felt that he was getting closer to achieving the power that Kakarot has. Nappa was happy that it stopped as he needed to rest and recover as he is getting a bit too tired to train at Vegeta's pace. Out on the lookout, the Guardian was finished with upgrading the room. Cammy asked Popo to bring the one here to train him. Popo left to go and do just that. At Kakarot's office he began reviewing the laws to check if there is anything needed to change, add or remove. There is really nothing to change with that out. My work was interrupted by Popo arriving. Okay, I'll grab Junior and go. Okay, I said. So I grabbed Junior and brought him to Popo, who brought us to the lookout. Cammy intro. Duce himself to us. After a minor confrontation between Junior and Cammy, we all went into the chamber or room. I ordered both Cammy and Junior to start sparing each other to test Cammy's power. Cammy is weaker than Junior as Cammy is barely over 10,000, while Junior has already surpassed 150,000, but who knows, maybe Cammy is holding back. 10 seconds later. Bush. Cammy is down on the ground panting. Okay, that was disappointing. I said. By the looks of it, it will be a hard 3-5 years in this place. I said. On the upside, boss, you can J to train non-stop. Junior said. True, so let's begin. I declared. I began training Cammy for Saint from the ground up as he lacks a proper training partner for the last decade or so. Junior was more on self-training, on trying to master the Kaioken or at least bring it up to 50 times. Cammy began launching attacks at me. But I easily evade them while also launching back counters at weak points to his stances and attacks. No better way to learn, but with experience. Junior was getting bored of his self-reigning and began joining us around the second month here. Even with the battling out at me, it was still too easy, but it did give me a good exercise for honing my rusting techniques. By the fourth month, in here both Junior and Cammy has gotten stronger, with Junior rising to what feels to be 200,000-ish while Cammy is getting closer to what feels to be 15,000-ish. Junior began demanding I go one-on-one with him, which I accepted. But he still hasn't grasped to use the Kaioken at 50, but at least he got times 10 down and now was at least now pushing me to put more effort into the fight, but alas he was just a bit short. Junior kept throwing barrages of punches, kicks non-stop, but he was getting too tired to keep on, and that is where I strike, cause unlike him who needs the Kaioken to go to 2 million, I was already at 2.5 mil. Ion at base close enough for me to just go super to kill off Frieza if he comes to Earth. Poof. He just bite the dust, can't be helped, he overexerted himself when he tried to continue using the Kaioken times 10 for 5 minutes. Now it's time to check if the other one is ready to learn that technique. I came to Cammy to see if he was ready, and by the looks of it he can start learning at least the theoretical stuff of the Kaioken. I began explaining what the Kaioken was and he began making mental notes. I instructed him to increase his ki control exercises immediately as he was extremely driven to learn the Kaioken within 5 months before I leave to check on my kids. Junior began sparring with me using Kaioken times 5 first so his body can last longer using times 10. The fight was longer than last time as I was holding back a good portion of my own power so I can improve my own technique, which has began to rust since my time in the office a few months ago and is only now that rust is going away. Bam! Junior fell on his back unconscious as I hit a little too hard on his gut, but thankfully he's alive. I brought him to the beds to rest and recuperate. Cammy has begun his training to start using the Kaioken, and by the looks of it he just used it. I approach him to see what he did and he used it a bit too early as his control in ki was not high enough to handle the control needed to maintain it. Luckily his body was strong enough not to die from using the Kaioken. 2 months of beating Namekians non-stop, either 1-on-1 or 2-on-1 mode. Junior has ground and his body has finally learned to go Kaioken times 15. But he can only hold it for 3 minutes, but he is able to last 30 minutes while using 10 times at least now. Cammy has began training to try and increase his level of Kaioken to 3 while trying to increase the he can maintain using the base version and 2 times, which he can hold 5 minutes and 1 minute respectively. Out in space, Frieza has began growing impatient. At the speed his armada is going to the planet Earth, he was reminded that he has about 4 Earth days away from arriving on the planet by one of his soldiers. Back on Earth, Shin the Crane Hermit passed away in his by having a stroke while yelling at his 2 remaining students. Tien and Chatsu buried Master Shin at their home, which has now become a rundown martial arts temple. After hours of mourning their late master, they choose to go together and to forego their revenge against the one known as Son Goku, as the only reason they had to hate him was now gone. On Fire Mountain, which was renamed the capital, 2-tailed children were busy playing a game of tag with their friends. The children wondered where their father was and hoped that he will at least come home to tuck them in later tonight. In the office building, Bulma was giving out her technological reports to Chi-Chi. While that happened, she saw both her friend, the one known as Launch, talking with the one known as Lazuli about what they should name their children. Bulma was a bit sad that her love life, unlike her work life and home life, is going down the drain, as all her past dates were with people on looking to get the easy life from her, but not live with her. After giving her report to Chi-Chi, she began moving so she can talk to the ladies who were both pregnant to ask them some questions. She began asking them how they felt about having a child without even marrying. They simply replied that they don't really care. As for Launch, she is always on the run from the cops caused by her other half causing havoc, so by having a LD could tie that part of her down so she can have some semblance of normal life. But Lazuli on the other hand was more on like cause he has a rich brother willing to help pay for the expenses type deal. Her only female friends who she can talk to her about love is Chi-Chi, who just simply got lucky by marrying Goku via her asking him and him not having the guts to say no, and Launch, who she doesn't Ely understands with her personality problems, but she thought she could probably have a normal chat with Lazuli, but oh no, she just went and decided to go be the mistress of some rich dude or his relative. Now how is she going to solve her love problems? There is no way I'm becoming a mistress to one of my childhood friends, nor am I going to be the third girl on his brother's harem thing, but the only guys here who are single are Yamcha, who is my ex, Lapis, who seems to be not that into girls or hides it really well, or the heartbroken Krillin, who is just recovering by dating that Marin chick. But that's if I'm limiting my options to just humans, since everyone else on Earth only cares about my money. So I'll check to see if what that Vegeta guy is like, cause the big Nappa is really not my type, cause he is so old. Back in the office of Chi-Chi. What should I do? My work, which JS fulfilling, cutting out of my time hanging out my family and my husband, who is most of the time training for who knows what reasons. But he at least tucks in the kids before they go to bed, unlike me, who ends up too tired to even cook food now and just relying on bots to do the chores. Should I quit and find Somio? Nay, else do this so I can spend more on my family, or should I get someone to help me manage my work by getting more people doing the lesser important task and only leaving with the big guns, but it might risk money laundering. But I'll Goku when he comes home later, as Junior told me he was asked by some guy to train, so he might be gone for a couple of days, but I'll know for sure he'll at least come back to our kids. Back in the chamber or room. Kami had finally reached a level where he could go toe-to-toe with Junior when he uses the Kaioken, as long Junior does not use Kaioken as well. Kami has a power level around 50. While Junior's has gone up to 300,000 for last 3 months being here, which is great. Based on this rate, I'll have an actual sparring partner that will finally make me use the Kaioken. Kami and Junior sparring match ended at Kami tiring himself out trying to use the Kaioken to match Junior's power. Junior began fighting me using Kaioken times 10, which is proving to be a challenge for me for once, since my constant sparring matches here has greatly revitalized my techniques AMD fighter's sense. Junior began punching and doing chops or finger stabs at me at amazing speeds, but cause is not his natural power, his body won't last for long, so it'll just be an endurance match again for me. Junior's aura began flickering, meaning he is running out of steam, so it's time for me to end this round again. Pow! Junior is knocked down on the ground, barely conscious. Kami brought him to the bed for him to start healing. My power is right above 3.5 million, so I'm more than enough to beat Frieza, But I'm still nowhere close to being able to beat Fat Majin Buu, or at least Dabura. I'm beginning to think I forgot something. Clap. Oh yeah, I'm forgetting to try and master Super Saiyan 2 so I can try to get Super Saiyan 3, then try for God when I have enough kids. On that note, I'll ask Chi-Chi if she would like to have more kids later when I leave this place a month or 2 from now. Inside the room or chamber. Kami is busy training to catch up to his reincarnated counterpart, while Junior is busy trying to push his master to using the Kaioken and failing at it. I'm thinking on how I'll go Super Saiyan 3, cause going to 2 will be easy. But 3 will be a pain in the ass, and God and up requires me asking Wiz to train me. Am I missing any other Super Saiyan transformations? Super Saiyan 4 from GT. I think it is possible to go and do it, but the only problem is it even real in this universe? I can try doing it on some desert or something after training Kami AMD Jr. I better start trying to go Super Saiyan 2 since my body is more or less able to handle the strain of using it by now. I began moving away from the door. I'm far enough time to do it. Here goes nothing. My body began earing electricity while my muscles are busy trying to expand, but my control to keep it in to maximize the power is hard. I began feeling something is close, so close I just grab, but then I felt too tired to continue. Damn, my body is still too weak to handle that power. I'll start using grade 3 to train with help increase the strain my body is going to feel so it can become accustomed to it, so I can get Super Saiyan 2. While that was happening back on the training grounds. Damn it, where is Kakarot? Vegeta shouted. Kakarot's female said he was asked to train someone in exchange to getting the rights to use some training room. Raditz replied. Okay, so does the female know where can we get him, cause it's time for me test my might against Kakarot to see if I'm even getting closer to his power he should us a month ago. Vegeta said in anguish. While Vegeta was busy complaining to Raditz, Nappa was just staring at the children of Kakarot as they asked him to play with them. A few minutes ago, Jin and Gohan were busy playing with the other kids, but it was time for the other kids to go home, so they decided to try and play with the Saiyan's dad brought it. Jin original wanted to play with Vegeta, but Gohan was too scared of him, and Gohan wanted to play with Uncle Raditz, but Mommy said that Uncle Raditz is not a person a girl should talk to, so they decided to compromise and try talking to guy named Nappa. And for Nappa wanted to just grab some food and relax by just watching some earthling entertainment, but was immediately interrupted by Kakarot's kids. Back to the present. So what do you guys want? Nappa asked in a tone to scare them so they can leave him alone. We're bored and Dad is not here and we wanted to see how well we can fight adults. Jin replied as Gohan was about to run away. But sad for Gohan, she grabbed him to prevent him from running away. If I beat them up, their mother will come nagging me non-stop, but if I refuse they'll just keep bugging me. Nappa thought. So he decided to just humor them. Okay, I'll fight you, but no crying to your myth or if I hurt you too badly. Nappa replied, trying hard to scare them. Okay, Jin said. The trio began going to an unused sparring room. Both Jin and Gihan powered up, shocking Nappa as their power felt like that they can give him trouble. The twins began punching Nappa, but Nappa just blew them away with a Kia attack. Jin and Gihan were both hitting the wall hard, but not too hard to discourage them. They began starting their attack all over again, but Nappa was just getting bored, so he decides to finish with 2 knock blows to their gut. Both Jin and Gohan were now unconscious and being carried to the rejuvenation thanks to heal. While that was going, Tien and Shostu are both thinking on what should they do. As their pride prevents them from asking help, but with the current level both fear funds and power prevents them from getting jobs, and no one would want to learn or hire from them since Master Shin ruined their school and reputation after Yurin's story came out a couple years ago. If only the 24th tournament wasn't cancelled, then they could at least had the chance of some tiny bit of recognition. Now they'll have to wait for the tournament to restart 4 months from now. With renewed resolve they both began training again, but this time instead of revenge they now want redemption. Back in Fire Mountain, Chi-Chi and Bulma began having a mini drinking party for just the two of them. Chi-Chi began telling Bulma her problem of not having enough time to spend with her kids with her job managing the finance of the world. Bulma also began sobbing about her failure in finding love, in which Chi-Chi is in complete supportive sister-friend mode, trying and comfort her. While wine sellers are making a killing, Yamcha with Lapis, who is acting as his wingman, are trying to score. Krillin is now at the cinemas with his date Marin, trying to make a rebound from what happened to him months ago. While that was happening, Lazuli is with Launch trying to get their man away from Vegeta so they can have some fun. Back in the room or chamber. I've finally done it. I have now achieved Super Saiyan 2 just right in time for me to leave for my break. I better get those two out so they can relax for a day outside before they try coming back inside her again. I went to get them and saw both of them fighting, with Junior having the upper hand against Cammy as he was the stronger among the two of them. After a few minutes Junior was surprisingly got hit by Cammy, which looks like a dragon fist, causing Junior get knocked down from the pain. At the same Cammy was out cause he was too exhausted from using it. I brought them out for both of them to get healed by Popo. I went and flew back to my house for me to be attacked by both a drunk Chi-Chi and a drunker Bulma. What should I do right at this moment? Okay, now what do I do since they're both drunk and non-conventional right now? I thought. While thinking to himself, the two drunk women began removing his damaged clothing. They began ungracefully guiding me to bed, where they began assaulting my body with their mouths while they used their hands to assist each other. The battle commenced. Even with the handicap of them being heavily intoxicated, they used their number to their advantage by pinning to the bed while they began dominating my body with Bulma doing pressing herself on my face while Chi-Chi began trying to control my tails. They slowly began using my tails to satisfy themselves and began switching places every time I release. The sensation was great, but my fear of harming my two loved ones is greater than my desire to stop this, so I let them have their way with me, which lasted for hours, where by the time it was done the sun's rays was trying to pass through the curtains in the room. I went to sleep as I needed rest. I woke up to people shouting and yelling. I look and saw both Chi-Chi and Bulma yelling and shouting at each other, but by he looks of it Chi-Chi was the more aggressive one between two, as Bulma began defending or making reasons as to why it happened. They noticed that I was awake and began asking my opinion on what happened. But that was more on Bulma trying to shift the blame onto me, while with Chi-Chi she began interrogating on why I let it happen. I began retelling them on what happened and explain on the reasons why I let it happen. Thankfully she barely accepted and forgive me, but I was kicked out of the bedroom till both she and Bulma discuss what will happen from now on. I left and went immediately to a guest room to cash in some sleep. Back with the Bulma and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi and Bulma began trying to recollect their memories from last night, causing Chi-Chi to go vermilion while Bulma went crimson. Bulma began apologizing first to Chi-Chi, but Chi-Chi quickly began saying not needed, as the bulk of the blame goes to her husband, as he was the sober one and could have easily have both of us knocked out, so this wouldn't have occurred. Bulma asked if they can go back to things before yesterday, in which Chi-Chi accepted. While that was happening, Junior came back and went back to his regular regiment of training, then babysitting the two half Saiyans. The hours passed. Vegeta and the other Saiyans began looking for me. Vegeta asked the runts of Kakarot to find him. The twins went and searched for their dad sleeping in a guest room. The twins began annoying their father awake, in which they did. I began asking them why and they told me that Vegeta was asking for me. I went to the dining area where they said everyone else would be. I arrived at the dining where most of everyone suddenly stopped eating to ask me questions to where I was yesterday. I began explaining where I was, which is called the Room of Spirit and Time, and what it was, which is a hyperbolic time chamber that can make one day out here feel and last like one whole year inside the room, where the gravity is 10 times that of Earth's and the temperature kept changing from boiling hot to freezing cold. Immediately Vegeta and Raditz wanted in the training room, but the humans are more reluctant on asking, with only Krillin and Urine asking if they could use the room. Bulma began asking if she could send in equipment to scan the room so that she could try and build a better version of it. Chi-Chi was surprisingly silent out of all of this, but Wit H was no surprise, as she is still not over what just happened a few hours ago. We all ate food and I began double-checking for anyone going with me and Junior to the room, and all the Saiyans are coming including the children, and the only humans coming are Krillin and Urine. They all followed me up to the lookout. I began introducing them to Cammy and Mr. Popo. Cammy was bit troubled with me adding more people to join us. But I told him more training partners increases the chances of getting stronger, cause competition brings out greatness. Mr. Popo began explaining the amenities of the room and food, why CH made Urine a bit calmer, as she wouldn't have to share with a bunch men the bathroom and bedroom. We all went inside the room to begin training. Out in space, Frieza began demanding when he will be arriving at Earth, and Apul replied by saying with 5 days, sire. Back in the room, I began checking the Senzu beans to see we have enough and the healing tanks being placed and secured properly. I called everyone to PPAs a bit far from the entrance. They began asking why, and I showed them Super Saiyan 2 shocking the Saiyans and the humans, but since the Namekians already felt it, they just became a bit more relieved to know what this power is. Vegeta began demanding me to teach him to ascend and to ascend once more, while Raditz just went back to his own routine to train since he wouldn't want part in Vegeta's narcissistic attitude of being an elite, even though he has been on Earth for more or less a month. I first go to the humans to start sparring with them while they get a hang to being in here, as the Saiyans are already training like they always do. Junior and Cammy began sparring with each other as they began some sort of rivalry. Urine and Krillin got a hang of the environment by the following weeks or so, cause of that the level of strength gain wasn't as great as the others, but still substantial. I begin to train to further my mastery of Super Saiyan 2 while everyone else is busy with their own thing. After a few sessions of training, Vegeta and the other Saiyans noticed what I was doing and began asking to train them, to which in turn causes everyone else to follow suit. I began training all of them via the multiform technique. After more sessions later, Urine and Krillin hit the hay to rest and relax, but the rest of them began using me as some sort of training dummy. Cammy felt the power gap between him and Junior has began to shrunk, but the ga between him and the Saiyan known as Son Goku keeps growing wider. Raditz felt both pride and shame, pride since his brother is considered the strongest, but shame at the same time, as the older sibling he should be the one stronger. Outside the room back in the main Sun residence, after eating and sending the kids to the daycare bot, Chi-Chi and Bulma went back to the Sun residences to go back to discussing what just happened last night. Bulma began questioning herself silently on how did she get drunk enough to do that when she knew for sure she could handle herself when drinking. With Chi-Chi began asking herself why did she do it, and the same time why did she feel like she wants to do it again, causing to have a semi-identity crisis, but it didn't last long. Both women noticed 5 minutes passed. Cough. So what are going to talk about again, Chi-Chi? Bulma asked nervously to restart the conversation. Yeah, what we did last night. Now I still remember we agreed to put it behind us, but unless we properly talk about it, it will start to cause strain in our relationship in the future. Chi-Chi said, okay, but shouldn't we discuss this with Goku when he is done with his thing? Bulma said, true, but we should do another round of discussion with just us, as the one after we woke up doesn't count, and Goku will be too bus. Why training again today for us to wait for him? Chi-Chi said, okay, so now what should we go from here? Bulma said, first, we must tell each other how it felt, as even though we were both drunk we must they at least remember the feelings when it happened. Second, we need to check if there is a need for damage control for both our relationship and the one with my husband. Third, we'll get to that when he returns. Chi-Chi stated. Okay, Bulma replied. I'll go first. Chi-Chi said. Bulma nodded. It felt amazing. Chi-Chi said embarrassingly. I felt the same as well, Bulma answered, feeling a bit relieved. But, I still felt betrayed and at the same time felt happiness, but very conflicting emotions. Chi-Chi answered, I felt happiness and guilt and again sorry about it, Chi-Chi. Bulma said, it's okay, but he main perpetrator would be Goku as he has the power to easily knock both of us out before it could even started, but he choose otherwise, which shows something about his character. Chi-Chi stated, true, but it's still partly my fault and a little bit of yours. Bulma said, with last part being said very nervously. What did just you say, Bulma? Chi-Chi asked in angered tone. That we are all guilty in this, not just Goku. But he still covers majority of thr blame. Bulma said in a defensive tone. True, but still it's annoying, all the power he has, he couldn't just knock us out instead of sleeping with us. Chi-Chi said, true, or he could just choose just me to be knocked out. Bulma said, true, and by the looks of this we're good, let's go back to work. Chi-Chi, yeah, bye Chi-Chi. Bulma said, yeah, bye as well Bulma. Chi-Chi said, back in the room, yes, all the Saiyans said. A few moments ago, Vegeta, Raditz and Nappa began sparring against Goku and failing till it hit them by being so angry at EOR own powerless state to even land a hit at him that they all suddenly hit the well to achieve the form. They finally hit the form and I can finally rest after months of training them. Goku, I thought. Kami finally caught up to Junior's power, but only feeling like a difference of power ranging in the 100,000s, but since their power fluctuate too much when sparring, so I couldn't get a good readout, but still they're more or less equals now with power ranging in the 1 millions by now, but I'll only know for sure when I get my power reader thing. Urine and Krillin were able to adapt to the gravity and environment that they're able to slowly begin to use the Kaioken while doing normal things, increasing their ki control with that pace. Maybe they might be able to break the 20 times roof Goku in canon did, as he didn't bother going past. But these two can do it. With me I'm still nowhere close to Super Saiyan 3, but my mastery of 2 is going well, with me being able to use grade 3 as a way for stamina training. Back outside at an education facility. The twins are now at a formal school instead of some weird daycare where parents learning at the dojo drop their kids at. The both look around to say, either are more kids here compared to the ones inside daycare. Gohan is the shyer one between the two, so he asked his sister on what they will do. She replied by first introducing themselves around the classroom. They began walking, talking with the other kids, but soon enough people notice who they are and began asking about their dad instead of about themselves, but luckily a new kids came in the classroom and they're Vital, who is someone they recognize, and another kid named Barry. The teacher came and class started. Back at the room, Vegeta, Raditz and Nappa are fighting against Kami, Jr. and the two humans Urine and Krillin. The Namekians and the humans' level of control using Kaioken has almost reached a degree where they're about to surpass 10 times, but still far from it is their stamina. A for the form is barely usable, especially for the humans who by the looks of it are starting to pant. The Saiyan, even though they have the ability to transform, doesn't mean they can control it yet, especially Nappa cause of his old age and other things, so they are fighting the others while in base form, but barely making it even with them since the humans and the Namekians are using their unique kills AMD techniques to compensate for the lack of power. The spar rages on, but Nappa and the humans give out first, leaving the Namekians facing both Vegeta and Raditz. Vegeta chooses to face Junior, while Raditz is left with Kami. Kami and Junior both demand for both Vegeta and Raditz to transform. Vegeta and Raditz transform, but it was still a bit hard for them to get on, but when they did, Kami and Jr. easily regretted their choices. Both Raditz and Vegeta easily one-shotted both them with a punch and a kick to the foot respectively. My training was more on trying to fully master Super Saiyan 2 by transforming from grade 1 to 3 to put more strain on my body, as by increasing and decreasing my muscle mass I will be increase my control of the form actively, but it would be better for me to start aiming it passively so I can go and start trying to train to achieve Super Saiyan 3. With the others, Vegeta felt a mix of emotions, as in PNE hand he finally achieved the legendary form, but on the off hand Kakarot just shove it to his face that there is more power beyond Super Saiyan, causing to feel both happy and anger. Happy cause there is more power he could achieve, but anger at himself for not being the one to do it. Raditz felt pride and shame once again at his brother surpassing himself once more. Nappa just didn't care as long as he will get some food and hopefully some women, as unlike Vegeta this one got his priorities straight. Kami feels pride in himself as he is finally on par with his evil's counterparts reincarnate, but he knows now more than ever that he needs to grow stronger than he is now, as he knows that his teacher is not one that is pure of heart. Junior, formerly known as Piccolo Jr., the son of Demon King Piccolo, feels pride and shame with himself. Pride as he has gotten stronger, but shame with himself for letting the newcomers surpass and letting his good counterpart be on par with himself. Yurin feels happy at her improvement, but wondered if her boss will let her use the balls so she doesn't age too fast, as she still wants to use the room some more and someday find a lover. Krillin feels happy at his progress, but still hate himself for not surpassing that man. Out in space, a Frieza soldier began running rampant to his lord to tell him the good news. Lord Frieza, we will be arriving on Earth ahead of schedule, as we can use the gravity fields of one of the larger planets to slingshot our way towards Earth, sir. Soldier said. Well done, soldier, and how much time will be cut? Frieza said. We'll be there by 3 days, sire, so by 1 or 2 days, sire. Soldier said. Fine, better than nothing. Hope those monkeys are prepared for my coming. Frieza said. Pow! The Saiyans are busy trying to take down our hero while trying to maintain the base Super Saiyan form. While Hat's happening, the others are busy being in a meditated state as was instructed, as Goku told them to try and find a way to decrease in waste when using ki so they can maximize the usage of their power. After a couple hours of sparring, the Saiyans got too tired to maintain the form, causing the spar to stop as they joined the rest to start meditation. With that done, Goku began resuming his own train. If only he remembered to bring the book with him, but sadly he wanted to run away as fast as possible, so he left the book at home. He began thinking if he should use the balls soon, since they're just gathering dust right now, since no one is using them and not even Chi-Chi is using the ones attached to the kids' hats anymore. I'll start using them again after Frieza is dead, since there is no lawn G or any android saga unless the movies are real here. Goku resume his training, trying Master Super Saiyan 2 so he can start doing Super Saiyan 3. Outside the room, at the school the twins are at, Jinai immediately became the head girl, with Gohan being second in charge after showing them how awesome they are to their schoolmates during recess. The children, like all children, when they see something some they ask on how to become awesome. Jin began using sound effects and other abstract expressions to describe what they did, but when they asked Gohan, he actually properly explained how they do it with words anybody can understand, causing Jin to a bit angry while puffing her cheeks, causing Gohan to try AMD include her in the explanation. After that is done, they went back to class. Back at the Sun residence, Bulma and Chi-Chi are busy talking about their love lives while waiting for Goku to come back. Suddenly Launch and Lazuli joined in. Launch, black hair, began explaining that this will be her first time having a semi-stable relationship ever, shocking everyone in the room. Lazuli and everyone began asking why and how. Launch, black hair, responded by saying that any relationship she started, her other self ended, and vice versa. Lazuli stated this will be her first relationship where a girl is involved. Bulma began asking Launch what other lovers did she have before Raditz and Lazuli. Launch answered by saying mostly co-workers if when she can get a job, or some random guy, but her other self is mostly some random lackey to a bald man who was into weird things in leather. Bulma began asking Lazuli and Launch on why they slept with Raditz, and more specifically why Lazuli left Krillin, besides the obvious. Lazuli restated her original reason of him being clingy, but afterwards double-check her situation if she choose to ask for forgiveness from Krillin or try to stay with Raditz, who is taller and more mysterious. In fact, he is quite more powerful now compared to Krillin, just gives him more points. Chi-Chi is now adding her own opinion on this by stating you're only with him to get some money from Goku, which caused people to be shocked. Is that extremely rude? Lazuli quickly replied by saying the money is just another factor, since before me and Lapis got this sweet deal, we were just bunch of nobodies in a gang making ends meet by stealing or enforcing the local town or two, and unlike a certain someone, I didn't just force someone else into a marriage as me. Launch and Raditz are just having with babies on the way, Lazuli countered. This answer brought silence to the room as Chi-Chi began fuming in rage till Bulma quietly reminded Chi-Chi that both Lazuli and Launch are pregnant, so it might be hormones. Launch began telling Lazuli what just happened, and both she and Lazuli apologized and left. Chi-Chi began thinking to herself about what Lazuli just said about her marriage with Goku, causing her to rethink her entire relationship with him and why he did what he did. Bulma asked what's wrong. Chi-Chi replied by saying, did I do the right thing by forcing him to marry when I was younger, all cause of little girl's dream? Bulma said no, as even though you guys married, why? He did stayed with your family all this time since you guys were kids, and now 5 years later he only slipped cause we drank our problems away. Chi-Chi agreed. Back in the room, Vegeta and the Namekians are busy fighting as Vegeta and his mouth just irritated the Namekian, especially Junior, with Kami only their cause of Junior needed backup as Vegeta is slightly stronger in his base form than Junior himself. Raditz and Krillin are busy fighting as Krillin is finally letting go of his deep-seated resentment towards Raditz for taking Lazuli from him. Urine and Nappa are the only ones training normally as why. Urine, the only female fighter, didn't have any beef with anyone, and Nappa not wanting to get in the prince's bad side as even though he is closer in power to Vegeta than before, he's still too weak compared to Vegeta himself. With Goku he is still nowhere close to getting to Super Saiyan 3 as by the looks of it as the environment is only stressful to body when dealing with temperature fluctuations after. You get used to 10 times gravity as his body is way beyond the temperature fluctuations and the air is the only straining him to become stronger, and it's not enough as everyone else is still too weak to push to go beyond Super Saiyan 1, and no one is even at Super Saiyan 2 level yet. But they're getting close, especially Vegeta Jr. and Raditz are coming closer too as Junior desire to try and surpass Mi's pushing to go beyond himself, with Kaioken spamming his healing factor to force his body to adapt to the new level of Kaioken. Raditz not wanting to be left behind and be considered the weakest Saiyan. Nappa, Urine and Kami are more or less the same level, with Nappa being more brute than brain when it comes to fighting, while Urine is still just a human, meaning she can't really push herself like Junior. And anyone here can, as her body can't handle the strain as much as the others can. Kami feels that his current level is sufficient enough that he believes no one outsides the people here can be a threat to his planet, knowing full well that 3 individuals here are more than evil enough to do so, but knowing as well as his trainer is here to stop, put his mind at ease, but he knows he still needs to continue training as he needs to make sure the gap of power is not as great as before with his other half. Back with the sparring matches. Junior and Kami are tag teaming Vegeta, hoping to tire out the Ion, which is working as Vegeta is only new to form of Super Saiyan, but Kami and Junior are using Kaioken to match that, but Kaioken, unlike Super Saiyan, puts more strain to body as no matter how much you train in it. Kaioken is a technique unlike Super Saiyan, which is a natural transformation, as Kaioken is a technique where the strain on the gets higher and higher the more you squeeze the techniques. Unlike Super Saiyan, where the body can get used to it faster. But the Super Saiyan versus the Kaioken debate cannot be answered now, as by the looks of it they're all knocked out in exhaustion. Raditz is surprising ly losing to Krillin, but then again Krillin is more of a technical fighter as Raditz is still not used to fighting with the style I taught him. Krillin is also using his smaller stature to make it harder to hit him. Raditz by the looks of it will try to push to Super Saiyan as he doesn't want to lose to a human, causing Krillin to go Kaioken to counter that, but since Super Saiyan, unlike Kaioken, tires out the user only after how many hours to days of use, Kaioken on the other hand will tire the user out within minutes of use, as the creator made this technique to be a big burst of power, not a transformation. So fight will be decided if Krillin is willing to push his body way beyond his current limit for 10 seconds, then he can beat Raditz. If not, then Raditz will cause of stamina. The fight ended with Krillin not having the guts to push himself way beyond his limits, costing him the fight with Raditz at the win. Back with myself, damn, I'm an idiot, I could have simply taught them the Fu Saiyan dance so I can get a sparring partner that can push way beyond my current limits. I gathered everyone and announced that since we're 8 or 9 months in, I'll reveal a super strong technique. Vegeta immediately demanded to show him the technique. I used the multiform to show it, shocking everyone and causing Vegeta to demand the real technique. Kami and Junior tried it and they fused to form the nameless Namekian temp mode, so they decided to name themselves Katas after I said it, since the Kami side doesn't want to be named Kamikolo or weirder name fusion, and Junior side agreed with the Kami side's reasoning, so the fusion of Katas is born. Katas, now feeling his own power, wants to test himself, so he immediately attacked me, pushing way out there. I got up and went Super Saiyan 2 as his base form can at least handle it by now, and by the looks of it his power is slowly getting higher, meaning he is getting used to it. I immediately came at him, but he immediately went Kaioken, matching me blow for blow, and he is not even tiring out. At the background, Vegeta and the rest are shocked by that power, and Vegeta vows to himself to surpass that power, and the rest either felt the same as Vegeta or desiring to find a partner to do that technique with. Back to the fight. Katas feels immense joy for this new power, but felt immediate anger for needing to fuse to even get close to his teacher's level. He immediately tried to go from 50 times Kaioken and went up to 55 times, cowing him to push himself further and starting push back at his mentor. With Goku, damn, his power is getting stronger, I really need to The resolve to go beyond Super Saiyan 2, and I don't want to try and go Golden Grade 8 then Super Saiyan 4 is 1. There is no sunlight for the power ball to bounce off to convert to Blurt's waves, and the other Saiyans make go ape shit in here with that level of power. I needed to try and be more technical for the first time in my new life, since majority of it was just me being a basic sword. Now I need to become a laser sword or a lightsaber. He keeps pushing and pushing. I may not be able to handle his power. No, I'm saying I'll go stronger way beyond my limit. I powered up as much as I can while blocking and dodging his attacks and form an explosive energy wave which luckily push him back so I can power up for real. I dig deep as I can, pushing my way beyond myself to point where I think I might die from doing it. But suddenly I felt it and grab it on tight and focus all my energy to draw it out. Outside Goku's thoughts, everyone around felt the power building and building, even Kata's NTS to see his teacher surpassing himself, as this will be the first time he saw him having a hard time catching his breath that doesn't involve heavy intense training. The room began to shake and the either inside keeps changing from cold to hot, fire to ice, lighting to clear, black to white, then finally it became again, showing newly transformed Super Saiyan 3 Goku. With Goku, I finally done it, but AMN it was painful, and by the looks of it I can only hold it for less than 5 seconds and counting, better finish it. With Katas, seeing this power in new form, shocked himself, but after it was down he regained his composure and attack. Back with Goku, Katas attack, better use my newly enhanced power and speed to finish it. With others, they saw Goku disappearing and reappearing right behind Katas while he was flying preparing for his attack, and right before the final blow was struck a white light appeared and in its place Kami and Jr. appeared. With the fighters, Kami and Jr. were weirded out for the sudden diffusion. Goku powered down suddenly as his body could no longer hold his form. Exhausted Jr. and Kami immediately gave me a Senzu bean to recover. Now seeing that new power, Vegeta and the Saiyans are further energized to surpass their limits and gain that power. The humans almost felt lost with despair, but the Namekians just gave them the support they need to carry on. Back at school, Jinan, Gohan Wnet and asked the teacher to call their house as their mom or dad haven't come and picked them up. Back at the Sun residences, Chi-Chi heard ringing, waking herself off from her drunkish state. Bulma was surprisingly still there and still bit drunk after their drinking party caused by their emotion-filled talk hours ago. Chi-Chi answered immediately, became sober enough call her father to pick her key. DS up, as she knows at this state there is a good chance for an accident to occur. Out in space, Frieza is getting annoyed after his father called asking where he is going. Back on Earth, kids arrived at home safe and sound after having dinner together with their grandfather. The kids went to their room and sleep, not noticing how their mother is drinking again. Back at the lookout, the door to the room open. The Saiyans and Namekians demanded to go for a repeat round, while the humans are going back home to rest and relax. For me, I told I'll go back and train them after 3 or 4 days of rest. We EU back home with me going to the main living quarters and the rest going to the guest quarters. At the master bedroom, there it is the same thing that caused me a tiny headache, the only difference is that they're both knocked out cold. I brought them up to bed, removed their clothes and dressed them up with the clothes finger beam. Thanked Kami it was in the book and not that hard to learn. I myself went to sleep. At Capsule Corp, Dr. Beef is busy sending out satellites as an early warning system to make sure the events of the alien landing on Earth will not go unnoticed, like the previous events will not happen again. At Secluded Training Temple, the Crane duo are still training by themselves, but the smaller of the two is beginning to question if they should still be mad on the one known as Son Goku, current leader of Earth and 3 to 4 times world champion. Chatsu chooses to keep this to himself as he fears it might cause his and Tien's relationship to falter. Tien is busy meditating to see on how they can become stronger with the current equipment and funds they have now. Back at Lookout, Kami overheard Son Goku's complaint of the gravity being only 10 times that of Earth, so began checking in great collection of books in his grand library in the Lookout if there is any way to remedy that and improve the chamber even further than before. Back on Earth in a school, the twins feel sad as this is the first time that they didn't get to see their parents at breakfast, but they choose to be brave and go to school. The classes at the school are very bland and boring for Jine, but Gohan likes it as he prefers to learn more and more. Out in space, King Cold is very curious as to why his son Frieza chooses to go and see what happened to his pet monkeys, but chooses to ignore it as he knows the only beings known to defeat him are still sleeping or too far away to do any harm to him and his son. At the Sun residence master bedroom, I woke up first, then looked around to find that Chi-Chi and Bulma are still sleeping and reek of alcohol. I went and cleaned myself, then go and eat food. Some time later, Chi-Chi and Bulma both woke up later and luckily both are not hangover so we can have a proper conversation. Chi-Chi and Bulma went ahead and corner Goku. Goku, we need to talk, Chi-Chi and Bulma said. Okay, Goku replied nervously, why did I choose do that, not I have a hassle of doing tea. His better should have listened to my logical side and just knock both of them, but no, I just had to accept their drunk advances, now I'm in this mess. So now what will happen now, Goku, Chi-Chi states. What about me, Bulma asked. Chi-Chi, I think we might need to accept that it happened and moved on, and Bulma, we can put it in the past and go back to before that happened. Goku said, hope this works. Chi-Chi feeling a bit betrayed, but remembers what Lazuli said about her marriage and accepts the answer, but only cause of tiny guilty feeling it caused her. Bulma on the other hand feels hurt about this, but also accepts it only cause she doesn't want to break her friend's marriage. Okay, but only cause you ask nicely and make sure there is no next time. Chi-Chi says, okay, but I'll feel a bit confused and other things, so you guys may not see me as often as before, so I hope you guys will understand. Bulma says, thank you and sorry for what I did. Why did it took me a year to do this? I must be a bigger idiot than I thought. Chi-Chi and Bulma both got their capsules and drive themselves to work. And I'm just here doing nothing. Maybe I should try increasing my ki sense range as almost plan. Atari will not cut it if I want to use instant transmission properly. At the office, Chi-Chi arrived at her office and locked the door and cried as the reaction of her husband hurt her and her own reaction hurt herself even more. But knowing her husband is the strongest being on earth while she is only the daughter of the Ox King. At Capsule Corp office, Bulma feels betrayal, pain and lastly guilt, for what she did. But knowing what happened, even though it was nothing more than a drunk affair, still hurts to hear what he said about it. Back at with Goku, hope nothing bad happens cause of that, cause it will be way too much. But I think me and Chi-Chi might need to go to couple counseling. I better start thinking of ways to try to maintain Super Saiyan 3 and figure out a way to improve it further. There is GD's SSJ4. But it requires Meyer Blurt's waves than what a normal moon can provide to even maintain the golden great ape, and I need a very good mind to control that power if I even want to go do that route. While Goku is in deep thought, Vegeta and the other Saiyans are arriving to demand information from Goku about the new form he use. Kakarot, get yourself down here and explain that new form you use against the fusion of the two Namekians. Vegeta demanded. What? Did you ask me something, Vegeta? Goku replied. Vegeta asked, what is your new form you use against the Namekians? Nappa explain. So Kakarot start explaining. Raditz said, oh that thing I call it Super Saiyan 3, which is a form that goes way beyond the limit of even Super Saiyan 2, which goes beyond the limit of regular Super Saiyan. But sadly the form right now is too incomplete, as I'm barely able to hold the form as it's way too taxing on my body right now. Goku said. Kakarot elaborate more, is just telling us that it is way stronger, is not much information we can go on. Raditz said, okay, it's a form that you need a very good handled with ki control while as a Super Saiyan 2 and begin pumping more ki while orking it to your body instead of expelling it as an aura, so your body will be forced to undergo the transformation, but it's way too painful and luckily we have Senzu Bean's cause, if not it will take me weeks or months to recover from that. Goku explained once more. With that, Vegeta and the others go to the training room to begin and try to see if they can break the regular Super Saiyan barrier. Out in the lookout, Kami and Piccolo both face each other, wondering on what just occurred to them a day ago. Piccolo is a dilemma of wanting more power, but at the same time not wanting, as product of him and Kami working together. Kami is one that is happy to know there is way to acquire great power by simply dancing, but feels embarrassed cause of the dancing itself, but not on the part that it requires two individuals to work together. Urine and Krillin both are busy trying to get back into their own rhythm again so they both can get back to work, but both wonder if there is any point in training, as THS Saiyans and Namekians are overtaking them at very good pace, but they both brushed it off as they're still young, so there is more to improve mindset. Krillin went and met with Yamcha and Lapisan. D told them the room and explained how strong he gotten and asked them if they want to go and start training seriously again. Yamcha is a bit hesitant, but Lapis told him that both he and Yamcha will join in the next time they're going in. Later that day, Krillin went around and talked with Goku. Goku, when can we go back to the room? Krillin asked. When I'm feeling okay, as me pushing my new form ki. NDA pushed my body a bit, so now I am going to rest for a couple of days so it heal properly. Goku replied. Okay, buddy, and how is Lazuli doing? Krillin asked. She is doing okay. Goku replied. Okay buddy, I got to go train some more. Krillin replied. How about I go with us, some active rest will be some good for me. Goku replied. Out in space. Ha 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 ha, be ready for my monkeys. Out in space. Lord, we are within orbit on the planet Earth. Random soldier replied. Good, men, we'll land immediately now, Frieza ordered. Frieza's ship landed. Out in the wasteland. Tien felt an enormous power so great that he felt he needs to tell someone about it from mainland, as he knows he is not strong enough to stop it. He ordered Chiaotzu to go and get help. Back at with Tien, Tien feels immense pressure from the beings that just came off the ship. Frieza stepped down with the majority of the remainder of his army, then he looked and saw the ant. What is your name and where can I and my men find men with monkey tails, Frieza? Ah, you mean Son Goku and his family, Tien. Good, show me where they are and you over there check his power level, Frieza. 3,400, sir, soldier. Adequate level, so are you willing to work for me or no, Frieza? Give me some time to think about it and I'll ask if my friend will accept, as well as his power is quite close foe my own, Tien. Too long, so bye, Frieza. Frieza fires a death beam at Tien's head, but Tien dodged it, but barely losing a piece of his ear in the process. At the house of our hero. There is a new power here, guys, all checked it, Goku. No, Kakarot, I will go with you. To see if this new power can test my new power, Vegeta. Sure, Nappa, Raditz, do you want to go or no, Goku? Nah, Lanchan Lazuli wants me here just in case, Raditz. I will go, hoping I will get a chance to fight, Nappa. Our heroes left and began flying to said direction of the power. Xiaosu is flying for dear life, hoping to find anyone to help his friend. Back with Frieza. So we're done with the bald Cyclops, so we better get going, Frieza. Bing. Sir, our scouters are reading a couple of high power levels approaching here, soldier. Let's wait and see what they are, and maybe it might be my monkeys coming here, Frieza. Yes sire, soldier. The group of Saiyans met up with a scared and tired Chiaotzu. Chiaotzu began rambling about Tien and some lizard-looking alien and worries about whether or not Tien survives the encounter. We're wasting our time, let's get going already, Vegeta rebuked. The group left Chiaotzu with his thought while the group left to find Frieza. With Frieza, my liege, we're detecting a group of high power levels approaching us, soldier stated. It seems the monkeys are coming here. It's quite joyous as I no longer need to run around to try and find the monkeys in this mudball, Frieza. The group flying towards Frieza. Kakarot, I will take on Frieza alone, Vegeta. Sure, go ahead, but note if Frieza tries to blow up the planet, your playtime with him will be over, Goku. The group finally arrived. Frieza, take this, Vegeta. Vegeta launch a surprise key attack at Frieza and his men. Boom. What we have here, a group of monkeys thinking they can take me, Lord Frieza, mph ha ha ha, ouch, Frieza. Vegeta quickly flew towards Frieza, punching Frieza in the stomach caused Frieza to stagger backwards. You monkey, how dare you attack me while I'm talking, so now it seems pleasantries are over, it's time to show you my true power. Ah, Frieza. Frieza transforms to a bigger, taller version of himself. See monkeys no awe, Frieza. Vegeta again attacks Frieza mid-speech. Frieza, stop playin', G, and show me your true power already, Vegeta. So you think you can take it my full lower monkey, so here I'll show you my full power, Frieza. Frieza begins building up ki to transform into his final form. Now let's play monkey, Frieza. Frieza begins attacking Vegeta. Vegeta keeps taking most of the attacks while blocking or dodging the smaller basic attacks as the power difference currently is too great. T for Vegeta to take Frieza on in his current state, so Vegeta create ki explosion to push Frieza away to give himself some space. Frieza, I'll give you that you have amazing power. I thought with my T reigning here on Earth I would have gained more than power to beat you without transforming, Vegeta. What, so you're going to transform into a giant monkey here and no Vegeta, Frieza? On the contrary Frieza, I'll be going way beyond that. But it is better show you than saying it, Vegeta. Vegeta begins powering up and pushing his ki to a higher level that even Frieza, who doesn't know how to sense ki, can feel this power. Boom. Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan. What is that, Vegeta? Just changing your hair won't help you beat me, Vegeta, Frieza. Let's test your theory, Frieza, Vegeta. Vegeta and Frieza once again starts trading blows. Kicks and ki blasts, but it seems Frieza is on the losing streak right now. Frieza, you disappoint me. I thought you will be stronger than this, so it is time to end you, Vegeta. Vegeta, wait, I'm not even using my full power yet. don't you want to see how strong I am in my full power, Vegeta, Frieza? I don't really care either, but it'd be best for me to know I beaten you up. You're strongest Frieza, so go ahead, transform or something, Vegeta. Frieza begins powering up his body by bulging out his muscles and dramatically increasing his ki and power level. Now here it is 100% of my full power, Frieza. That's it Frieza, you just bulge out your muscles, even I can do something simple as that, Vegeta. Vegeta begins powering up his Super Saiyan form by showing the second grade of Super Saiyan by doing what Frieza did by bulging up his muscles and increasing the aura of his ki. Now see here Frieza, this is nowhere near my full power, but I don't need this form to beat you, Vegeta. Vegeta powers back to base Super Saiyan. What, Frieza? Vegeta, seeing there is no point to toy with Frieza any longer, just attacks Frieza by punching him towards the sky, finishing him with a Big Bang attack. Vegeta looks around to see the rest of Frieza's men are killed by Kakarot and the other Saiyans. So now what do we do? Since you've killed Frieza, so is there anyone else we need to worry about? Vegeta, Goku, his father King Cold, and possibly his brother, but no one knows if he even exists, so better just wait here to see if King Cold or his brother comes here or not, Vegeta. Okay, so we better train up. But if his father or brother is not stronger than Frieza, it would be quite a letdown. You guys help me bring the ship to Capsule Corp, Goku. The group begins flying with the ship. When they meet again, Chatsu. So is Tien alive, Chatsu? Sadly no, but we did kill the people who killed him, Goku. Okay, Chatsu left to dwell on his lonesome. Frieza Planet 01. It seems we lost the signal. Frieza's ship on the planet called Earth, Soldier A. So who will tell King Cold the news, Soldier B? We can just send it via mail and hopefully we're far away from him when he does get the news, Soldier C. We'll do that, Soldiers A, B. King Cold is busy drinking his wine when he noticed a notification on his dashboard. He looked at the dashboard. King Cold then demanded to know what happened to his son, so he went and asked his men about. But sadly his men couldn't give him the answer he seeks. King Cold began thinking on what happened to his son, but to make sure he is prepared for anything he bega. And checking if his older son Cooler is still alive after exiling him long ago. Out in space. Lord Cooler, we are receiving a transmission from the Frieza Force. Do you wish to answer, Soldier? I shall. Let's see what my brother or possibly my father has done to call me, Lord Cooler. The screen turned on and it showed King Cold. My son, it seems your little brother has gone missing on one of his escapades. So your quest is to find him, and if you do I will undo your exile and reinstate you as my heir, but only after you bring me the thing or person that has caused your brother's disappearance, King Cold. Sure father, I will see to what has happened to my little brother, Lord Cooler. His last known whereabouts is on a planet called Earth. I'll send the coordinates to your ship's database, King Cold. Transmission ended. So, how long will it take get me to this planet Earth, Lord Cooler? Approximately a year, give or take a year or so, my lord, Soldier. We'll leave immediately. Get me in the armor squadron ready for liftoff, Lord Cooler. Back on Earth. The technology of the ship and in the ship is outstanding, and book young Goku provided us all those years ago, and the contents of the book is one-for-one description for how and what the technology does and looks. Capsule Corp Scientist A. So we better get taking this ship apart, Capsule Corp Scientist B. In the new capital house. So Kakarot, why did you let the prince get the kill on Frieza, Nappa? Yes, I want to as well, brother. Why did you let Prince Vegeta get the win, or more importantly the first chance at getting to take on Frieza, Raditz? HMPH, it's simple. Kakarot saw I was the fit to battle Frieza, Vegeta. Is that true, brother Kakarot, Raditz, Nappa? No, it's to see how strong Frieza is, since if he is not strong enough to beat any of you, it would be a waste of my time fighting, and Vegeta asked me first to fight Frieza, if you guys remember, Goku. What, Kakarot? Besides your 2 transformation, I felt I finally am on par with you as a Super Saiyan, Vegeta. Okay, we can go back to the room after a few more days, Goku. While the Saiyans are walking and talking towards the training room, they are bumped by the twins and Chi-Chi. You guy can go ahead, I'll catch up with you guys later, Goku. Daddy, when will you play with us, Gohan, Jine? Soon, my little monkeys, Goku. When, and how soon, Gohan, Jine? After my training sessions with the older Saiyans, since you guys are too small right now to handle the intensity and the level of training, Goku. No, me and Gohan can handle the training. PLSSS, Jine. Okay, let's see if you guys can handle it. But the moment I sense any of you feeling low, I will stop the training, and is that okay with you, Chi-Chi, Goku? Sure, but make sure they're safe in there, Chi-Chi. Thanks, Mommy. Gohan, Jine. Goku and the twins catch up to the other Saiyans in the training area with the gravity current setting at 400 GS. Goku sees Nappa struggling a bit on this level while Raditz and Vegeta are going at it. It seems we will have to use the lower level training areas as this level is way beyond both you guys, Goku. But we can handle it, Jine. But Jine, the room is set to 400 T. Me's gravity and I haven't trained you in gravity training yet, so bear with it right now. And look, Gohan is not complaining, Goku. That's cause Gohan is weaker than me, Jine. No, I'm not weaker than you, Gohan. Gohan attacks Jine in rage by being called weak, and now the two toddlers are brawling it out, till Goku stops both of them in their tracks right before either of them tried an energy attack. Both of you behave, now Gohan. Jine apologize to each other, Goku. Sorry Gohan, Jine, for calling you weak, attacking you, Gohan, Jine. Now both of you made up, so let's see on what level you guys are since it's been months since I lost spared with you guys, Goku. Both Jine and Gohan attack with a huge amount of punches, kicks and the occasional ki blast, but since both of the children are so weak compared to our father, the only thing they can do is be ki control and dodging exercise. The sparring went on for about 10 minutes as the children began tiring out. Why can we hit you, Giant Gohan? Simple Gohan, you're way too direct in your attacks, while Jine you choose to disregard trying to team up with Gohan, instead you choose to act as individuals fighting one person, causing you guys to lose the hands to work together to try using techniques and coordination to distract and overwhelm me, but either way I know the level you guys are currently, Goku. Okay, so what level are we, Giant Gohan? You guys can easily handle 10 times gravity, so we better see if you guys can handle 20 and so on, but we will do that tomorrow as overtraining is bad on your body, Goku. Okay, so what are gonna do, Daddy, Giant Gohan? We can do some meditation or some review of your school work, Goku. We will go play, so bye Daddy, Jine. The kids ran away as Jine really didn't want to do school work. Goku turned off the raining area that he used and went to the area to the ones the Saiyans are using. Goku arrived to the room, just as both Raditz and Nappa launch an attack at Vegeta. The attack landed with Vegeta breathing a bit heavily. Then he power up to Super Saiyan to attack them. Nappa and Raditz as well power up to Super Saiyan, but Nappa seems to take a bit longer than both Raditz, and Vegeta must be his old age slowly catching up to him. The 2vs1 battle between Raditz and Nappa versus Vegeta seems going strong, but Vegeta is really going at them. Raditz and Nappa are going strong with grade 1 Super Saiyan as it took them longer to get the form compared to Vegeta, as Vegeta's pride pushed him way beyond his limits, so now Vegeta is at grade 1 as well, but slowly coming close to mastery of the form to make it grade 4. But not yet, as Vegeta is shown to still to be tiring out in a slower pace compared to the others. The group stopped their match when they sense Goku. You guys improve, but still there is room to grow, so now come at me, Goku. Nappa, Raditz, don't interfere, Vegeta. Your funeral, Vegeta, you're still too weak to go at me on your own, Goku. Vegeta launch himself to give Goku a physical blow, but Goku dodge it and grab the open leg and throw Vegeta at the other Saiyans. Vegeta pushed the other Saiyans away and transformed to grade 2 as he felt he needs the power boost for grade 2 to keep up with Goku Kakarot. By the looks of it, I might actually need to transform, as Vegeta is now going to grade 2, and me silently using Kaioken to temporarily boost my power to match Vegeta's is no longer an option. Goku transforms to a Super Saiyan with ease. Goku and Vegeta do their stance and Vegeta launch himself once again to Goku, but since the power gap has increased since Goku is now using Supers Ion not Kaioken, Goku was able to counter Vegeta mid-attack by going under him using an after-image technique to land a powerful punch right at the gut, pushing Vegeta back to the ceiling. Why you Kakarot prepare for this? I've been working on it while you were busy training the Nameks and weaklings. Here goes Big Bang attack. Vegeta launch a giant ki blast that will destroy the room. Goku catches the blast and tries his hardest to condense the blast and possible explosion to not destroy the room. Goku was able to condense the blast, but with the time consumed trying to condense it, Vegeta gained time to recover to launch another fury of attacks at Goku. Goku. The smoke cleared with a visibly damaged Goku, but not too damaged so Goku can still continue the match. What? How can you still be standing after that attack, Vegeta? Remember Vegeta, unlike you guy the first can go way beyond the regular Super Saiyan, so cause of that my body grew in strength to handle the level of attacks, but I shall give you credit since now I think it's time to see if you can ascend to the next level as your body seems ready enough, Goku. We'll see about that Kakarot, Vegeta. Vegeta and Goku resume their match. Gok. Yu kicks Vegeta to the side so he can power up to Super Saiyan 2, the power of this form blows away the debris that accumulated during the fight. Damn you Kakarot, I will ascend to the next level, I'll show you, Vegeta. Ah, Vegeta. Vegeta is powering up trying to ascend to the next level by pushing himself, and then suddenly he found it, the thing he is looking for, and he ascends. The power Akam. Elated by Vegeta is increasing dramatically and the height of power is closing into Goku's power, but suddenly something happened. Ah, Vegeta. Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2, but the strain it puts to his body knocked Vegeta out. Nappa, bring Vegeta to one of the healing tanks, and brother let's see if you can ascend as well, Goku. Raditz and Goku began their match. Outside the training, but still inside the building. Two people are talking. How can I become stronger than that man, Krillin? I don't know, but maybe you can ask Goku about it, Urine. No, I must not rely on Goku to gain more power. Since it's his brother that caused Lazuli to cheat on me, Krillin. You're still hanged up on that, didn't you find the girl called Marin or something, Urine? Yes, but isn't the point is I nay. To become stronger than him so I can prove to myself that I can beat him, Krillin. Okay, so have you tried asking other martial arts masters like my old master the Crane Hermit or your own master the Turtle Hermit, Urine? Yes thank you, Master Roshi must still have more techniques he is too prideful to show or teach, so I must ask him about it, so thank you and bye Urine, Krillin. Krillin flew as fast as he can to Master Roshi. Bye, Urine. Krillin is flying as fast as he can to Master Roshi. Krillin found Master Roshi's house. Master Roshi, I come here to train more from you, Krillin. What don't you see I have some reading to do? And don't you have Goku to help train you, Master Roshi? Yeah, but I won't get Sairong without his help, and I heard Goku talked about Y9 you having a form that helps boost your battle power and I want to learn it, Krillin. But still didn't Goku teach you a technique called Kaio something, Master Roshi? True, but I wonder if your technique can be combined with the Kaioken to help boost my power. So please Master Roshi teach me, Krillin. Okay, but you must bring me a girl here. Ever since Launch left I have lost some eye candy, Master Roshi. Sure, I'll ask if Marin wants to train here with me, Krillin. The next following days. Daddy, why are you leaving again? Gohan Giant asked tearfully. I need to train hard to make sure you guys are safe in the place I'm going ca. And let me train really hard with the smallest amount of time, but don't worry, once I gain a certain level of power, then we can play and train all we want, Goku. But why can't we go with you, Gohan Giant? Imple, this training area has strict requirements that you guys don't have just yet, but in the future you guys will, and now make sure you take care of mommy for me, Goku. We will, Daddy, PLS get strong soon so we can play, Gohan Giant. Goku looks at Chi-Chi and waves, since the tension is still too fresh on her mind, unlike Goku's, since he has been using the time chamber non-stop. Goku, the Saiyans and Junior fly off to the lookout. At the lookout, so are you guys ready for the next round of training, Goku? Yeah, so let's go already, Vegeta. Everyone goes into the chamber. Kami and Junior begin sparring immediately. The Saiyans ganged up against Goku to see more power from the Saiyan. So you want to see more? I'll show you, Goku. Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan 2. What? Kakarot, show us the form you used on the Namekians when they fused, Vegeta. I haven't gotten enough training to properly use that form yet, Goku. Really Kakarot, since you helped me ascend, so I will show you that power, Kakarot, Vegeta. Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan 2, but his control of the form is still on basics, so he is unable to control the waves of energy it creates, which blows away the other weaker Saiyans. Now Kakarot, feel my power, Vegeta. Vegeta lunges an attack at Goku, but Goku easily blocks the attack and tosses Vegeta away. Kakarot, I'm just getting started, Vegeta. Vegeta launches a barrage of ki attacks. Goku easily blocks and neutralizes the attacks. What? How are you even doing this, Kakarot, Vegeta? I'm just stronger than you, Vegeta, Goku. Goku comes close and knocks Vegeta out. Nappa, Raditz, you guys shish. Old spar with each as Super Saiyan as long as possible, while that I'll do my own training, Goku. Outside near Kame house. You're doing okay Krillin, but don't push yourself too hard, since I don't have up to state region tech Goku has, Master Roshi. Sure, Master Roshi, but I feel that I'm close to getting it, Krillin. Back in the chamber. Boss, is there a way for me to grow stronger and faster than just fusing with Kami, Jr.? I don't think there is, since I don't know if your race has a transformation similar to Super Saiyan that can give a boost of power to the user, or you can simply try to say Kaioken again and again to increase your level in it and just use one of the healing tanks we brought in, like what Vegeta is doing right now, Goku. Thank you boost, but do you want me and Kami to fuse? Eat a spare with you in the long-haired form of yours or no, Junior? No need, base on both you and Kami's power. If you guys fuse again I might not be a match, and plus you guys need to grow stronger individually, Goku. Thank you boss, and I'll return back to my training, Junior. Now it's time to see if I can tap back into Super Saiyan 3 inches Goku. Goku starts meditating to sense the power deep inside himself waiting to be unleashed. But sadly he can't bring out the form currently on control alone. By the looks of it I actually need to force myself again into the form, this way harder to do than trying to be Super Saiyan 1 and 2. Since by now I would have gotten used to the form, Goku. Goku takes a deep breath, transforms to Super Saiyan 2 and pushes his ki to his max power and beyond, which causes him to transform to Super Saiyan 3. That's tiring, but it seems I can get into the form at least now, but still me requiring to prepare to transform really shows how hard to master Super Saiyan 3 is. I might actually be forced to completely focus on training myself on using the form for the time I'm in the chamber. Goku, Kami and the others looked at the direction where Goku transformed to gaze and feel the power of Super Saiyan 3. Damn you Kakarot, I'll surpass you and everyone else here, fuse or not, Vegeta. Vegeta and the others resume their training. Nappa is getting used to Super Saiyan, but he is still lagging behind the other Saiyans. The Namekians are getting better at pushing Kaioken to 30 times, with Junior pushing to 40 times, but only in quick burst. Junior is just finishing his spar with Kami in using Kaioken 30 times as long as possible when he senses one of the Saiyan's power as a Super Saiyan is close to his own when he uses Kaioken. Junior walks towards the Saiyans. Nappa, I wished to fight you, Junior. Look Raditz. One of the Nameks sees he thinks he is worthy of a challenge for a Saiyan, Nappa. Doesn't matter, just give him the fight and return back here after the fight, Nappa, Raditz. So let's start this Namek, Nappa. Nappa lunges one of his attacks. But Junior is way more nimble compared to Nappa, so he dodge and counter with a throw mouth blast combo. It seems you more of a challenge than I thought, Namek, Nappa. Nappa starts firing ki blast at Junior, with Junior dodging each of the blast with him coming closer and closer to Nappa. Nappa sees that Junior is coming closer, so he starts increasing the rate of firing. Junior starts pushing his Kaioken to 40 to match it. Nappa senses the ki coming from the Namek has increased, so now he is preparing to counter when the Namek comes close to him while he is still sending ki blast after ki blast. The Saiyans is proving to be harder to beat than anticipated, but even so my power is only a few degrees lower than his own power, so with my techniques I can overcome the gap in power, Junior. Junior and Nappa both clashed with their fist. Namek, it seems you're stronger than I thought, so it's time for me to show you my true power, Nappa. Nappa pushes the Super Saiyan power to grade 2, increasing his power tremendously. What? I thought I can handle the Saiyan's power as a Super Saiyan with my Kaioken, but it looks like it isn't enough, then I'll just push my Kaioken even higher than before. Azure. Kaioken times 50. Junior. So now you're talking, Namek, let's do this, Nappa. Junior and Nappa both clashed again, holding each other's hands, trying overwhelm the other by sheer power. Kami while meditating sensed the clash of power between Junior and Nappa. Amazing, Junior is going toe-to-toe with a Super Saiyan without needing to fuse. By the looks of it I need to increase my power and control even higher than before to match him, Kami. HMPH. Nappa, stop playing and just finish this already, Raditz. By the looks of it, Namek, I need to finish this quick, and by the looks of it you're tiring yourself out by keeping up with a Super Saiyan. So take a rest, Nappa. Nappa powers up to Super Saiyan grade 3 right when Junior lunges himself for another attack after the taunt Nappa gave, then Nappa's Super Saiyan Gra. The 3 fist connects with Junior, knocking out the Super Namekian. That's fun, hope you can keep getting even stronger, Namek, Nappa. Nappa carries Junior to the healing tanks for him to heal, then meets up with Raditz to continue their training. Junior is getting stronger, Maybe it's time to bring the Nameks and everyone to gurus to see if the boost of power given to them will make them stronger, but then again their pride as warriors won't take it. So I should better focus on making Super Saiyan 3 more useful, then I will be able to truly surpass the original Goku, as he didn't even do that in canon. Goku. Out in space. King Cold, what would happen if the thing that caused Lord Frieza to disappear happens to Lord Cooler as well? Random soldier. That's a good point, so tell how long till Cooler reaches Earth. And how long it will take us to reach Earth, King Cold. It seems that both you, my Grace, and Lord Cooler are of similar distance from Earth, as it will take a year or so to reach the planet. Random soldier. Perfect, send Cooler a message that I, King Cold, will accompany him to see the thing that caused Frieza to disappear and to see with my own if my other son is worthy for my throne. King Cold. Yes sir. Random soldier. Out with Cooler. My lord, your father send a message, do you want to play it, Salsa? Yes, Cooler. Message plays. So it seems my father is coming with me to face whatever killed my brother. No matter, I'll just show father who is true power in the universe. Cooler. Yes sir. Soldiers. Back on Earth. Mommy, are you and daddy okay? Giant Gohan. Yes, why my babies, Chi-Chi? Cause we haven't see you daddy talk much anymore. Gohan, Giant. Oh, we're just having a tiny disagreement right now, but don't worry, once he comes back he and I will talk it out. Chi-Chi. Okay, good night mommy. Gohan, Giant. Good night my babies, Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi leaves their room and goes to the phone to call Bulma if she wants to talk. Drink. The end.